State during the first Gulf War, James Baker, speaks out on this war with Iraq.
This is a war of choice, more so perhaps than a war of necessity.
From ABC News, this is a special edition of This Week with George Stephanopoulos. War with Iraq.
Here are the latest developments on this 11th day of war. Another night of intense bombing in Baghdad hit key Republican Guard targets. And U.S. Central Command says a presidential palace used by Saddam Hussein's son Qusay, along with Fedayeen paramilitary barracks, were also struck. Iraqi officials said this morning they shot down a U.S. helicopter. The Pentagon says it has no reports of missing aircraft. British forces say they have captured a general in clashes with Iraqi units south of Basra. 5 senior army officials were also captured, and a Republican Guard colonel was killed. And north of Kuwait City this morning, a truck rammed into U.S. troops at a military base. As many as 15 soldiers were injured. For more on all this, we're now joined by the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld. Welcome back. And let me start out with that incident in Kuwait this morning, the truck ramming into a PX. What more can you tell us about it?
Well, not much more. It's one of those incidents that occur, and there's a terrorist can attack at any time, in any way, at any place. And it's not possible to defend at every place, at every time, against every conceivable technique. Think of Israel and other countries, the Northern Ireland. Terrorists have been able to do that. They don't win, and they're not going to win here, but it's one of those regrettable things that happens. If a person is willing to give up their life, they can kill someone else.
And that happened yesterday. 4 American soldiers killed by a suicide bomber in Iraq. And I want to show you something that Vice President Ramadan of Iraq said yesterday. I'll put it up on the screen there. He said, "I say to the United States administration that it will turn the whole world into people who are willing to die for their nations. If the B-52 can kill 500 people at one time, I am sure that our operations by freedom fighters will be able to kill 5,000 people." How do you defend against that kind of threat?
Well, he's not volunteering himself, I've noticed. They're mostly sending out young men and attempting to talk them into doing it.
That makes it a war crime, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. But interestingly, just yesterday in Basra, I believe it was Christian Amanpour was there, and 2 young people who had been trained as suicide bombers came up and said they decided they didn't want to do that. And so it goes both ways.
But there have been reports, at least, that a lot of Arab volunteers are flowing into Iraq, flowing into Kuwait. One of the reports this morning on that truck incident was that the driver was a Syrian national. Are you concerned that this might be getting turned into some sort of jihad?
No, interestingly, there are Shia religious leaders who are issuing fatwas advising against supporting the Saddam Hussein regime and urging that they support the coalition forces. So it goes both ways.
There's also a report this morning in Reuters, I believe, coming from officials they have on the ground, saying that there's going to be a pause. Some U.S. troops there said there's going to be a pause in the military campaign against Baghdad. One individual said the pause could go as long as 35 to 40 days. Is that true?
No. I tell you, no matter where you are, you're always going to hear somebody saying something, and I'm sure they're saying something they believe. But the fact of the matter is, I was on the phone this morning with General Abbasaid and the people out in the region, and we have no plans for pauses or ceasefires or anything else. Now, is it possible that for example, the British troops will be engaged in Basra for a period? Sure. Is that a pause? I don't think so.
So do you have to secure Basra and Najaf before you can go into Baghdad?
Look, those are decisions that General Franks makes, and he's doing a superb job, he and his team, as well as the coalition forces, the folks from the UK and Australia. He will make a judgment on those types of things, and he'll make a good judgment. He's got a very good plan, and he's executing it. His folks are, and the men and women in uniform are doing a superb job.
You know, we just reported that there was another night of bombing in Baghdad against Republican Guard targets. 2 weeks ago, before the war started, Vice President Cheney said that he expected significant elements of the Republican Guard would likely surrender, would likely stand down. Is that something the country can still expect?
Oh, I don't think he said that they should expect it. I think that...
Well, he said it was like they were likely to step aside.
Well, it's too soon to know. The fact of the matter is the Republican Guard have been pulled closer to Baghdad, closer to Tikrit, away from the outer reaches of the country. Put yourself in the shoes of Saddam Hussein. and his people.
I'd rather not, but okay.
He's got one of the most powerful coalitions that could be fashioned against him. 9 days ago, they entered the country. They're now closing on Baghdad from the north, from the west, and from the south. They have total air superiority. They control the southern oil fields. They control the port, and they're bringing in humanitarian assistance. They have been able to capture some 4,500 prisoners. And we know that there are people fleeing from the senior regime leadership's families. And we haven't seen Saddam Hussein or his son in close to 8 days.
Do you think he's still alive?
I don't know.
But are Republican Guard commanders still reaching out to the American military, and offering some sort of surrender?
Well, what they've done is they've pulled back closer. Now, there may be some very tough days ahead, because if we move forward and have to deal, as these forces have to deal with the Republican Guard, that very likely will be the most difficult fighting days that the coalition will face. What the leadership of the Republican Guards will do at that stage, I don't know. We do know that the death squads, the regime death squads that are traveling around, are killing people if they don't fight. They're killing people if they try to surrender. They're killing people if they try to escape.
So that would indicate to you don't hold out a lot of hope for mass surrender anymore.
I never did. Tom Franks fashioned a plan that was assumed a long, difficult task, but was prepared to take advantage of quicker victory. I think it's important to remind ourselves that what the world is seeing is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week television news on this subject. It's been going on 9 days. It's a little early for postmortems. It's a little early to write history. It's a little early to be making those kinds of judgments.
But as you know, it's already happening. Fair amount of criticism starting to crop up in the press. A report in this morning's New Yorker magazine by Seymour Hersh, highly critical piece, and he says that on 6 separate occasions, you were presented with operational plans from Central Command, and you sent them back saying, I want to see far fewer forces in these plans. Is that true?
That's false. Tom Franks, absolutely false. Tom Franks and the chairman and I, when the president asked us to prepare a plan, looked at the plan that was on the shelf and to a person agreed it was inappropriate. It wasn't me or the chairman or Tom Franks. Anyone who looked at it would have known it was not an appropriate plan. Franks then sat down and began planning. The plan we have is his. I would be delighted to take credit for it. It's a good plan. It's a creative and an innovative plan, and it's going to work. And it is his plan, and it has been approved by the chiefs. Every one of the chiefs has said it's executable, and they support it. It's been looked at by all the combatant commanders. It's gone through the National Security Council process. And what you're seeing is fiction. You're seeing second-guessers out there.
But you know, Seymour Hersh isn't alone then in writing this fiction. There was also an article in the Washington Post this morning by Vernon Loeb. And he said, it goes on to say that there were more than a dozen officers interviewed, including a senior officer in Iraq, said Rumsfeld took significant risks by leaving key units in the United States and Germany at the start of the war. That resulted in an invasion force that is too small, strung out, underprotected, undersupplied, and awaiting tens of thousands of reinforcements who will not get there for weeks. Your response?
The people who are commenting on the war plan, I think, are probably people who've never seen it. And therefore, one has to ask that question.
Why do you think
just a minute. I have a feeling that if you ask General Franks, which people did today, about the war plan, he would say that there is nothing he has asked for that he has not gotten.
So this is just pure fiction in your view?
Well, it is. What happened, I can think of one instance, and I'll tell you what it was. I was given a deployment order for a National Guard unit, I believe from Puerto Rico, and I was asked to sign it for force protection for our forces in Germany. And I looked at it and I said, my goodness, why don't we ask if the Germans would be willing to provide force protection for our troops, and we can use those folks for something else. We did. Within a matter of 24 hours, the Germans had agreed to provide force protection. They're doing it, and that unit did not have to go. Now, is that going to lose the war? No. Was it something that was different than had been sent me by some of the staff people? Yes, it was different.
But you know,
the other thing that occurred was The logistics train was designed to be either everything went or nothing went. And in fact, the president wanted to support the diplomacy in the United Nations. So he wanted things to flow in over a period of time. But everything that they've asked for is in process. It's all arriving. The numbers of troops are arriving. They're increasing by 2,000 or 3,000 every day.
But you know, you used 550,000 troops for what was presumably an easier job back in 1991, pushing Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait. Can you explain why half that number, or a little more than half that number, is appropriate now?
Well, there are about 300,000 troops there now, and if you go back and look at the 500,000 that you referenced from the Gulf War, they were not used for the most part. The Iraqi regime is probably 35 to 40% as capable as it was back in 1991. And the people talking about this tend to be people who have the 1991 Gulf War in their mind. But if you think about it, what they did, Tom Frank's plan was to not have a long air war. And everyone is expecting a long air war. He put the ground forces in Iraq before the air war even began. Now, that's unusual.
Do you think now you might need that longer air war now, a couple more weeks of softening up the Republican Guard?
Oh, I'm sure there'll be weeks of an air war. I'm not talking about how long the air war ultimately would be. I'm saying in 91 there was a 38-day air war before the ground war began. Now, what's happened? In 1991, there were masses of refugees and displaced persons fleeing out of the country. Are there this year? No. In 1991, what else occurred? There was a lot of collateral damage from the long air war. Our preference is, as a country, to have as little collateral damage as possible. In 1991, there was the period that went on for such a long time before the ground war started that ended up different this time, to be sure, in a way that General Franks decided could be avoided. And so we don't have the refugees, we don't have a humanitarian crisis. The oil fields, for example, because of the long air war, what did the Iraqis do? They burned the Kuwaiti oil fields. These oil fields have not yet been burned. In fact, the British forces are today securing the bulk of those southern oil fields. So a lot of good things were happened, and a lot of bad things were avoided because General Franks decided to put forces on the ground fast and early.
A lot of emphasis has been placed on avoiding collateral damage. And, you know, when you're in charge, you get hit coming and going.
You do.
I want to play now, show now, an editorial from the Wall Street Journal that basically says the United States has been too scrupulous. It says these Allied scruples have had some important military costs. The decision not to bomb Iraqi TV avoided civilian deaths, but also gave Saddam an opening to show he was still in control. The sprint to Baghdad to end the war quickly opened Allied supply lines to Fedayeen raids, and the original decision to bypass Basra denied to Iraq's oppressed Shiite majority any immediate motivation to revolt. Do you think this effort to save lives may actually be prolonging the war?
No, I don't. Prolonging the war is a fascinating phrase. We're 9 days into this war. This is not the 9th year. This is the 9th day of the war. I think it's important that, first of all, we're going to win this war. Let there be no doubt. We've got a good plan, and it's working very, very well. There are a lot of second guessers, but believe me, when it's going to end, and it will end in victory. It is important that that happen, that the people of Iraq be liberated. It's also important that we do it in a way that we feel comfortable with, and as a country. So it's not just that we win, it's also how we win. And if you think about it, the Iraqi people are in large measure hostages to that vicious regime. And we can do this, and we can do it, I hope and pray, with limited loss of innocent life.
There were 2 incidents this week in Baghdad where innocent life was lost. I think about 15 people on Wednesday in a bombing, and then a market bombing on Friday with about 49 reported killed. Can you tell us anything more? I know you've been looking at it for a few days, about what happened in those incidents.
I really can't. We're not on the ground there. There's no question. It looked from the television as though people were killed. We also know that the general for the Iraqis that's in charge of air defense has been fired. And
so does that mean it might have been their mistake?
Who knows? But they're putting an awful lot of things up in the air, and they come down somewhere, and they're not hitting our airplanes. We know that. We haven't lost any airplanes. So they're coming down someplace, and I just don't know the answer to that.
You talked about the Iraqi people being hostages, but have you perhaps underestimated the force of Iraqi nationalism, especially after 12 years of sanctions? The Iraqi people just aren't going to welcome the American forces.
Time will tell. We'll know soon. We're finding a lot of cooperation. The British are in Basra, where they're now inside the city. Local residents are telling them where these gangs of thugs are, and these death squads are there shooting people. Now, does it surprise you that a person who's got a gun to his head is not rushing out with a flag saying welcome to the coalition forces? Doesn't surprise me. The Shia in that area were killed by the tens of thousands after the last Gulf War because they did have an uprising. They did believe Saddam Hussein was going to be gone, and they were wrong. The United States and the coalition forces left, and they were slaughtered. I think that their caution is probably reasonable. And as someone who's old enough to remember the Hungarian Revolution and the number of people who rose up and then were killed by the Soviet Union, I'm inclined not to urge people to rise up until we're close and we can be helpful. Put yourself in Saddam Hussein's shoes.
Again?
Yes, do it. His circumstance is not a happy one. We're within 49 miles of Baghdad. He's being closed on from the north-south, and there's so many people running around hyperventilating that things aren't going well. This plan is working.
Finally, weapons of mass destruction, key goal of the military campaign is finding those weapons of mass destruction. None have been found yet. There was a raid on the Ansar al-Islam camp up in the north last night. A lot of people expected to find rice in there. None was found. How big of a problem is that? And is it curious to you that given how much control U.S. and coalition forces now have in the country, they haven't found any weapons of mass destruction?
Not at all. If you think, let me take that both pieces. The area in the south and the west and the north that coalition forces control is substantial. It happens not to be the area where weapons of mass destruction were dispersed. We know where they are. They're in the area around Tikrit and Baghdad and east, west, south, and north somewhat. Second, the Kermel facilities, there are dozens of them. It's a large geographic area. It is the Ansar al-Islam group has killed a lot of Kurds. They're tough, and our forces are currently in there with the Kurdish forces, cleaning the area out, tracking them down, killing them or capturing them, and they will then begin the site exploitation. The idea, from your question, that you can attack that place and exploit it and find out what's there in 15 minutes. I would also add, we saw from the air that there were dozens of trucks that went into that facility after the existence of it became public in the press, and they moved things out. They dispersed them and took them away. So there may be nothing left. I don't know that, but it's way too soon to know. The exploitation is just starting.
Do you think we'll still be fighting in Iraq 6 months from now?
Oh goodness, you know, we've never had a timetable. We've always said it could be days, weeks, or months, and we don't know. And I don't think you need a timetable. What you really need to know is it's going to end, and it's going to end with the Iraqi people liberated, and that regime will be gone.
Secretary Rumsfeld, thank you very much. We'll be right back.
When This Week returns, an exclusive interview with James Baker, the man who built the coalition during the First Gulf War. And then our roundtable with George Will, Michelle Martin, and Fareed Zakaria.
The new 315 horsepower all-wheel drive Infiniti FX45.
Why would you want another credit card? Well, what if it supported your school, reflected your interests, gave you something back? Bank One gives you over 1,200 different cards to choose from, so you can choose the one that's right for you. Still carrying around someone else's credit card? Maybe it's time you got one of your own.
During the first Gulf War, Secretary of State James Baker traveled to 41 countries, putting together a global coalition to drive Saddam Hussein from Kuwait. His 4 years as Secretary of State to President George Bush kept an unparalleled government career in which he also served as Treasury Secretary and White House Chief of Staff to President Ronald Reagan. More recently, he was called back into service by the Bush family to manage the Florida recount during the 2000 election. Now Mr. Baker serves as the founding chairman of the James Baker Institute for Public Policy at Rice University, where I spoke with him yesterday. Mr. Baker, thank you for having us at the Institute.
Well, thank you for being here.
The Institute just commissioned a report on post-war Iraq, I have it right here, that warns that even if coalition forces win the war, there's a risk of losing the peace. How can that be prevented?
Well, it can be prevented by providing for the reconstruction of Iraq, by providing for the installation of an appropriate government in Iraq, by seeing to it, as our forces are doing every day to the extent that they can, that there's no humanitarian disasters in Iraq, and by working to preserve the territorial integrity of the country against ethnic score settling and incursions by countries who share a border with Iraq. With respect to the most important of those, it seems to me, the reconstruction in terms of installing an appropriate government. Our policymakers have made it very clear that they see a representative or consensual, some form of representative or consensual type of government, a stable government, a peaceful government that doesn't threaten its neighbors and doesn't oppress its citizens, and hopefully a government that is acceptable to the Arab and Muslim countries that are located next to it.
But it's going to be tough to get that government, and a lot of observers think it's going to take the United Nations for an interim period to administer that government. When President Bush and Prime Minister Blair met the other day, they seemed to put off that resolution. How important is it to have the UN administering that civilian authority?
Well, that's an issue that has not been decided, and it is a particularly difficult issue given what happened in the lead-up to the war and the incidents that took place in the Security Council, where the Council could really never get behind that second resolution. They said in the Azores, Prime Minister Blair and President Bush, that there would be a role for the United Nations in their view, and should be a role. I think everyone would agree with that. It's going to take some hard work to flesh out exactly what that role should be. And it's really important that the role not be such that the post-war administration of Iraq gets all wrapped around the axle politically the way it happened in the lead up to the war in the Security Council. We got to make sure that there's not an over-politicization of the question of the new government. And we also, of course, have a very big interest, those of us in the coalition countries, a big interest in seeing to it that the forces are adequately protected and that there's adequate security for all of our armed forces.
The way the battle is fought will also affect the peace, and there's been some criticism in recent days that all of this effort to protect Iraqi infrastructure, to preserve, limit collateral damage has actually been counterproductive, that it may be prolonging the war.
Well, I suppose you could make that argument, but it seems to me to be a very noble thing to fight the war in that way, to minimize civilian casualties, to keep in the back of your mind the fact that you've not only got to win the war, which everyone, by the way, no one questions whether we're going to win this war. We are going to win this war. But you also have to win the peace. So they're fighting the war in a way that will best enable them to win the peace, and I think that's very praiseworthy.
The shape of the battlefield has also been complicated by some of the diplomatic failures that you alluded to earlier. Most important, I suppose, Turkey. The U.S. failed to get permission from Turkey to stage the 4th Infantry Division, closed off a northern front. What do you think went wrong with the diplomacy?
I don't know that you can say anything went wrong with the diplomacy there with respect to Turkey. I think you have to acknowledge and understand and accept the fact that this is a far different situation than we had during the 1990-1991 Gulf War, where Iraq, a large neighbor, had in an unprovoked way committed aggression against a small neighbor and was brutalizing the population in its occupation. It was much easier for Turkey to come on board in that instance. Today, 90% of the population in Turkey is opposed to this war. The government made a good faith effort to try and get the consent that was required from the parliament, and they lost the vote by a few votes.
But not surprised. You're being diplomatic. I expect that. But a lot of people have pointed out, for example, that in 1991 you paid a lot of attention to Turkey. You visited there, not once, not twice, but 3 times. President Bush was on the phone 55, 60 times, and that didn't happen this time around.
Well, I don't know that it didn't happen. I think there was a fair amount of attention, quite a bit of attention paid to Turkey, but I don't think that's a fair criticism, frankly, of the administration or of the Secretary of State. I've read those comments where they say he didn't travel enough. This was a far different situation than what we had in the lead up to the Gulf War. It was, I think, easier to bring other countries on board in the lead up to that war because you could see the unprovoked aggression. You could sit there in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, and look at the Iraqi soldiers occupying Kuwait. I think it was a far easier diplomatic challenge, frankly.
But what do you think's happened more generally? France isn't on board, Russia isn't on board, and there was a huge surge of pro-American feeling after 9/11, and now that surge seems to have gone sour.
Well, that's true, there was, and it may have to do with the fact that this is a war of choice, more so perhaps than a war of necessity. It's a preemptive war, it's a preventive war. It's not the first time we've preempted. I would remind your viewers that the Reagan administration preempted in Grenada, and we got a lot of criticism from people in other countries, and even indeed Margaret Thatcher criticized us, our very close ally at the time. We preempted in Panama, and there was criticism all over the world. But the surest and best test of a great power is the ability to act unilaterally when your national interests require it. President Bush did everything in the world he could to bring the United Nations along. It was absolutely the right thing to do, in my opinion. He went to the Security Council. He got a 15-0 vote, but was not able to get the votes on a second resolution.
Was it a mistake to try for a second resolution?
I'm not sure it was a mistake to try for the second resolution, because I think we owed it to Prime Minister Blair to try and help him out. It may have been, it would have been better before we engaged in a high-profile debate and discussion of that second resolution, or put it on the table, if we'd gone around and made sure in advance that we had the votes for it. That might have been better. But we have plenty of authority to fight this war, in my opinion. We, in fact, have a lot more authority to fight this war than we had to do what we did in Kosovo, where, by the way, the French and the Germans and others were with us. The Russians, of course, weren't. But we didn't have any specific legal authority to wage that war, but it was the right thing to do, and we did it. This is the right thing to do. We owe it to our children and grandchildren to do what we can to stop the development and proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. And if the United States doesn't lead that charge internationally, I don't know who will.
Coming out of the 1991 war, you pushed very hard on Middle East peace, went to the Madrid Peace Conference. There's been a lot of talk now about how committed President Bush is to that right now. What does he have to do now to prove that he's committed to the Middle East peace process?
Look, this president has a wonderful opportunity, or I should say will have a wonderful opportunity to build a legacy for himself, to do what needs to be done, and that is to create a stable situation in the Middle East and resolve the ongoing dispute between Arabs and Israelis. He will have the same window of opportunity in the aftermath of this war that we had in 1991, which led to the Madrid Peace Conference, which led in turn to Oslo, and which then led to peace between, Israel and Jordan. And what he has to do after the war is over is put the game plan, the
roadmap.
The roadmap, thank you. The roadmap that's been developed by the United States, European Union, Russia, and the UN, put it on the table. All of these organizations have said this is the way to peace. We need to say this is the way to peace. Here it is. Put it on the table, and then call a meeting of the parties.
Some indication that Prime Minister Sharon is still haggling.
Call the parties to a meeting. I think that Prime Minister Sharon will attend that meeting. I don't see how he can refuse to attend that meeting. Call a meeting of the parties to discuss that, and then implement the roadmap without putting conditions on it. There should be an end to terrorism unconditionally. There should be an end to settlement activity unconditionally. Don't put conditions on it by saying, well, as we make progress on this or that or the other, then we move to these things. Both those things have been U.S. policy under both the Republican and Democratic administrations for years and years.
But President Bush has been putting those conditions on it recently.
There were some conditions, I think, that were put on it in the Rose Garden statement that was made not long ago. You ask me how I think we can make it happen, how we can make peace between Arabs and Israelis, how we can make progress. Put the roadmap on the table. Tell the parties that this is what the world wants you to do to bring peace to that part of the world, and make it happen. And we can do that.
Finally, sir, you mentioned in your report the cost of reconstruction, $25 to $100 billion. Right. That's on top of $75 billion at least for the cost of the war. I want you to put on your Treasury Secretary hat for a second. You served as Treasury Secretary for President Reagan. Given those costs, given the size of the deficit right now, can the country afford a tax cut on the scale that President Bush is proposing? In my view, yes, George, but you're talking to a reform drunk when you talk to me about the effect of supply-side economics. And supply-side economics is grounded in lowering marginal tax rates. And when you mentioned President Reagan, when he came into office, the top marginal tax rate was 70%. 70 cents of every dollar was being taken away from the earner. And what happened when we made those significant tax cuts, we reduced it ultimately to 28%, a top marginal rate of 28%, we had an unprecedented non-inflationary expansion in this country. But when you worked with President Bush, you all restrained the deficit, worked hard on that.
Well, there's nothing wrong with restraining spending. That's how we restrain the deficit, through a restraint on spending. And that's the way you ought to restrain the deficit. Don't think for 1 minute that it's just a matter of pushing the revenue column up to it meets the expenditure column, because the way our system works, you can't. The Congress is going to continue to spend money, more money, more money, and more money, unless you restrain the spending column.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much.
Thank you, George.
Secretary Baker is, of course, very sensitive to any notion that he's overstepping his bounds. Just before the interview, he had his Secretary of State's flag removed from the background. We'll be right back.
You can have prescription strength Claritin without a prescription. Relief from sniffling and sneezing without medicine haze. Clarity for mind, body, and spirit. Prescription strength, non-drowsy Claritin.
Started with a vision. Create a company that would dare to be different. A company built to serve the individual investor. This This vision created more than a company. It launched a movement. Today, more and more investors are discovering there's a better alternative to traditional brokerage firms. They're moving to Charles Schwab. Join the movement.
Now you can have prescription strength Claritin without a prescription. Relief from sniffling and sneezing without medicine haze. Clarity for mind, body, and spirit. Prescription strength, non-drowsy Claritin.
You have 30 seconds before you die. We have to do this.
Don't burn out on me. We'll catch this guy.
Best action, best suspense, best spy. You've got to watch ABC tonight. New Alias, new Dragnet tonight on ABC.
Saturdays are for family time.
So you don't even ask how was work? My kids, they don't want to listen to me at all, and I ain't got that much to say.
Now, our children who love you are going to tell you about their day. You.
Fine.
You. Fine. You. Fine. And we're done.
For everyone who's ever lost touch with their family, Lost at Home, a new comedy, Tuesday on ABC.
We'll hear from the roundtable on the war's progress and how the military's tactics will shape the peace. After this from our ABC stations.
War with Iraq for 24 hours of news coverage in only 30 minutes. Turn to Peter Jennings and World News Tonight for the day's most vital breaking developments.
This isn't just a winning routine. It's also years of great coaching. No one can reach their full potential alone. To help achieve your goals, talk to your advisor about Oppenheimer funds. The right way to invest.
Just stay in its tracks.
Just stay in its tracks.
The Jaguar X-Type, the only car in its class with all-wheel drive, standard. Get an X-Type for $279 a month. Visit your tri-state Jaguar retailer today.
What does it take to reach the top? Discipline, focus, commitment. By relying on this time-tested approach, Oppenheimer Funds has delivered solid, long-term performance no matter what the conditions. Oppenheimer Funds, the right way to invest.
Local manufacturers make life easier for our troops. Monday at 5.
This special edition of This Week continues. Once again from Washington, George Stephanopoulos.
Time now for the roundtable. Joining us as always, George Will and Michelle Martin and Fareed Zakaria. And George, Secretary Rumsfeld was a picture of confidence this morning, and this is about the 10th day of the war. Says everything is going according to plan.
Well, A, I think it is. B, I think the Secretary's read some history. We began the Civil War with Bull Run, a debacle. Began the Second World War in North Africa, Operation Torch the Kasserine Pass, a debacle. We began in Vietnam with the Ia Valley, a debacle, a defeat. We're getting used to fighting an enemy that hasn't behaved exactly as we wanted to, but our main problem right now is the length of our supply line because we have advanced so far. And it is menaced by people with rifles and some other light weapons, which can't win a war and actually can't even win a battle. We're engaged in a war with not a failed state like Serbia or Yugoslavia or Afghanistan. We're dealing with a durable dictatorship of 23 years supported by overlapping, interlocking layers of terror. And we haven't had the uprisings we wanted, but then we are a nation with a history. We encouraged Budapest to rise in 1956 when we couldn't do anything about it. And the Soviet Union came in and massacred people. There was an uprising in Basra in 1991. 50,000 people died because we couldn't do anything about it.
But you know, George, I think that the other novelty here relates to the regime. That is to say, we are trying to fight a war not against a country, but a regime. And this is, in some ways, maybe the new face of war, because we did this in Kosovo as well. If you think of our objectives here, we are trying to fight this war in a way that protects the lives of American soldiers, of course, Iraqi civilians, Iraqi infrastructure, and Iraqi soldiers, to a certain extent. We're trying not to kill too many Iraqi soldiers. It's very difficult to fight a war that way. I don't say we shouldn't be doing this. I think it's a perfect example of good Clausewitzian strategy. Remember, the Prussian military theorist Karl von Clausewitz said, war is a continuation of politics by other means. What the political goals here are that you don't want to destroy Iraq, you don't want to set the population against you, and you don't want to set the army against you. So within those constraints, I think George is right. We're doing pretty well.
Well, you know, also you said the Secretary of Defense is reading history, and I have to assume that they're also reading the polls, because the public, despite the fact that I think one could properly criticize some members of the administration, I wouldn't say the President, I wouldn't say the Secretary of Defense, but some members of the administration for being overconfident in setting expectations for the public. And I also think sure, Vice President Cheney, also some members of the sort of the conservative, you know, commentary group, where, you know, Kenneth Edelman said that this is going to be a cakewalk, writing in the Washington Post. There was another very influential advisor to the Pentagon, Richard Pearl, who said that this would be, you know, a very short conflict, and that there would be very few people fighting back, despite the fact that some people inappropriately set expectations. Interestingly enough, the public didn't see it that way. Our latest Washington Post ABC survey says that 57% of the public thinks that this conflict could last for months. 13% say it could be a week or more. So it's interesting that the public has been in some ways more realistic about what the U.S. is facing than some members of the administration.
Those expectations were based on something. I mean, all of us had heard in the days leading up to this about the most intensive psychological operations ever conducted. Millions upon millions of leaflets dropped on Iraq, phone calls to Iraqi generals, emails to Iraqi generals, and something was coming back. It must have been coming back saying there is going to be some sort of mass surrender, there is going to be collapse.
And it may still happen. I mean, look, this is, as Secretary Baker said to you, a war of choice. And in order to encourage that choice to get made, some people oversold the ease of this. Perhaps Pearl and some others who are actually not office holders in the administration.
Defense Advisory Board, George, he was the chairman of it.
I understand that. It's an unpaid position, and it's not setting policy.
Well, but Vice President Cheney did say he thought it was likely that there would be significant surrender.
That's right. But the most frequently quoted aspect of Cheney's remarks was he said the regular army will not be a factor in this. I think the safest place to be today in Iraq is in the middle of the conscript divisions that are 75% of the Iraqi army, because we've gone around them, we're not engaging them. They're ill-trained, ill-led, ill-motivated, ill-prepared, and may well surrender en masse.
I don't remember who coined this phrase, but I think somebody might have been suffering from some ideological romanticism. I mean, all we need to do is think about the kind of raw relationships we have in this country between some urban communities and the police. And this is, you know, aggressive urban policing by a factor of 25. The fact is, you know, every time we have one of these incidents, and maybe some people don't hear the name Amadou Diallo in their neighborhoods very often, but in some neighborhoods you do. And here's the point I'm making, Judge. I see you're squinting at me. The point is that, you know, people don't always applaud when you break down the door to the crack house, okay? They know it's a crack house. They're scared of those people too, but they want to see what you're going to do. They want to see, you know, they want to know, why did you come the first 17 times I called you? They want to know why you're here now, and they want to see what you're going to do and how long you're going to stay there. And that's partly what's going on here. This is the kind of raw relationships. It's very tenuous, it's very tense and anxious right now, and I think Americans understand that.
I think there are probably two things, Michelle. One is what you're describing. That is to say, people are uncertain. I don't know the role Iraqi nationalism is playing here. You asked, I thought, a very good question of Rumsfeld, and the answer is unknowable, but it is the case, for example, that even though Stalin had killed millions in death camps, in collectivization, sent people into forced labor camps, and even though he was shooting large numbers of people who wouldn't fight, it is true that tens of millions of Russian soldiers fought willingly for Stalin, you know, the great butcher of his age. It is true, for example, that most of the Arab world regards America very suspiciously, American power very suspiciously. It's possible that the Iraqis are entirely different from their Arab neighbors on this issue. It's possible that the Iraqis feel very differently. The majority of Arabs think we're attacking Iraq for its oil. Perhaps the Iraqis feel entirely differently. But my own sense is that when you're watching bombs being thrown on your country, when you're watching columns of foreign troops, American and British troops coming into your country, you have mixed feelings. On the one hand, you're delighted to be rid of Saddam Hussein. On the other hand, you know, you're humiliated by the foreign
And now it could be getting worse. We have this prospect over the last 24 hours, suicide bomber in Iraq, another truck rammed into American troops in Kuwait. And if it takes you talk about a police state. Police presence, that's going to have to be multiplied 10, 20, 30 times in order to protect against these kinds of bombers, which is only going to enrage people more.
Sure, you're already seeing people going door to door. In some cases, obviously, they're in a position where they can ask people if they can conduct these searches. And some, they're knocking the doors down. That has to be infuriating. It has to be
I think the crucial issue is once you decapitate the regime, the atmosphere might change entirely. Because to a large extent, people are wondering, is it safe for us to start cheering?
The cure for the mixed feelings you're talking about, Fareed, is victory. That is, to make it safe to come out and express their feelings.
And what will that take?
That will take...
victory.
It will take shattering the Republican Guard, particularly if they engage us outside of Baghdad. We have ways of fighting in Baghdad. You know, all these reports in the paper today that Saddam Hussein has been watching the movie Black Hawk Down. Well, before Black Hawk Down became a movie, it was a book. And before it was a book, it was some articles by the author. And General Krulak, then Commandant of the Marine Corps, sent them to me. They had been studying this for years. So the idea that this movie is going to be dispositive of what happens there is not. We know how to fight in an urban environment, and it doesn't just mean sending M1 tanks into Baghdad. There are other ways.
Well, there's also an issue. In Black Hawk Down, the idea was to retrieve a single person out of a crowded, hostile urban environment. If you're actually trying, to put it very simply, to kill people, it's much easier. If you think of the movie Black Hawk Down, all you needed was a precision missile to blow up that building, but we were actually trying to extract somebody, which is not what we're going to be trying to do in Baghdad.
Furthermore, if Saddam Hussein is counting on American delicacy, which is a choice so far in the way we wage the war...
Think it's changing?
I think we will do what is necessary. At the end of the day, we settled the Civil War with Grant. I like him because he fights, said Lincoln. And he said, I will fight it out along this line if it takes all summer, and it will not take all summer.
But the question is whether doing what is necessary in the short run compromises the long-term objective of bringing stability to the region.
Complicates them, but there's nothing
issue is, this is not just, Iraq is not the only issue. The broader audience for this is the broader Arab and Muslim world. And the question is, how are they going to seeing these people's doors knocked down? They've seen these pictures already in the disputed territories of Israel.
How are they going to feel when they see the police apparatus of Saddam Hussein put on trial? How are they going to feel when there's actually an election? How are they going to feel when there is a large state in the middle of an Arab culture without a democracy?
But my question is, why don't those images matter more now? Why doesn't his long history of atrocities against his own people matter more now? Why is it that these images of the civilian casualties seem to be so much more powerful than the long history of atrocities committed against these people?
I mean, that's just the modern world. What's going on right now becomes very important. As I say, this is a region deeply suspicious of American power. And that's one of the reasons the war is, in my view, properly being waged with some of these constraints in mind. You're not simply trying Grant's or Sherman's strategy of marching through the South.
But why has there not been more of an effort made to allow the people who are victims of this regime to tell their stories? Why aren't their stories being told more?
They've been told and told and told. Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz went out to Dearborn, largest Iraqi community in the United States, heard these. They've been written up. These stories have been.
But why, I guess I'm curious, but why is it that the reporters in Doha were treated to an old British documentary about the Iraqi regime? I mean, it seems a little late to be having that kind of educational campaign to shape sort of public perceptions of this. It just seems like a failure of some form of communication.
2 months from now, let's suppose the war is over in 2 months, and I don't think that's an extravagant thought. All of these micro frictions are not going to matter. The brute fact of changing the regime of a nation of that size and complexity is going to radiate through the Middle East.
But what will matter, George, is if we ignite Iraqi nationalism in the process, the occupation could be very thorny. Reconstructing the South was one thing. Reconstructing an entirely foreign nation, an Arab nation, becomes much more difficult if the people are against you.
And for this week, that's the last word. Thank you all. We'll be back with George Will on some thoughts about war and television when we return.
It's been tough lately, but you stay the course.
Because to you, investing is a journey.
And like any journey, the time comes when you gotta ask directions.
But who are you gonna ask?
Who are you going to ask?
Some stranger standing by the economic roadside?
You want to ask someone who's made this trip thousands of times before.
The last thing you want to hear on this trip is, hey, are we lost?
Being in control of your financial future has never been more important. Call 1-800-FIDELITY for a comprehensive portfolio analysis today.
At Pfizer, we search for medicines to improve life and for ways to ensure that every American has access to the medicines they need. Pfizer has had programs in place for the past 20 years, helping Americans without health insurance get our prescription medicines free. We've already helped millions of people in need. Because we firmly believe access to medicines shouldn't be limited by a limited income. Pfizer, life is our life's work.
If it didn't have so much style, it'd be just like any other midsize car. Get a 2003 Saturn L Series Ion or View at 0% APR financing for 5 years. For restrictions, see your retailer.
Honey, look what I bought.
Ocean spray.
Their cran grape juice drink.
How much juice?
It's only 25% juice, Mom. Mostly water and corn syrup.
How much juice?
Northland's 100% juice.
Northland, 100% juice.
And 100% refreshing.
Northland Cranberry Grape has the refreshing goodness of 4 times as much cranberry juice as their cran grape juice drink.
Northland is really refreshing.
Northland, 100% juice, 100% refreshing.
So it's true.
What's true?
Drug money funds terrorism.
It is true.
Okay. Okay? Look, let's say I buy some dope.
Let's say.
Hypothetical.
Let's say.
Now, how much of my money actually makes it to the bad guy's hands? A couple of bucks.
A few bucks.
A few bucks, that's it. Peanuts.
So what you're saying is it's okay to support terrorism a little.
Did I say that?
George, you've been thinking about what the modern media means for the conduct of modern war.
George, today's war coverage by broadcast journalists embedded with combat units is testing a theory. The theory is that graphic journalism, first photography, then television, limits the ability of democracies to wage war because their publics will flinch from the unvarnished face of battle. Ask yourself, if there had been real-time television coverage at Gettysburg, might this be 2 countries today? Might Americans have recoiled from the carnage and allowed the South to secede? I think not. Americans are not squeamish about sacrifice when they believe the stakes are important. Public support for the Vietnam War eroded not because of television, but because the public decided the government had no plan for winning. However, governments have long feared the effects of pictures on wartime morale. During the First World War, no picture of a dead British, French, German, or American soldier appeared in those nations' newspapers. In the Second World War, for 9 months, the War Department held this picture of American dead in New Guinea before allowing it to appear in 1943 in Life magazine, one of the first pictures of American dead. Today's problem, live television from journalists with units engaged in Iraq, is the problem of context, the problem of seeing the trees but missing the forest, seeing the battle but not the war. Up-close combat engagements almost always look confusing and awful, because they are. But snippets of televised combat can cause public mood swings that are not justified by the overall progress of the war. So in the days ahead, remember 2 things. Graphic journalism from the battlefield is true, but it is not the whole truth. And even though wars are always ugly, their results, such as a safer, freer world, can be very good indeed.
Thank you, George. I'll be right back with a wrap-up of this morning's news.
The impossible is what can't be done until someone does it. A frontier is what's undiscovered until someone explores it. That's why there's nobody else out here like the deepwater explorers of Kerr-McGee, building the world's first truss bar floating platforms that maximize production to fuel the American way of life. Nobody rules the deep water like the explorers of Kerr-McGee.
That's me with his whole family.
So you on a farm?
Yeah, imagine with my allergies.
This is Trisha.
Now there's a new and different way to treat seasonal allergies. Singulair, the only seasonal allergy medicine that specifically blocks leukotrienes, an underlying cause of allergy symptoms. It's a once-a-day tablet that helps relieve a broad range of symptoms for a full 24 hours.
Yeah.
Side effects are generally mild and vary by age and may include headache, ear infection, sore throat, and upper respiratory infection. Ask your doctor about Singulair.
Morning.
Good morning.
Ready to go for a tractor ride?
You know, I think I did just fine.
Singulair, a different way to treat seasonal allergies.
Faster.
Well, it's a marvelous night for a moon dance with the stars above in your eyes. Fantabulous night to make romance.
315 horsepower, all-wheel drive, and utility when you need it.
The night's magic seemed to win.
The new Infiniti FX45.
You know, the sun.
Monday, 9/8 Central. This lawyer doesn't plan to be unfaithful to his wife, but things don't always go as planned.
Bobby, this is foreplay.
An all-new practice. Then these people received a message. Now they're being killed. Why? Is this investigator the next victim, or is he the killer? Miracles after the practice. All new ABC Monday.
Here are the latest developments in the war with Iraq. Earlier on this week, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld said there are no plans for pauses or ceasefires in the war. He denied a rift with General Tommy Franks and said that Central Command is doing a superb job. Rumsfeld also warned there may be some very tough days ahead. 10 miles south of the Iraqi border in Kuwait, an attacker drove a truck into U.S. troops waiting on line at a military base to shop. As many as 15 soldiers were injured in the attack. British officials in Basra report the capture of the highest-ranking Iraqi prisoner of war, one of Saddam Hussein's generals. And as of now, there are 39 American troops killed in the war, 7 prisoners of war, and at least 16 missing. Stay with ABC News around the clock for the latest on the war. That's all for us this morning. Until next week, that's This Week.
Just your brokerage statement, Al.
Avoiding your portfolio won't make it any better. We've extended the Fresh Start offer to help more investors get back on track. Call 1-800-4-SCHWAB or visit a Schwab Investor Center by March 31st.
We see a mom and a CEO. Big business made agile. We see Teacher of the Year. We see 400 employees in 3 years. We see the toughest reservation in town. A 23-city tour. At Microsoft, we stand in awe of you and your potential. It's what inspires us to create software that helps you reach it.
This has been a presentation of ABC News.
War with Iraq. Stay with Peter Jennings and the people of ABC News for breaking developments. Morning, throughout the day, evening, late night. ABC News, always there when it matters most. Turn to ABC News.
MVP candidates collide. Nowitzki, Garnett, Mavs Timberwolves, NBA Sundays on ABC. Today, coverage begins at 1 Eastern.
On Business Week, Money talks the toll of a war on corporate America.
And who will control the world's oil after the conflict? That's next right here on ABC 7.
War and Homeland Security. Senators John Corzine, Charles Schumer, and Representative Peter King all in a special live edition of Up Close this morning at 11.
Just stay in its tracks.
just stay in its tracks.
The Jaguar X-Type, the only car in its class with all-wheel drive, standard. Get an X-Type for $279 a month. Visit your tri-state Jaguar retailer today.
Monday morning, the coalition continues its attack in Iraq. We will bring you the very latest.
Watch Eyewitness News Monday morning starting at 5.
Davis appears to have a good lie.
Yeah, the grounds crew's done a great job.
Serious about your landscape? Choose Lawn Doctor for a rich, healthy lawn. Our patented turf tamer applies a custom blend of granular fertilizer and weed and insect controls. We also offer tree and shrub care to ensure your entire landscape looks its best. Keep your course green for less than a round of golf. Leave it to Lawn Doctor so you have time to work on other things.
I need a new car.
I need to see my Lincoln Mercury dealer before March 31st.
Think big at your Lincoln Mercury dealer's Think Big sales event with big savings on every Lincoln and Mercury SUV, including Mercury Mount.
In one of the locations, I think this happened to be in a hospital, and it raises a question, why do they have chemical suits when they know full well Coalition does not have chemical weapons? We found some chemical suits in the north as well. I mean, there is no doubt that they have chemical weapons, that they have weaponized them, they have them in artillery shells. They probably have other means of delivery to include their surface-to-surface missiles, and it's one of the things that General Franks and General Wallace and others up there are going to worry about and try to protect our troops the best they can.
How long will this go on?
I'm not going to make any predictions. It's not going to be any timeline-driven. The goals are clear. It's get their weapons of mass destruction, remove the regime. How long that will take, we'll just have to let the events play out. This is war. It's by nature chaotic. And it's not an exact science. And I think General Franks and his troops, and especially the folks on the ground that are living this day in and day out, have shown great courage, great patience, great professionalism. We couldn't be prouder of them. I personally couldn't be prouder of them.
General Richard Myers, we thank you for your views.
Thank you, Tim.
Coming next, perceptions of the war and prisoners of war. From former POW, now United States Senator from Arizona, John McCain. And in our Meet the Press Minute, we remember Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who died this week. All after this brief news update.
I'm Soledad O'Brien in New York with this update on Operation Iraqi Freedom. A person in a pickup truck drove into a group of U.S. soldiers today at a base in northern Kuwait, injuring as many as 15. At this point, it is not clear the extent of the injuries. U.S. military officials say U.S. troops fired on the vehicle. Its driver is now in custody. In what the Pentagon calls its most intense bombing so far in the war, Allied troops pounded Baghdad overnight. An intelligence complex, paramilitary barracks, and telephone lines were hit during the bombing. U.S. Central Command says a train carrying Republican Guard tanks was also blasted. General Tommy Franks says while coalition troops are eroding Saddam Hussein's grip on Iraq, there's still lots of work to be done. And we are getting a clearer picture of the intense fighting in the southern city of Nasiriyah between Iraqi forces and the 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines. An NBC cameraman made it into the city to bring us these exclusive pictures. That was fighting in Nasiriyah, 200 miles south of Baghdad. And finally, the latest figures on the coalition's fate so far. 39 Americans have been killed in action, 17 missing in action, and 7 prisoners of war. That is the very latest at this hour. Tim Russert will be back with Meet the Press after these messages.
Unlike Wall Street, your life doesn't stop every day at 4. Your hopes and dreams go beyond stocks and bonds. You want to guard and grow your portfolio and things more valuable than portfolios. At Merrill Lynch, our financial advisors know your financial life goes beyond Wall Street. So their advice goes further too. Introducing Total Merrill. We see your financial life in total. We make it all add up to more.
We see Michael. Marine biologist. Architect. Broadway star. Astronomer. Or maybe astronaut. At Microsoft, we started Club Tech with Boys and Girls Clubs of America. So kids learn more than just what computers can do. They learn what they themselves can do.
Senator John McCain, and then remembering Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan after this station break.
Sunday, inside a real-life MASH unit, this hospital staff faces a different battle every day. A special live Dateline with Tom Brokaw, tonight, 7/6 Central on NBC.
When you need the news, count on MSNBC.com with free video, because the news doesn't stop when you're at work. MSNBC.com, your online source for breaking news.
We work diligently to make sure our customers receive our best service. After you leave your car, we carefully monitor how your car is driven, parked, kept secure, and made ready for your return. At Roncari, your car is as important to us as it is to you, so don't take any chances. From this window, I can clearly see my competitor's lot, and it just reinforces that what we do right.
Put your trust where it belongs. Roncari Express Valet Parking.
Log on to NBC30.com for the latest Pinpoint 30 forecast information you need to know to plan your day. Sponsored by Flonase. Ask your doctor for more information.
Start your day with NBC 30.
The latest overnight developments of Target Iraq.
Thank you. You are uniquely qualified to talk about prisoners of war. These are pictures, obviously, from 1967. You yourself were, there you are, taken out of the water, and then later in a hospital bed talking about your captivity. And now we see the current prisoners of war in Iraq, young, brave Americans doing their duty, and now in captivity of the Iraqi army. Talk about prisoners of war, what's going through their minds right now, and what can you say to them and to their families and to the country at large?
Well, it's a very tough time for them. It's a radical change in their lives. Obviously, their lives are in danger. And physical mistreatment is something they have to be concerned about. They're brave, they're courageous, they've been briefed, and they've been trained. They are soldiers. They're American fighting men and women. We are proud of them, and the important message that the Iraqis have to receive is if they are mistreated, then we will track them down and we will hold them responsible for any mistreatment that may have occurred or may occur. In the '91 war, Tim, they returned all but perhaps one of our prisoners. They were badly treated, particularly at first, not so badly treated later on, because they figured they weren't going to win. And so the message to the Iraqi government is, you are signatories to the Geneva Conventions for the treatment of prisoners of war. If you violate those agreements, we will track you down personally, the ones who are responsible all the way to the top. And I think that's the best assurance that we can give the families who now are deeply concerned.
Let me talk about the war. There was a sense that this would go quickly, and probably people were too optimistic going in it. Last September, these are some comments you made. I am very certain this military engagement will not be very difficult. I'd ask one question: what member of the Iraqi army is willing to die for Saddam Hussein when they know he's going to be taken out? So I don't think it's going to be nearly as difficult as some assume. Are you surprised that a lot of Iraqis are willing to die for Saddam Hussein?
Well, first of all, could I mention we're in the 11th day of this conflict, and because we're in real time, And I also, we have a tendency to go up and down as we get different bits of information. Our reporters who are embedded in American units are doing a marvelous job. It's fantastic. There are not any American troops embedded in the Medina division. We might get a little different view of things if there were, but our reporters are doing a great job. I believe that this conflict is still going to be relatively short. I believe we've achieved significant goals and successes. Should we have been surprised that this Gestapo of Saddam Hussein's has been as active as they have? Perhaps. We may have underestimated that. I'm sure it was in the scenario of the probabilities, but when we look at the overall success, it's been pretty significant. The battle is about to be joined within the next hours or days when we engage the Medina division. After that conflict is over, or that battle is over, then I think we'll have a much better handle on how short or long this war will be. We bombed Mr. Milosevic for 70 some days, so it was 40 some days bombing campaign in Gulf War I, and understandably, in real time, we do have a tendency to become impatient. I do too, but we're only 11 days in, and even though these forces have been harassing and have inflicted some casualties, tragically, our overall goals, I believe, have been met.
In the Persian Gulf War, as I mentioned to General Myers, we had 600,000 troops on the ground. Here we have 250,000, more coming. Was there an inadequate force sent initially? Was there too much emphasis placed on shock and awe and kind of a rapid dominance as opposed to more traditional, let's have overwhelming force on the ground?
First of all, the Iraqi military was measurably weaker than it was in 1991 because they never reconstituted themselves after the Persian Gulf War. Second of all, again, when I saw those bombs hit the first night and her initial reports that we might have taken out Saddam Hussein, I was happy, and I think every American was. And then we found out, now maybe we didn't. But I believe that the blitzkrieg, if you want to call it, or Patton-like maneuver of moving rapidly and leaving pockets of resistance behind, I think is an appropriate strategy. You always leave behind pockets of resistance. There's no doubt that we're going to win this conflict. The question is how long and at what cost? And I'm very pleased to see, as I know all of us are, that Americans, the public opinion of America is strong and steadfast in support of this conflict. And I think it'll remain that way. I think, could I just say one thing? I think they were outraged by what they saw of the treatment of those prisoners and those killed Americans. I think, I wish every American could watch. I wish your ratings were 100% to have watched the Iraqi ambassador this morning. I mean, that's the kind of people that we are dealing with. I mean, people who will kill innocent people, driving young boys out into trenches, shooting them, doing the things that they're doing. I'm sorry for making this long answer. I believe that these people have the same yearnings for freedom and democracy and independence and self-determination that every person on earth does. And once this Gestapo is off of their backs, then I think you will see great joy and pleasure that we were able to free them, and that will not come until they are sure that they don't have Saddam Hussein return again. Basra, we encouraged them to rise up, and Saddam Hussein came in and killed thousands of them.
Is there a concern that if the war is drawn out, that Saddam will point to humanitarian difficulties as the United States fall, and the Arab street will become more and more hostile to the U.S., and this notion that Iraq will become a democratic symbol that can be imitated will in fact not be the case?
I think to every objective observer, it's clear we're making gargantuan, gigantic efforts to get this humanitarian relief in, to put a water pipeline into Basra, to make sure that humanitarian aid is extended as quickly as possible. And the kind of attacks that are on Baghdad are so surgical in nature that it's still astounding to me. I don't know who hit the marketplace, but look at the number of bombs and weapons that have hit Baghdad, and yet even the Iraqis haven't said that there's wholesale civilian casualties. And one other point, our American fighting men and women are dying because of our adherence to human rights. I think that those 4 brave soldiers who were just killed by a suicide bomber, name me another army in the world that would behave in such a fashion they risk their own lives to save the lives of others in a way that I think is unique to America.
Several Republican senators crossed over and voted with the Democrats to reduce the president's tax cut. Do you believe the president, because of the war, should be asking Americans for more sacrifice and should hold off on any future tax cuts until we have a sense of the costs of the war and the state of our economy?
Yes, I do. I believe that until we find out the cost of this war and the reconstruction, that we should hold off on tax cuts. We may need a stimulus. We may need a stimulus to our economy. I don't know what it's going to be like after the war. I think we're going to see a short-term bump. I don't know how long it's going to be, but clearly we should hold off until we see what the cost of the war is, and so I hope we do that.
How can Americans be asked to contribute, to share the sacrifice of our men and women on the ground in Iraq?
We should expand AmeriCorps. We should expand the Peace Corps. We should encourage people to join in neighborhood and community volunteer organizations. We should implement a 15-month service in the military in return for $15,000 in educational benefits. We should ask Americans to serve their country, not only because of this war, but because of the ongoing war on terrorism. And Americans will respond. They want to be told more than just take a trip or spend money. And everywhere I go, Americans ask that same question of me. How can we better serve and win this war on terrorism? We should ask more of them. You'll be amazed at the response. AmeriCorps is a wonderful program. Peace Corps is a wonderful program. Volunteering in a myriad of community and neighborhood organizations, and perhaps ask for some additional financial sacrifices as well.
You think that's all doable?
I believe so. I believe so.
Before we go, Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, a former colleague of yours, died this week, and we're going to have a tribute to him in just a moment here on Meet the Press. What are your remembrances of Pat Moynihan?
Before I go that, could I just say again, keep our nerve here. Keep our nerve here. We're going to be all right. We're going to prevail. We will win, and it'll be the best, one of the best things that's happened to America and the world for a long time, because it'll reverberate throughout the Middle East. Daniel Patrick Moynihan was a lovely man. He had wit, he had grace, he had knowledge, and he had a lot of what I think is missing in America, in Washington today, and especially in the Congress. He was bipartisan. He was by nature a bipartisan man. He wanted to achieve a goal no matter who got the credit. And I wish we would, as we remember and cherish the memory of Daniel Patrick Moynihan, I wish we would emulate him a little more often.
Senator John McCain, thanks very much for your views. And we'll be right back with our Meet the Press Minute. The late Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan of New York, who died this week at age 76.
Meet the Press is sponsored by Morgan Stanley. One passion, one principle, one client at a time. And by GE, imagination at work.
My client's dream was to have the financial freedom to give up his big city medical practice for a small group of patients who needed him more in a place where doctors are all too scarce. So I embraced that dream with unwavering attention and made it my own. Because helping people realize dreams is what I do at Morgan Stanley, one client at a time.
Could you please locate the complete medical records of Stephen B. Smith in Midville, Indiana?
Imagine a digital command center where a patient's medical history can be summoned up in seconds. GE Medical Systems Information Technology. Delivering digital medical information how it's needed.
Everything's going to be okay.
Fast.
Could you please find the June 94 MRI of Tom Henry's liver?
GE, imagination at work.
Tomorrow at exactly 6:02 a.m., a cargo jet will fly through this airspace. At 7:42 a.m., a once-in-a-lifetime business deal will arrive in this office. At 2:06 p.m., 20,000 computer chips will leave this distribution center. At 3 p.m., a letter of credit worth 3 million euros will move across these lines. At 4:21 p.m., a shipment of soccer cleats will immediately clear customs. And at 7 p.m., the exact location of 300,000 packages will bounce off this satellite. Only one company in the world can tell you exactly when these things will happen. Because only one company in the world is synchronized enough to make them happen. UPS. Commerce. Synchronized.
Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan died Wednesday at age 76. He appeared on Meet the Press 31 times over an extraordinary 35-year career of public service. Let's watch.
One of the major conclusions you come to in your report is that the Negro family has deteriorated. Now, how is that generalization justified in view of the great growth of the Negro middle class?
Well, that's the important point. It seems to me that there are a great many Negro Americans, perhaps half the population, is securely in the middle class, doing very well, taking care of itself, needing no help from anybody, thank you very much. But the slums are also filling up with a lower class people, unemployed, ill-educated, ill-housed, for whom the cycle of no jobs and bad education and bad housing just reproduces itself in and takes its most poignant personal form in the great tragedy of the family lives of these men and women and of their children.
Senator, you've been critical of a number of the president's programs and timings of some others, like the delay in introducing welfare. And as a result, there have been some leaks out of the White House, particularly on the staff side, to the effect that the president and his top advisors don't like you and resent you. What do you think of those criticisms?
Well, I think what the president thinks, who said the other day that if he finds the SOB who's responsible, he'll find another job for him fast.
Has he fired him yet?
He hasn't found him.
Senator Moynihan, do we know who the terrorists are? Don't you have to know that before you can take any action?
Well, exactly. And you had better be putting a great deal more effort than we now make or have made. We have never made this a real part of the agenda of our foreign policy.
You're being very diplomatic here, Senator. Is the Cardinal off base?
Cardinals are never off base. I was taught that very early by the sisters. They are frequently ill-advised.
Is the energy tax a fight until death, or are you willing to compromise a little bit with Senator Bourne? Modify it a bit?
Fight until death over taxes? Oh, you know, women, country, God, things like that. Taxes? No.
Yes, he was witty, but also very noble, and always, always civil. He was so unique. The Almanac of American Politics said it best. Daniel Patrick Moynihan, the nation's best thinker among politicians since Lincoln, and its best politician among thinkers since Jefferson. He was the smartest man I ever met, the best professor I ever had. As he taught me so many times, the United States may not be a perfect democracy, but find me a better one. Be good to this American patriot, dear Lord. Love him as much as he loved this country and its people.
And for now, we say goodbye. We thank our party and the people of our state for a great run. Good night and thank you.
Could you please locate the complete medical records of Stephen B. Smith of Midville, Indiana? And please pay extremely close attention to retrieving the CT abdominal scan made on January 14th, 1984.
Imagine a digital information command center where a patient's medical history can be summoned up in seconds. GE Medical Systems Information Technology. Delivering digital medical information how it's needed.
A negative.
sensitive, allergic to penicillin.
Fast.
Everything's going to be okay.
Could you please find the June 94 MRI of Tom Henvey's liver?
GE, imagination at work.
At Pfizer, we search for medicines to improve life and for ways to ensure that every American has access to the medicines they need. Pfizer has had programs in place for the past 20 years, helping Americans without health insurance get our prescription medicines free. We've already helped millions of people in need. Because we firmly believe access to medicines shouldn't be limited by a limited income. Pfizer, life is our life's work.
So, anything I should know about since the last time we talked?
I'm thinking about buying out one of my competitors.
Trust for the grandchildren.
Jill and I are separating.
Remarrying. Giving some money to my alma mater.
And I'll be inheriting a pretty substantial sum.
Jerry?
Just thinking about where I'd be if I had to do this on my own.
Building wealth begins with a relationship, and our financial advisors know it. UBS Payne Weber.
What if we looked at the world as one giant farm field? In tomorrow's global food economy, every crop will grow where it grows best. And ADM can link farmers to almost any market in the world. It's a natural way to improve agricultural efficiency, make food more affordable, and feed a hungry world.
Can you hear me?
ADM, the nature of what's to come.
Start your day tomorrow and Today with Katie and Matt, then the NBC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw. Stay with NBC News and MSNBC for the very latest developments on the war in Iraq, all day and all night long. That's all for today. We'll be back next week. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Imagine a world where automobile painting robots would have absolutely nothing to do because of a revolutionary color-infused, scratch-resistant Lexan plastic that just might make automobile painting a thing of the past.
Attention all painting robots, please report to the crash dummy testing facility immediately.
GE Plastics. For us, it's never just another day in the factory. GE, imagination at work.
And now by the authority vested
So young. Naive. I bet they don't have a clue.
Or that insurance.
What insurance?
The one that pays you cash if you're sick and can't work.
What one's that?
The name is...
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
The impossible is what can't be done until someone does it. A frontier's what's undiscovered until someone explores it. That's why there's nobody else out here like the deepwater explorers of Kerr-McGee, building the world's first truss bar floating platforms that maximize production to fuel the American way of life. Nobody rules the deep water like the explorers of Kerr-McGee.
Okay, so it's true.
What's true?
Drug money funds terrorism.
It is true.
Okay.
Okay?
Look, let's say I buy some dope.
Let's say.
Hypothetical.
Let's say.
Now, how much of my money actually makes it to the bad guy's hands? A couple of bucks.
A few bucks.
A few bucks, that's it. Peanuts.
So what you're saying is it's okay to support terrorism a little.
Did I say that?
The Press is a presentation of NBC News. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
NBC, drama at its Sunday best.
I joined the Marines.
I can't believe you're not going to be here anymore.
An unforgettable American Dreams. Then all-new Law & Order Criminal Intent. A ruthless experiment.
They took his brain.
Wait till you see why.
You've got to be immortal.
Then all-new Boomtown. A mother and son both confess to murder, but the truth lies 20 years in the past.
I know you.
All-new quality drama. NBC tonight.
These faces are just some of the many children born too small and too soon. Prematurity is a bigger problem than most people think, affecting over 84 babies on average each week in Connecticut.
But thanks to March of Dimes funded initiatives, millions of babies have been saved from death or disability. Help us fight the rising problem of prematurity by signing up for March of Dimes Walk America.
It's Sunday, April 27th in a community near you. Call 1-800-446-WALK and sign up today. We have something for you to sign.
Oh, you're from the law offices of Marquis Salomone and Morelli.
Nobody said anything about not settling. Seriously.
24-hour updates of target Iraq. NBC 30 on air and online.
A lot of ground gain, but it's tough going in Iraq. Will this war take longer than anyone expected?
This is a special edition of The Chris Matthews Show.
Hi, I'm Chris Matthews. Welcome to this wartime edition of the show. This was the week that the expectations of the war met up with the on-the-ground reality. American troops fight their way deep in country towards Baghdad, but it is slow. It is tough. It's war. Let's go inside. Caddy K covers Washington for the British Broadcasting Corporation. Thomas Ricks writes about the military for the Washington Post. He broke the story this week that war could last months. Andrea Mitchell is NBC's chief foreign affairs correspondent, and Clarence Page is a columnist for the Chicago Tribune. Andrea, your feelings about watching this war?
It is tougher than they expected. Even the troops on the ground and their officers are telling reporters like Tom here that it is tougher than they expected. They did not game this. The CIA, already the blame game is going on. The CIA is putting out the word that they had 2 analyses in February which predicted that the Fedayeen would be active, that they would dress soldiers in civilian, that they would have RPGs, that they would have these pickup trucks. The problem they've had is that they move so quickly. They were so successful, and there are a lot of good things to be said about this operation in this very short amount of time, but that their supply lines are exposed. They've moved much faster than they could, than people expected, and that the supply lines were exposed to this rearguard action. They completely underestimated the lack of civilians greeting, the Shiite civilians greeting the troops in Basra in the south. So they didn't get that plus effect. They weren't able to decapitate the regime. I'm giving you the negative side. And while there are a lot of positives, they are sending these telegraphs from the front now back here to the political leaders, the civilians at the Pentagon. Let us have more boots on the ground and give us a pause here before we take on the Republican Guard so that we can protect our flanks.
Tom, you cover the military every day of the week. How's that square with you? Do you have a sense in your gut that this war wasn't planned right, that there was more opposition than we expected?
It was a good summary. The plan was a brilliant plan. It was brilliant, audacious, risky. Risk in military terms means sometimes you take casualties. And it succeeded in its basic impulse, which was to get to Baghdad as quickly as possible. But now they're kind of at plan B time. Okay, the blitz on Baghdad didn't work. It didn't shock and awe the leadership. And the notion that somehow you'd arrive at the gates of Baghdad and the regime would collapse didn't play out either. Air power delivered less than expected. Now, the response from the administration is, this is what people were saying a week or two into Afghanistan as well. The major difference here, as Andrea pointed out, is we have generals at the front on the record now with their names attached, photographed front page of the paper saying, time out, there are some problems here, this is not going as well as expected, and we need to recalibrate, replan, and actually take a pause and think through what we're doing.
So even in the hearts and minds of the military fighting men at the top, these guys feel that they were given the wrong plan.
I think they feel they were given a roll of the dice plan, and it was okay to roll the dice. Let's try it out. Now they're saying, though, to continue from here would be imprudent. And, okay, we found out that the opposition is somewhat different than expected. let's stop, let's get some more troops in here, let's get some reinforcements, let's consolidate our supply lines, and then proceed.
Kathy, I want to ask you this. One of the things that we're all talking about is this gut sense. This was supposed to be easy. That was what was your gut reaction as somebody from Britain? Because the Blitz didn't stop the Brits in 40. It doesn't seem to be stopping the Iraqis.
Well, don't you think that image of Tony Blair and George Bush having to stand up just 1 week into the war and drum it home that they were committed, that they were in this for the long haul, for me that said it all. I don't think they went into that summit thinking that they were going to have to reassure the public on both sides of the Atlantic that they were sticking this out just a week into the war. That was too soon to have it be reassuring people that they were there for the long haul.
Clarence.
Well, part of the problem is blowback from our own propaganda. I mean, the message was put out that it was going to be a cakewalk, partly as propaganda for the Iraqis to hear, and they were going to throw down their arms and give up. That didn't happen, but certainly Americans went into it, as you could see by the tracking polls. First couple of days, people, 78% said the war was going well. All of a sudden, POWs killed and wounded in action. Monday, it drops down to 38% overnight. Now, why is that? Obviously, the public misunderstood what war is all about.
It was like their first date, and it wasn't as much fun the second and third time. It was almost fickle, but let me just throw some positives out here, because nobody's hit them yet. We took away, we protected the oil fields from being destroyed down in the south, which happened last time. We protected Israel and other countries from being hit by Scuds by all the land we grabbed. Miraculously few civilian casualties in Baghdad, and we've suffered about 30 deaths so far on our side. That is a pretty good track record. You're the expert, Tom, isn't it?
It is, and that's actually one reason that the plan is still considered a pretty good one going in. But it's foolish to continue with the plan when it stops giving you those benefits. So they did collect a lot.
Let's take a look at the Secretary of Defense. Here's something he said going in.
What will follow will not be a repeat of any other conflict. It will be of a force and scope and scale that has been beyond what has been seen before.
Andrea, it seems to me the first thing that was miscalculated here by the planners, and I said all the good things about what's happened so far, I'm not knocking these guys, is we thought we'd have Turkey as an ally. We thought we'd have a two-front war. We got a one-front war.
Well, that is, I think, when the history of this war is written, however quickly we managed to win this war, because we're going to win this war. But no matter how it is written, Turkey will be a major miscalculation. We botched it politically and diplomatically and left the war planners without that second front. So Saddam Hussein did not have to disperse his troops throughout his country. He could focus on the south, and that is a major difference.
Kathy, how'd that fail? I mean, what about the fight? I mean, everybody said these are going to be like a paper tiger. These guys, these Iraqi guys are fighting.
Yeah, I think that Tony Blair was always more circumspect about how easy this was going to be. He never said this was going to be a cakewalk. And there is some sense in which the British military was never really bought into shock and awe the way the Pentagon bought into it. And that's because of our own history. We've fought a guerrilla-type war in Northern Ireland for the last few decades. And I think we estimated, and our intelligence was telling us, that this was certainly a possibility in Iraq as well.
Well, what is that lesson of the IRA fight?
That you can get brought in by small numbers of people using unconventional tactics, dressed in civilian clothes, block-to-block combat in hostile territory, and you can't just bomb them into submission. It wasn't going to work. And that's what we were worried, that we were relying too much on American intelligence, particularly radio sets of phone conversations saying, from Iraqi generals saying, of course, we'll surrender.
Clarence, were we trying to square a circle this war? We're trying to win the hearts of the minds of the people we're shooting at. It's not like in Vietnam, you were in Vietnam, it's not like we're trying to win the hearts and minds of the bystanders. We're shooting at a guy and say, oh, by the way, if we miss, will you be on our side?
Yeah, I was a Vietnam-era veteran. I want to clarify that. But nevertheless, I do remember well. I'm glad you mentioned the V word first, because one of the problems with Vietnam was mission creep. And we have several missions here. That planting the seeds of democracy is a recent mission. Regime change was one of the original ones. That sort of move does call for more direct military action, but we're concerned about rebuilding Iraq and Baghdad afterwards, so you don't want to destroy the infrastructure. It was interesting to see the bombs going off and the lights still stayed on.
There is more stomach for civilian casualties now, more political stomach for civilian casualties, particularly since those photographs here of American soldiers who've been captured, and in Britain of British soldiers who were killed. And I think that it's possible to take on more civilian casualties than perhaps we've been led to believe.
But we are also thinking about the diplomatic consequences in the Arab world, and you've got this clash of cultures, which they are trying to say is not really an underlying problem, but of course it is. And so while I think that you're absolutely right that there is more willingness to, let's say, reinterpret the rules of engagement and take on more civilian casualties. They really do not want to see the kinds of pictures that Saddam Hussein is still remarkably able to show, assuming he is still alive, that his regime is still able to show on their own television. It gets knocked out, it comes back up. They've got redundant systems, they've got parallel communication lines, and the propaganda message is something that we are not yet combating effectively.
Okay, let's talk about the future. We've just gone through the last week and a half of war. Tom, the military questions now before the Commander-in-Chief, President Bush, and I guess Tony Blair is his partner. Can we now go for a blitz of Baghdad and just say, well, go with what we got on the table. We got X much power over there. We're going to go for that city and knock them out, or wait a couple of weeks before we get the 4th Division in from Fort Hood and build up all our strength while clearing the rear? What's the options before the military this weekend? You could slice through the Republican Guard and drive to Baghdad. It wouldn't get you anything, and it might get you isolated and cut off. What would happen? Why would it be bad to just blow away the Republican Guard now with everything we have? I think that's probably what they're going to do. They're going to focus, though, on the Republican Guard, not to drive into Baghdad, but to work at the task at hand, the Republican Guard, and then 2 or 3 weeks out, when the 4th Infantry Division does get off the boat, then you reinforce and drive to Baghdad. But there's another big problem in Baghdad, because the stiffer the resistance, the more likely you're going to have fighting in Baghdad as well. How many troops remaining in the city once we knock out the Republican Guard in the outskirts? The estimate is around 15,000 really nasty special Republican Guard, special operations. These are like assassin-type people. They'll wait behind the buildings. Yep.
They're Saddam's people. They have absolutely nothing to lose. For them, it's like a kamikaze suicide bomb attempt.
Because it's either death by warfare or death by Nuremberg for these guys, right?
Exactly.
Let me ask you about this question of the President of the United States. Is there any chance that the politics of this war is going to shift the military practice right now? This shock and awe, I liked it because a lot of us liked it because it was a way to win the war quickly and to avoid killing a lot of civilians, which would kill us politically around that Arab world. Is there any reconsideration we ought to go to a more of a dastardly kind of approach instead of shock and awe, something like shake and bake? We're just going to burn everybody and win the war the grossest way.
Well, what the heck is shock and awe? I mean, war is shocking and awesome, you know. You just mentioned London during the Blitz. They were shocked and awed. They didn't give up, and they went through a hell of a lot more than Baghdad has had to go through so far. You know, seriously, you cannot necessarily win by air. Now, Kosovo rewrote that rule, but not entirely. Saddam wasn't sitting on his backside the last 10, 12 years. We can see that now. They've been preparing dirty tricks, disinformation. He probably videotaped himself in advance. He may be dead now or dead last week. We wouldn't know because of these constant announcements coming out. And that's the sort of thing that that has caused a lot of well, surprise, at least, if not shock and awe on our side.
Let me talk about another version of shock and awe, which is not the way it's been used. That is the surprising strength of the enemy. It's fight, as we say. Here's a quote from General Wallace. He's a big guy over there in that fight. Quote, "The enemy we're fighting is different from the one we'd war-gamed against." In other words, they weren't trained to fight the guerrilla. They weren't trained to fight the hard-fighting resistor.
That means your expectations and your plans had a hole in them. And also it means that the enemy was looking at your plans and saying, okay, how do I counter that? And I think there was an
They read our offense.
They read the offense and they figured out the holes in it. Yeah.
I think the military officials are determined to say the plan is not changing. We're sticking to our plan because it's a good plan. But clearly we're getting soldiers coming out, British soldiers, who are telling us we weren't told to expect any opposition. We were told that this was going to be easy.
A cakewalk, to use Ken Edelman's infelicitous phrase.
I think you've got too much influence in the lead up to the war from both the Iraqi exiles who were predisposed to say that people would lay down their arms because they hate Saddam so much, and also the misunderstanding of the Fedayeen and how terrorized people still would be. That is, you know, a fair defense of what
was the argument that it's going to be easy used to try to scare the Iraqis into surrender? Were we a victim of our own PR, our own propaganda?
I think to a degree that we were going to scare the Iraqis by saying, boo, we're here.
Right.
But also it was part of the selling of the war. I remember a general telling me, I said, you're against this. Why are you not more vocal? And he said, because, you know, 200 casualties in 3 weeks, we can take it. If it's more than that, I think you're going to see a lot stronger.
That's before he drank the Kool-Aid, right?
It was political and diplomatic. It was a way of trying to tell the UN, these people want to be liberated.
Okay. Yeah, we couldn't have
Victim
a huge
of our own
build-up.
PR, fortunately. Let's go back. We're going to talk when we come back about what the coming days of the war might look like. Stick with me.
The Chris Matthews Show is brought to you by The Document Company, Xerox. There's a new way to look at it.
If it didn't have so much style, it'd be just like any other midsize car. The L300 from Saturn.
Hi, I'm John Scherer, CEO and founder of Video Professor. You know, after teaching people how to operate their computers for over 15 years now, I'm amazed that there are still people that don't have computer skills, like Windows, word processing, the internet, and email. If you're looking for that new job, or maybe it's just balancing your budget, or even helping your kids with homework, these aren't handy skills to have, these are essential. If you're having trouble learning the computer, I'm going to help you out with a free learning lesson of your choice from Video Professor. Let me show you how simple this is. You put the CD in your CD drive. The lesson plays just like a video on your computer screen. The best part about this offer, this is free. You just pay a small shipping and handling, and I'll even refund that if you're not satisfied with my product. It's free, the risk is free, so what do you got to lose? Try my product.
To get your free computer learning CD, you must call now. Call 1-800-353-6618.
We'll be right back. Stick with us.
Tom, what would you do with an extra $100?
That's a lot of money. I could dream up a few things to do.
Well, this is no dream. You can save an extra $100 on your next purchase at Better Betting. It's as easy as logging on to NBC30.com and surfing for your chance to win. One winner every day will get a $100 Better Betting gift certificate. We've got Sealy, Simmons, and Stearns & Foster, to name a few of our top-of-the-line brands.
So log on now to surf and win.
With Better Betting and NBC30.com.
It's the sale you wait for at Colonial Toyota, the Toyota Source.
We'll sell it all. Our entire inventory, every car, truck, and van. Go get it all.
Sacrifice prices, low interest, savings beyond reason.
We'll sell it all. Go get it all.
Wall-to-wall South, 2003. Get 0% financing on every new Toyota. Get $25 in gas with a test drive. 03 Camry, $199 a month. 03 Corolla, $109 a month.
We'll sell it all. Go get it all.
Wall-to-wall South, 2003. At Colonial Toyota, the Toyota Source. Nobody buys Toyotas from the factory for less.
Rolling. Keep those movies rolling. Keep those movies rolling all night.
Welcome to Tommy K's. When you think movies, think Tommy K's.
You can rent.
Or you can buy DVDs and videos.
From the largest selection in the area.
You can even rent from one and return to another.
This is Tommy, and Tommy loves movies. That's why.
No one moves a map like Tommy K.
Good friends in the great outdoors. Your Chevy dealers can help you break out and enjoy both. Get the vehicle you want and make your money count. With GM Loyalty Cash, now GM owners get $3,000 total cash back on every 2003 Chevy Silverado. And non-GM owners get a total of $2,500 cash back. Spring is the time to break out and make your money count. Chevy drives Connecticut.
They got to know that they will be liberated and Saddam Hussein will be removed no matter how long it takes.
Andrea, the president looked very upset there. And this is just at the end of the week. Is he concerned that all the bad press or the questioning press, probably this kind of a program, is encouraging resistance by the Iraqis?
Yes, and I think he's frustrated at the criticism when it's only a week and a half in, and he feels that there have been a number of, obvious successes, such as the oil fields, and he's got a legitimate complaint that everyone is looking at the negative and not at the positive. He's also probably a little bit frustrated at his own war game.
Right.
And at...
Could that be the chief thing he's frustrated at?
I'm not
Tom?
a mind reader, but...
They've had a lot of bad blood over at the Pentagon between the Army and Rumsfeld, and it was never really dealt with. It was put aside, put aside. It's a bad way to go into a war.
Is it coming out now?
Came back in spades real fast.
The military men you pointed out in the last segment are very careful not to go on the record. They're not supposed to have any politics or any policy beyond their civilian leaders, right?
That's
right. But they're
right.
talking now. Why do they think they can get away with it with a guy like Rummy there?
Because they're allowed to talk about their professional obligations in wartime. And a field commander can say, I don't have what I need. I don't care what you say back in Washington. And they can't, politically, you can't remove a guy from position for saying that.
That was a really remarkable moment this week when you had a field commander say, this is not the enemy we war gamed against. That is astonishing.
Is that a career-ending quote?
Well, yeah, that's my question, because you know, to say that's astounding, especially this early in the war. To say that he was speaking the truth, evidently.
Except that Scott Wallace is highly regarded.
Let's talk about it. Give a thought
It
of that.
shows a real moral courage, and is also a shot across the bow of the political leaders.
And a sense of frustration.
Now everybody in America knows who General Wallace is, and if they fire him, they'll know why.
Is this a war plan designed by the commissars or by the military guys? Who designed this war?
It was a war plan.
The civilians or the uniform guys?
It had an unusual influence of the civilians, and that's going to be a major issue down the road.
Were the civilians ideologically driven or militarily driven?
Well, a part of it was the sense that you guys are old thinking the military. We have bold new ideas about how to do this, and they didn't give the military all the troops in the field that they'd originally asked for. Yeah, those troops were being moved around, they were planned, but there is no, right now, there is no armored reserve in Iraq.
Because Rumsfeld's plan is less boots on the ground and more drones in the sky.
That's right. Air power, technology, information. You don't need all those boots on the ground, because we can use helicopters and planes.
The rationale for this war, that everybody who supports the war, and that's most Americans support, is that Saddam Hussein is an evil man hated by his people. Did that intellectual rationale undercut the war planning, make us think he'd be easily toppled by his own people with their cheering section? Andrew?
Well, I think that we underestimated what was going to happen with the Shiites in the South. That while they hate Saddam Hussein, they really resent us as well. They've had 12 years of sanctions.
Well, why in hell didn't we remember what happened in the Iraqi-Iranian war when they fought the Iranians? They fought as Iraqis.
Because we were
why didn't we remember that?
We were analogizing it to the Gulf War when they were fighting for Kuwait, which was not their own homeland. You can't, you've got to factor nationalism into this.
And the Americans think that they're different. They think that they're a different kind of not invader. They think they're going in to liberate, that they're a different kind of liberators. But from the perspective of the long history of the Middle East, they are seen as just another invader, the way the British and French have been beforehand.
And the whole in this campaign is that in '91, the Shiites in the South rose up in the expectation that the Americans would come and help them out. And when I was talking to some Shiites recently, every one could take out of their pocket and show me photographs of family members killed.
It was like 100,000.
They need absolute
and they say
conviction
the
before they
Americans
do it
didn't
again.
come back then.
Yeah.
And why do we should we trust them now?
Pamphlets from the sky are not going to reassure them that this time we mean it.
Saddam, another commander in this field. What's Saddam's final plan? Has he got one for the next couple of weeks?
Final plan?
Yeah,
Well,
because he's only got a final plan.
We're seeing a lot of plans that we didn't know he had. You know, we talk about how he admires Stalin and Hitler. He also admired Ho Chi Minh, evidently, and other guerrilla fighters, and those who could at least put forth the appearance of a grassroots movement. These Fedayeen, maybe they're Gestapo, maybe they're the VC, whatever, they are a check as well on any dissenters, whether they are Shia or Kurd or whatever.
Bottom line is the military believed that this is going to be a longer war now, maybe a couple of months rather than a couple of weeks, Tom.
Absolutely. Longer, harder, tougher, bloodier. They believe they will prevail. They want people to know the cost going in.
And they want a lot more firepower in there right now.
They want a lot more troops, boots on the ground and armored
Any
vehicles.
chance of a conditional surrender where the president says, all right, I'm not going to kill that many people that we have to kill to get into Baghdad? Any deal making here? Is it all military now?
No deal making from the U.S. side. I think Saddam will try to posture when Baghdad is being attacked. There will be one last political
Go to the UN and ask
deal,
for an enforced peace.
And to the Arab League and the Saudis, whoever.
And the Allies won't listen.
And the Allies will say, it's too late.
It's too late.
We're past that.
So we're going to have a couple-month war facing us, and Americans and the British are going to win.
Blair's committed, Bush is committed.
They're both committed. Thank you all for joining us. I'll be right back to talk about something very powerful, fighting for your country. First, sad news this week, the death of Daniel Patrick Moynihan, the colorful, intellectual giant of the U.S. Senate. He was larger than life, a Runyon-esque character who would have been just as fascinating if New York hadn't elected him 4 times.
From NBC30.com.
Don't wait until April 15th. Log on now to NBC30.com for Taxation Central 2003, your guide to surviving tax season. We've got you covered, from tax forms to filing online to deductions you may not even know about. Important information to help you take the guesswork out of tax time. And see what steps you should be taking now to save next year. NBC30's Taxation Central 2003, brought to you by the Vanguard Group. Invest in our way of investing.
Rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep those movies rolling. Keep those movies rolling all night.
Welcome to Tommy K's. When you think movies, think Tommy K's.
You can rent
Or you can buy DVDs and videos.
from the largest selection in the area.
You can even rent from one and return to another.
This is Tommy, and Tommy loves movies. That's why
No one moves a mouth like Tommy
The quality shows on NBC 30 are brought to you in part by Daleen Flooring Carpet One. When it comes to flooring, nobody does it better.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go.
It's Toyota's nationwide spring sales event. See your Toyota dealer now.
Join NBC 30 and register for the American Heart Association's CPR Day on Saturday, April 5th by calling 1-877-242-4277.
We love getting your emails. Keep them coming.
The Chris Matthews Show is brought to you by The Document Company, Xerox. There's a new way to look at it.
Now, Skip developed an interesting habit at work last week, didn't you, Skip? All of a sudden, he has to print everything in color. I tell him, Skip, it's about the money. Even our white papers are in color.
Actually, Mr. Arnold, color isn't that expensive anymore. There's even an affordable color printer that's faster than 90% of the printers out there. Skip's ahead of the curve.
The New York Times. I like to think of this as a gift I give myself and my family every single day. Sure, you could say it's just a newspaper, and I suppose the Grand Canyon's just a hole in the ground.
Call now and get the New York Times delivered to your home every day for 50% off the regular home delivery price.
The New York Times brings the world into our house every day. It's not just that they cover the news so well, it's the way they surround a story, giving me so many different ways to understand what's going on.
I need to understand what's affecting our investments.
And what's happening on the web.
Call now for 8 weeks of the New York Times, including the amazing Sunday Times featuring arts and leisure, Sunday Styles, and the magazine, all for 50% off.
The world's moving pretty fast out there.
This definitely helps.
Call 1-800-357-4828 now and get the Times delivered to your home every day.
I'd like to start getting home delivery of the New York Times.
If it didn't have so much style, it'd be just like any other midsize car. Get a 2003 Saturn L Series Ion or View at 0% APR financing for 5 years. For restrictions, see your retailer.
Closed captioning provided by...
The Spring Savings Spectacular is going on now for a limited time at your hometown Brand Source store.
Brand Source, your neighborhood expert.
I refuse to knock the military planning that went into this war on Iraq. The goal was to limit the number of deaths and horror, and it still seems right and smart. How can we turn a country to our side in the global war against terrorism if we go in trying to kill everybody? And we shouldn't have been caught off guard that the Iraqis have so much fight in them. Sure, some may be fighting out of fear of execution from Saddam's thugs, but soldiers, good soldiers, fight for their country, their comrades, just to survive. It's patriotism when we're talking about our side, nationalism if we're talking about theirs. The soldier sits and waits in his position or charges ahead in his tank. He faces fear, the horror of getting hit badly, sometimes the arrival of death itself. Why would soldiers fight for a country led by someone like Saddam Hussein, for a life and a land held down and terrorized by such repression? Well, the fact is they do. They are. The Vietnamese defended not communism, but their country. The Russians fought for Mother Russia, not Stalin's Soviet Union. Maybe that's what we're seeing in parts of Iraq. Men fighting not for their leader, but for themselves, for the primitive but recognizable notion that they'd rather be ruled by a bad one of their own than by even the most high-minded of outsiders. If the people at the Pentagon didn't know this going in, if they didn't put good old nationalism into their high-tech war planning, they should have. Thanks for watching. See you next week.
People with a calling. Most serve 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks a year.
money for college. Protecting their community. In the Army National Guard, you can.
Now through Monday, Stephen Toyota in Bristol will discount every lease or sale price on every model Toyota, up to $7,000. 0% financing. New 2003 Corolla, $12,895. Camry, $16,995. Or 0 down at $249 a month. How about a Tacoma, 4Runner, Land Cruiser, Highlander, or RAV4? Unbelievable sale deals or lease deals. Love Toyota? Okay, try this alternative upside-down mystery special. A new 4x4, $14,995. That's a 4x4, $14,995. 0% financing. Now through Monday, get to Stephen Toyota and save hundreds, even thousands on sale prices or leases. Stephen Toyota, Route 6 Bristol.
Tom, what would you do with an extra $100?
That's a lot of money. I could dream up a few things to do.
Well, this is no dream. You can save an extra $100 on your next purchase at Better Betting. It's as easy as logging on to NBC30.com and surfing for your chance to win. One winner every day will get a $100 Better Betting gift certificate. We've got Sealy, Simmons, and Stearns & Foster, to name a few of our top-of-the-line brands.
So log on now to surf and win.
With Better Betting and NBC30.com.
NBC 30, bringing you live, local, late-breaking coverage of Target Iraq.
Good morning, and welcome to this week's edition of the Moore Motors Automotive Showcase. My name is Stephen Singley. I'm the sales manager at BMW North Haven. Every week we come on and we bring some of the world's finest automobiles straight into your living room. This week we would like to express all our support to our troops overseas.
In northern Kuwait, 15 soldiers were hurt when a pickup truck rammed into a group of soldiers at a post exchange at Camp Udari. Official sources say it appears this incident may have been the result of a personal dispute the Army is now investigating. An explosion rocked the headquarters for international peacekeepers in Afghanistan. An official there says a rocket slammed into the building in the capital city of Kabul. The building is right across the street from the U.S. Embassy. There are no reports of any injuries. And health officials say simple infection control precautions can help protect you from catching that mystery illness that's been affecting hundreds of people worldwide. The CDC says ordinary measures like washing your hands should kill the virus that causes SARS or severe acute respiratory syndrome. Coming up this hour here on CNN, was Washington too optimistic about taking on the Iraqis? We'll gauge the pulse of the American people. A reporter's diary from the battlefront. Our Walter Rogers on the Army's 3/7th Cavalry's fast-moving journey through Iraq. Plus, another hotspot in the Middle East, a terror blast claims casualties in Israel. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Candy Crowley in Washington. General Tommy Franks, the man in charge of carrying out the U.S. war plan, defended his strategy and tactics today in a briefing with reporters. Here in the U.S., his words were echoed by the Defense Secretary and the Joint Chiefs Chairman. Ahead this hour, the latest on coalition war planning, including a report from Central Command headquarters in Qatar. Also to come, my conversation with a unique group of Americans. Combat veterans turned Washington political leaders talk about the war memories they can't forget. And later, senior political analyst Bill Schneider joins me with new poll numbers on how Americans view this war and a look at the increased friction between the White House and the news media. Now for a look at the latest news on what's happening in and around the battlefront, we go to Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait. Wolf.
Thanks very much, Candy. It's been another night of heavy coalition bombings in and around the city of Baghdad. Explosions and anti-aircraft fire were visible all around the city. An area near the center of Baghdad ignited in a massive blaze that appeared to be fueled by oil. It's not clear what caused this particular fire that filled the city's skies with black smoke. Earlier today, here on CNN's Late Edition, the Joint Chiefs Chairman, General Richard Myers, told me U.S. aircraft continue to target Iraq's Republican Guard divisions just outside the Iraqi capital.
50% today. I think the number is over 50%.
of our air power will be directed at those divisions, particularly their artillery, short-range surface-to-surface missiles, anything that could potentially deliver chemical or biological weapons. And those air attacks are not just fixed-wing air attacks, they're also Apache helicopters, Army Apache helicopters, and Cobra helicopters from the Marine Corps will be working over these divisions.
Also today, this dramatic gun battle was captured on tape near Basra, where British forces reported the capture of 5 high-ranking Iraqi paramilitary leaders and a senior Iraqi official said to be a general. Coalition troops continue to move supplies and aid into Iraq's deep-water port, Qasr, and they're still working to distribute that aid to needy Iraqis in the region. A report now from ITN's Martin Geisler, who's embedded with British troops.
Just a few days ago, the town of Qasr was a battleground. Now, the war has moved on, leaving a desperate and angry population in its wake. The people here beg every passing car for water, but efforts are now being made to help them to help themselves.
Next, please.
These men are being hired to work at the town's port. Recruited by the British Army, they'll receive a decent wage by local standards, just over 60 pence per day. Over the last few days, the military have been going into the town of Qasr to recruit. Each time, they've been mobbed. These people are the lucky ones. They've been selected for jobs. The first and most important task here, building a bond of trust.
I'm trying to reassure them about that, we're here to stay until the job is complete. To make sure that they realise that, the regime that they've had will end in the future.
But that may take time. These youngsters told me they still fear the coalition troops will leave and Saddam's forces will come back. The army and the people here know a job is just the first step on the road to a new Iraq. Martin Geisler, ITV News, Qasr.
Some would suggest, Kenny, that the work in southern Iraq is only just beginning, let alone the rest of that huge country. I'll be back at the top of the hour, a full hour of the latest developments in the war in Iraq on Wolf Blitzer Reports. Until then, back to Candy in Washington. Thanks, Candy.
Thank you, Wolf. We will see you then. We need to go back to you, Wolf, now, I understand.
All right, Candy, we are just getting new pictures coming in, live cameras of Baghdad. We're seeing additional explosions coming in via Al Jazeera television cameras. We're putting them up right now. It looks like the bombing strikes are indeed continuing in and around the Iraqi capital. It's been going on like this now for hours tonight throughout the Iraqi capital, and we're getting these fresh pictures coming in via Al Jazeera. Heavy smoke coming in as well. We don't know if that's the result of bombing or more oil fires that have been spotted throughout the Iraqi capital tonight. Some speculation that some of those oil trenches have been ignited by the Iraqis themselves with the smoke, the black smoke hovering over Iraq. It supposedly makes it more difficult for U.S. warplanes to target various locations in and around the Iraqi capital, although U.S. military officials insist that smoke has no impact whatsoever on the precision-guided, satellite-guided bombs that they launch. They are basically impervious to that kind of smoke. In any case, what's been going on for the past several hours clearly is continuing right now in Baghdad. Anti-aircraft, artillery fire going up into the skies, more explosions, and yet more smoke hovering over the skies of Baghdad. Another rough night for the people of Baghdad. Candy?
Thanks, Wolf. We will see you again at the top of the hour. U.S. commanders say there will be no pauses or ceasefires on the ground in the invasion of Iraq, and they're denying reports that Pentagon leaders balked at the number of troops needed for the assault. We get more on today's CENTCOM briefing from CNN's Tom Mateer.
From the moment he walked into the room, it was obvious General Tommy Franks had a lot to get off his chest.
And where we stand today is not only acceptable in my view, it is truly remarkable.
General Franks denied that the U.S. invasion force had been caught short-handed. He said the reinforcements on their way are part of the original plan, not an emergency call-out. The most interesting assessment may have been about Iraqi President Saddam Hussein.
I don't know whether the leader of this regime is dead or alive. I don't know. Perhaps someone knows, but I don't know. I will say this. I have not seen credible evidence over the last period of days since we started this operation that this regime is being controlled from the top.
CENTCOM sources say the number of oil-filled trenches burning around Baghdad has increased dramatically, up from 19 to 50 now, spewing black smoke that CENTCOM officials say harms the environment but has little or no effect on the air campaign. A question that is frequently asked here was repeated on Sunday. How long is this war going to continue, and would it last into the summer?
One never knows how long a war will take. We don't know. But what we do know is that this coalition sees this regime gone at the end of that war.
A senior CENTCOM official also tells CNN that at least one Iraqi general captured in western Iraq is providing useful information to coalition forces. He led them to a weapons cache that included 26 surface-to-air missiles and 6 anti-aircraft weapons. That would mean there are now 2 Iraqi generals in coalition hands. Tom Intier, CNN at CENTCOM headquarters, Doha, Qatar.
We want to take you back now to some of these pictures we showed you earlier from Baghdad. They're coming via Al Jazeera, the Arab TV network, which says that what you are looking at and what we saw was one strike in the western part of the city. That is one strike tonight in the western part of Baghdad. Now, the battle for Baghdad may be one of the most high-tech in the history of warfare, but you may not know that the same technology that ensures coalition bombs hit their targets could be in your car. Information you don't want to miss, and it's coming up in less than 2 minutes.
So, you want to open a checking account?
Yes, but I don't want to pay for it.
Right. And you want online banking?
Right, if it's free.
And unlimited online bill paying?
I don't want to have to pay for that either.
No. So you want total security protection on your check card, free?
Look, I just don't think I should have to pay for any of it.
Neither do we.
Free checking plus with direct deposit from Bank of America. Higher standards.
If you're heading out there, I'll give you a tip. It's wild and it's far, and you're in for a trip. For just when you think it couldn't get rougher, the path goes crooked and the going gets tougher. But once you've traveled this far off the track, you won't settle for less, and there's no going back. The powerful Chevy Tahoe, like a rock.
Homeowners, what would you do to avoid the stress of qualifying for a home loan?
Anything!
AmeriQuest Mortgage understands why you hesitate, and that's why we've made getting a loan so easy. With 2 decades of experience, AmeriQuest has perfected the art of the no-stress home loan. To experience that for yourself, call AmeriQuest at 1-800-320-9672 or go to AmeriQuest.com. That's 1-800-320-9672. Call AmeriQuest, the company that knows you are more.
Because things are changing so fast, trust CNN. With more frontline reporters, experts who have been there, and the most experienced journalists. Because you need all the facts. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
You have heard a lot so far about precision-guided strikes in this war. That means coalition forces are using weapons, missiles, and bombs that don't rely on chance to hit their targets. Many of them use what's called GPS technology. CNN's Miles O'Brien is with a man who knows a lot about that, retired Navy Captain Alec Fraser. Gentlemen.
Thanks very much, Candy. GPS Global Positioning System. It's in the consumer market now. A lot of people just go hiking, have small GPS receivers, so it's not a concept that is unfamiliar to people now. But we will explain here a little bit with the help of Alec Fraser exactly how this comes to bear on the battlefield. It's worth pointing out back in '91, GPS was brand new and didn't have really full coverage over the battlefield in Iraq. I think at that time only 10% of the weapons were precision guided in total. It's just the opposite this go round, 90% precision guided. And well, let's explain how it works. Alec, the GPS constellation up there at about, I don't know, 10.
11,000 miles, 24 of them.
constantly circling where they're stationary while the globe rotates underneath it, but they're providing a signal, a time signal within 3 billionths of a second that's correct, and any person that has a receiver anywhere on the Earth, whether it's the lead Humvee or the 7th Cavalry or a cruise missile or a JDAM being dropped, can clue into that time signal and hit the right spot.
And ideally you want to have be able to see 4 of these satellites to triangulate your position, right?
Right, it'll give you latitude, longitude, and altitude at the same time.
Let me show you what's shown here. This is a theory, a scenario where there might be some sort of jamming caused by a GPS jammer in the center of Baghdad. It sends out that yellow signal you're seeing there. Would that in fact thwart a GPS-guided bomb? The U.S. military says no, that not only are the antennas tuned in such a way that it wouldn't be thwarted by that jamming capability, but also those bombs also have an internal gyroscope, a spinning top, if you will, which has the ability to navigate as well.
Right. As the bombs go in, they're given a latitude, longitude of where to hit. If for some reason they lose the signal, either an internal problem with the GPS or, you know, if perhaps there was jamming, but the antenna's in the back of the bomb, it's very doubtful that would happen. Then it goes to inertial system and still goes to the original position it was headed to.
All right. And jamming is a lot like you and I having a conversation and somebody trying to shout while we're doing it. In other words, trying to overpower the entire thing. Let's look at another scenario we put together here showing a B-2 stealth bomber, which in and of itself is guided by GPS, as we've depicted with these yellow lines, look like marionette strings there. Those are actually indicating GPS signals coming in. As it finds a target that it's pre-identified, it goes down and it drops a JDAM, as it's called. It in and of itself has its own capability of being guided in on GPS. The precision on these is tremendous, isn't it?
The precision is, as you could see in this video a second ago, is you can hit a tank in the middle of a desert from a plane that's dropped a bomb 30 miles away.
What, of course, the other type of precision weaponry that we know about are laser guided. In other words, somebody designates with a laser beam and that follows down to that designated site. Are those less used now that GPS is used so much?
I think we're using both. It depends on the aircraft that's in the air and the target, and whether the target is moving or not. If it's moving, the laser will give you a lot more accuracy.
Of course, we should point out this thing is not a panacea. If you find a target on the map and the target is wrong, as we witnessed during the Kosovo campaign, that Chinese embassy that was hit, right. It was precision guided, it just was in the wrong place.
Right, but it also lets you be able to hit a building that has military significance to it, but miss the hospital that's next door. So it provides a whole new way of doing warfare that we didn't have before in the 91, or at least not as much of it.
All right. Alec Fraser, retired Navy captain, thanks very much for guiding us through global positioning and how it comes to bear on the battlefield. Candy?
Thanks, Miles. U.S. combat veterans and the things they can't forget. My conversation with some Washington leaders who fought for their country just ahead. Also, the Senate Majority Leader travels to Fort Campbell and meets with families of those serving in the 101st Airborne.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. 2 Iraqi generals captured. Will they turn against Saddam Hussein? Christian Amanpour in Basra, where troops are trying to win over the Iraqi people with kindness. And one-on-one with Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff on Wolf Blitzer reports at 5 p.m. Eastern. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Hey, Bob. Hey. You get a new haircut?
No.
Hey, Bob. Hey. Did you lose weight?
Huh?
Your jacket, Bob?
Nope.
What's different? He finally asked his doctor about Viagra. Ready to ask your doctor about Viagra for the first time? Find out if a free sample is right for you. To learn more, visit Viagra.com.
Called the sitter, walked the dog, and I saw the doctor.
Ask your doctor and see the difference.
I've always talked fast.
Ooh, give me 55, come on, give me 55, I got 125, give me 125, come on,
But the chemo slowed me right down. For the first time in 30 years, I was too tired to work. Time to go, Charlie.
Are you or someone you love about to start chemotherapy? Call this number now to receive important information about Procrit. Procrit is for chemotherapy-related anemia in patients with most kinds of cancer. Procrit helps rebuild red blood cells lost during chemotherapy, and more red blood cells can mean more strength. Call now for helpful information on how to manage chemo side effects and how to find out if you could be anemic. Procrit is proven and safe. In studies, only diarrhea and edema occurred more often with Procrit than placebo. So talk to your doctor.
Okay, folks, I'm back.
Call now and learn how Procrit can help you get back the strength you need. Your strength for living.
Yeah, I got 2 speeds, fast and faster.
On the home front, Senate Majority Leader Bill Frist today traveled to Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Frist met with families of those serving with the Army's 101st Airborne based at Fort Campbell. Afterwards, the senator vowed the U.S. will win this war.
It's surprising that any human being can commit the offensives that Saddam Hussein is doing both now, but also has this long history of doing. But that's what we need to prevent. That's why this nexus of weapons of mass destruction, coupled with a mind like Saddam Hussein, who is actually harboring terrorists, needs to be stopped. And we will stop him, and we will win this war.
Senator,
For many people, the war in Iraq holds echoes of other battles in other wars. It's been decades since bullets and napalm rattled and burned the jungles of Vietnam. But for those who fought in that war and others, the images in Iraq are familiar. 9/11. Senator Daniel Inouye will be 79 this year. He was 18 when he went to war, one of the greatest generation. Sometimes at night, he sees the faces of the Germans he killed.
He couldn't speak English. He reached under his jacket and I thought to myself, oh, here he's going for a gun. I had no choice. His hand flew out. In his hands were photographs of his wife and kids.
It's been 50 years since the Korean War. 2 generations have read about it in history class. Congressman Charlie Rangel still sees it in his head. That first day he set foot on the Korean peninsula.
We only saw strange-looking people, dead for days, with animals dead, and it was as though you were walking through a cemetery where they had forgotten to bury the people.
3 decades have passed since the war in Vietnam. Senator Chuck Hagel still hears it.
The thing that, among other things, that always sticks with me is the whistle of bullets stripping jungles. When a machine gun opens up or an automatic weapon opens up in a jungle where there's great foliage, the whistle sounds and not just the rat-tat-tat from a gun, but what those bullets do to strip a jungle.
It's strange, the things they took from battle and carried 30, 40, 50 years into the future. What lingers for one of the most highly decorated pilots of Vietnam, the war's first ace, is a feeling of being helpless.
I remember watching an airplane, a forward air controller that was hit, and I saw his airplane and it's on fire, and you just say, get out of the airplane, get out of the airplane. It's like watching maybe a baby carriage going across a highway with traffic, and you know you can't get there in time.
Decorated for courage under fire, Homeland Security Secretary Tom Ridge still sees the poetry of nighttime over Vietnam.
Nights, if you had time to think about them and looked up at the stars, were beautiful. They're beautiful because there's no artificial illumination. You're out in absolutely the middle of nowhere. And so on a moonlit night, it's almost like dusk or dawn. That's how bright it is. And it's very quiet, sometimes eerily quiet.
Their stories, when you read them, are so different when they tell them. Charlie Rangel, his medal attests, led 40 men out from behind enemy lines in Korea.
While I had a compass and got a hold of a map, I didn't have the slightest idea where I was going. We were surrounded. And I would imagine that there were a lot of heroes that just went the wrong way. The wrong way.
It's the one thing they all carried into the decades past war, an appreciation not just of life, but of the randomness of death.
Just walk by the wall. You know, good soldiers who did everything they were trained to do well, but they didn't come home.
Bombs and missiles are creating some of the most dramatic images of the war in Iraq, but some of the more frightening combat encounters don't involve Iraqi troops at all, just the items they've left behind. That's coming up just ahead.
You ranked Saturn #1 in customer satisfaction with dealer service and #1 in sales satisfaction.
we'd like to return the favor.
Just an old-fashioned love song coming down.
Now get 0% APR financing for 5 full years on any 2003 Saturn. Come in soon. We can't wait to see you. Get a 2003 Saturn Ion L Series or View at 0% APR financing for 5 years. For restrictions, see your retailer.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Hundreds of movies, millions of emotions. Star Super PAC.
How you live says a lot about who you are, your decor, your architectural style. Your home reflects your personality. When you choose Marvin Windows and Doors, you get exactly what you want. The Marvin Window and Door Showcase at Branford Building Supplies has everything you'll need for your home project. Their professionals will guide you every step of the way. Marvin Windows and Doors, made for you. Visit the Marvin Showcase at Branford Building Supplies on Main Street in Branford.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
The 7th Marines are on a key mission in central Iraq. They're fanning out to villages and towns in the region to search for paramilitary groups that might attack the vital coalition supply lines. And they're also involved in another key, maybe tougher mission, trying to win over hearts and minds. CNN's Martin Savage is embedded with the 7th Marines.
The U.S. Marines here who have been involved for days trying to patrol and secure the supply lines that reach all the way back to northern Kuwait have now taken a much more proactive stance. Instead of just patrolling the highways, they are heading into the villages and towns in this region, trying to find out if there are any hideouts or headquarters for the paramilitary units that have been striking at the supply lines and striking at U.S. military forces. We rode along on one mission today, riding in the back of an armored personnel carrier. As these loud, rumbling APCs moved in on one side of the village before daylight, there were already Marines on foot, on place on the other side, prepared to catch anybody that might be fleeing from the other direction. When the Marines got into town, though, it wasn't a matter of just kicking down doors and looking for people. Instead, they took a much more subtle approach, trying to find the senior elder in the village, or the sheikh, to talk to him, realizing that he would be the senior person and probably the best in the know. They found him and had a long conversation with him. He put their minds not totally at ease, but did seem to satisfy them that he said the paramilitary units that have been active in this area had already left and had done so days ago. And then what had been search and destroy became a humanitarian mission because the villagers had their own problems. It seems Iraqi soldiers a number of days ago had shut off the water supply to their little town. As a result, many of the children were becoming ill drinking out of the ditches and culverts, the only place where they could find water. The Marine Corps now realized it had a new mission: get to the pumping station, get the water back on. And they know that it will go a long way in helping their effort here in Iraq, helping to get the hearts and minds of the average Iraqi people on their side. Martin Savage, CNN, Central Iraq.
Hello, I'm Sophia Choi in the CNN newsroom. Here's a quick check of the hour's major developments. The militant Islamic group, the Islamic Jihad, has claimed responsibility for today's suicide bombing in Netanya, Israel. At least 49 people were injured, 5 severely. The group also put out a leaflet which announced the arrival in Baghdad of what it called its first kamikaze brigade. A U.S. Marine helicopter crashed in southern Iraq today, killing 3 people and injuring 1. That word from the U.S. Central Command. The Pentagon says the crash of the UH-1 Huey helicopter appears to have been an accident and not the result of hostile fire. 2 recent attacks on U.S. service members do not appear to be related. A suicide attack at a checkpoint in Najaf killed 4 soldiers yesterday. Earlier today at the Army's Camp Udari, a civilian drove a truck into a line of U.S. service members outside of PX, injuring 15. Sources say the incident may have stemmed from a personal dispute. How safe is the water in the United States? A new assessment of America's water works should give Homeland Security officials a better idea. Information from various cities is due tomorrow. While there's been no real threat against U.S. water supplies, there is concern the nation's water systems could be used to carry out a chemical or biological attack on the U.S. Our coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now. $10 million. That's the number of landmines believed hidden in the dangerous landscape of Iraq. British military engineers are among those charged with the task of digging them up and clearing the way for advancing coalition forces. CNN's Richard Blystone says it's a job that requires skill, patience, and, as you may imagine, a very gentle touch.
Next one, PMR-3, a stake mine.
British Royal Engineers showing us at CNN Kuwait how not to fall prey to warfare's dirtiest trick, mines. The coalition says its forces aren't using mines now, but the engineers say there may be 10 million Iraqi-laid mines around Iraq. Mines newly planted and others left over from Iraq's 2 wars in the last quarter century. British engineers are charged with clearing living and working space in southern Iraq for troops, aid workers, and Iraqi civilians, and marking off danger areas with signs that look uncomfortably like grave markers. Not only mines, but unexploded munitions. They say 1 in every 5 bombs, bomblets, and artillery shells doesn't go off, and lies in wait, sometimes years, for the unwary or unlucky.
All you need to see is something.
This team will be showing people how to spot danger and stay away from it. And if you get caught in a minefield, how to get out in one piece.
After we've extracted, however long that may be, you're going to get civilian mine clearance teams to come in and clear the area, and that could take years. Absolutely.
Mines are expensive to clear but cheap to buy. Humanitarian organizations say there are 100 million of them planted around the world, and 9 out of 10 of the victims are civilians. This exercise tells you not only about mines, it tells you what a blessing it is to live in a place where you don't have to watch every day where you're putting your feet. Richard Blystone, CNN, Kuwait.
Just ahead, it's another day of protest in the U.S. and around the world. We'll check out some of the anti-war demonstrations and support the troop rallies.
Think all mortgage lenders are the same? Think again. At Ditech.com, there are 2 fast and easy ways to apply for a second mortgage 24 hours, 7 days a week. You can pick up the telephone and call our toll-free number or apply online at Ditech.com. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with Ditech's no closing cost option. Use the money to pay off credit card debt, whatever you want. Ditech.com. There is a difference. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
You need to manage your business anytime, anywhere. Gateway's new business notebooks featuring Intel Centrino mobile technology help you stay productive with wireless connectivity. Plus the freedom of having up to 8 hours of battery life. Now get 0% business financing for 24 months when you purchase Gateway 450 E-Series business notebooks. Gateway, business, government, education. Gateway 450 notebooks feature Intel Centrino mobile technology.
Introducing new America Online 8.0. With hundreds of new features, there's never been a better time to try it.
You've got mail.
With 8.0, I can customize my email.
AOL's new parental controls I can set up for each one of my children.
Now AOL searches are faster than ever with Google.
The customer service is free and it's 24 hours a day.
Call now and get 1,025 free hours for 45 days. There's no commitment and you don't even need a credit card.
America Online has so much more.
New AOL 8.0 with hundreds of new features. There's never been a better time to try it.
The U.S. war effort, specifically U.S. war planning, has come in for increased media scrutiny in recent days. The skepticism is not sitting well with members of the Bush administration. With me now for more on this and a little sample of public opinion is CNN's senior political analyst Bill Schneider. Bill, what's behind the sniping between the administration and the press?
Well, the press has been contrasting reports that U.S. forces are meeting tougher resistance than they expected, with earlier forecasts from some administration officials that U.S. forces might be welcomed as liberators, like what Vice President Dick Cheney said on Meet the Press on March 16th.
The read we get on the people of Iraq is there's no question but what they want to get rid of Saddam Hussein, and they will welcome as liberators the United States when we come to do that.
The administration is particularly irritated at the way the press went from the Persian Gulf model in the first couple of days, quick and easy, to the Vietnam War model when the thing started to get tough. Now here's what Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld said on Friday.
We have seen mood swings in the media from highs to lows to highs and back again, sometimes in a single 24-hour period.
The press claims they're just reporting what they're hearing from troops on the ground and from some Pentagon officials.
So, you know, while it's awfully interesting to us what the media thinks, what does the American public think? Do they feel misled by the Bush administration?
Well, in a way, Candy, they do. The CNN Time poll Thursday night asked people, was the U.S. government too optimistic in what it told the public was likely to happen in the war? And most Americans say, yes, it was. The White House insists it wasn't, but there were instances we just saw when Pentagon officials and the Vice President predicted a short, decisive conflict where the U.S. would be welcomed as liberators. Despite the upbeat talk from the White House, Americans are aware that this war is going to be longer and tougher than they originally believed or were led to believe. Now, what's striking is that realization has had no noticeable effect on public support for the war, which remains high at 70%. Why not? Here's one reason. In a CNN USA Today Gallup poll taken yesterday, 2/3 of Americans described the difficulties faced by U.S. troops in Iraq as minor setbacks, and another 11% said there were nothing to worry about, which means 3/4 of Americans think the problems the U.S. is facing in Iraq are no big deal. That is why people don't feel betrayed or misled by those optimistic forecasts.
One of the things I noticed in the polls before coming up here was just that people felt that they had a good feel for why this war was necessary. But it seems to me there are also signs pointing it really just comes down to one person.
Well, more and more, Candy, it actually does. The administration believes if the U.S. gets Saddam Hussein, the war will end quickly. The very first strike, the first night, was aimed at exactly doing that. Would Americans consider it a victory if the U.S. achieves most of its goals in Iraq, but it does not capture or kill Saddam Hussein? 62% say no, up from 54% last month. Americans want him. They want him what? They want him killed in Iraq, not captured and put on trial, not ousted, killed. Last week, a military spokesman said, this war is not about one man, but to the American public, more and more, it is.
Has shades of the beginning of the war over Afghanistan, the war on terrorism, when it became bin Laden. We'll see if it...
It was about bin Laden, and Americans said they wanted to get bin Laden. We didn't, not yet, and he's sort of a forgotten man right now.
Thanks, Bill. Senior political analyst Bill Schneider. The war in Iraq continues to stir anger in the United States and abroad, and protesters are still speaking out. A huge crowd took to the streets today in Jakarta, Indonesia, to rally against the war. They marched from the British Embassy to the American Embassy. Some estimates say up to 300,000 people took part in the Jakarta protest. Here in the United States, the voices of dissent are also speaking out. Anti-war protesters gathered today for a march and rally in Philadelphia, the birthplace of America's freedom. President Bush visits the Pennsylvania city tomorrow to talk about port security. While many Americans speak out against the war, others are showing up at rallies to show support for the country's troops. Rallies have been held across the state of Florida this weekend, including this one in Miami's Little Havana. Among those marching were Cuban exiles, Venezuelans, Dominicans, and other Latin Americans. Support the troop rallies also taking place this weekend in California. This rally was at Camp Pendleton, where many of the troops in the Persian Gulf region are based. For the second straight weekend, President Bush is tracking war developments, or was tracking war developments from the presidential retreat at Camp David, Maryland. CNN White House correspondent Dana Bash is standing by with more. Dana, what do we know about his activities up there this weekend?
Well, we know that we didn't see him this weekend. Last weekend, we got a photo released from the White House of the president meeting with his war council. Not this weekend. He did, in fact, have some consultations with his war council this past weekend, but he did it mostly by video conference. He has every kind of technology you can imagine up at Camp David, so he is connected with his top officials on national security matters, and he did consult with them, we are told, this weekend. But as you said, the president is back here, and it's sort of noteworthy. On this spring day, the president had to drive back to the White House because it snowed at the end of March in spring. But we are told that the president is sort of obviously going to be here today. He will be monitoring events, and he, as we heard this morning, let some of his top defense aides sort of have a go at it on all of the Sunday shows, talking up their message, and their message, of course, being one of patience, saying that the war is on track and that the American people need to understand that it's only been 11 days and it's much too early to write its history. That is what we've heard from the White House over the past week, and we will certainly continue to hear that in the days to come, Candy.
Dana, tell me about the trip tomorrow to Pennsylvania on port security. It seems to me it's a little off topic of the war, and we know the president's sort of the main spokesperson for getting out there and reassuring the American people. Will that be sort of a mixture of homeland and the war, or what do you expect?
It's likely to be a mixture of the homeland and the war. Of course, homeland security has been something that the White House leading up to this war had been very focused on, primarily because there had been a lot of fear, both because of intelligence reports and just because of sort of public fear that the war would sort of ignite some terrorist attacks on the homeland. Now, obviously, we haven't seen that yet, but the president is still focused on homeland issues. The White House tells us that he is still focused more broadly on domestic issues. And as you said, tomorrow he will be going to the Port of Philadelphia to talk about homeland security. But I'm told by a senior administration official that he is likely to talk about some broader domestic issues in the week ahead. We will likely see him like we did last week, but we should listen for some comments from him on the domestic agenda in addition to what's going on in Iraq.
CNN's Dana Bash at the White House out of the spring snowstorm. Thanks, Dana. They are often dusty, they don't get enough sleep, and they are always on the go. Yes, that describes the Marines, but when we return, an embedded journalist gives us his own spellbinding look at the war in Iraq from the front lines.
Applying for a second mortgage is fast and easy with Ditech.com.
One of the things that we liked about Ditech were the competitive rates and closing costs. In addition, we were able to take a second mortgage, which is very convenient.
If you need cash to consolidate bills or pay off high-interest credit cards, apply now for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option from Ditech.com.
I recommend Ditech to everyone. They're really nice people to work with.
Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
Whether you're on a straightaway or a twisted road, Kumho's always ready for the unexpected. Design technology. Kumho.
Introducing new America Online 8.0. With hundreds of new features, there's never been a better time to try it.
You've got mail.
With 8.0, I can customize my email.
AOL's new parental controls I can set up for each one of my children.
Now AOL searches are faster than ever with Google.
The customer service is free and it's 24 hours a day.
Call now and get 1,025 free hours for 45 days. There's no commitment and you don't even need a credit card.
America Online has so much more.
New AOL 8.0 with hundreds of new features. There's never been a better time to try it.
And now a report on comments made today by renowned war correspondent Peter Arnett. In an interview on Iraqi state TV, Arnett said his war reporting from Baghdad is helpful to Americans opposed to the war with Iraq. Arnett went on to tell Iraqi state TV that the U.S. war plan against Iraq has failed. Arnett, whose reporting from Iraq is seen on NBC news outlets, was interviewed on Iraqi TV by a man wearing an Iraqi army uniform.
It is clear that within the United States is growing challenge to President Bush about the conduct of the war and also opposition to the war. So our reports about civilian casualties here, about the resistance of the Iraqi forces, are going back to the United States. It helps those who oppose the war and who challenge the policy to develop their arguments. The first war plan has failed because of Iraqi resistance. Now they're trying to write another war plan.
Arnett in the interview also thanked the Iraqi government for the hospitality he said it has extended to international journalists in Baghdad. He did not mention that Iraqi officials have in recent days expelled several journalists, including CNN's Baghdad reporting team, and apparently imprisoned at least 2 other American journalists from Newsday. Arnett is a former CNN correspondent who is now employed by National Geographic Television, which is providing Arnett's Iraq reporting exclusively to NBC News. NBC News issued a statement supporting Arnett, saying that Arnett gave the interview to Iraqi TV as a professional courtesy and that his remarks were analytical in nature and were not intended to be anything more. A transcript of the entire Iraqi TV interview can be found on the CNN website at CNN.com. Unlike Vietnam and Korea, the war in Iraq is getting unprecedented coverage. Many of the best pictures are coming from journalists embedded with coalition troops. Even the first war in Iraq wasn't brought into American living rooms like this one is. CNN's Walter Rogers is embedded with the 3/7th and shares some scenes from his war diary.
The situation here appears to be increasingly tense. A few moments ago, out on the horizon, not very far ahead of the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, we heard more than a few explosions.
The U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry has compiled a rather extraordinary record in the past several days. It was the first unit to cross the Euphrates River and then punch northward to within 60 miles of Baghdad. It was the Army which assigned me to the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, and that was extremely fortuitous. It was like sitting in a poker game and drawing 4 aces, because this is a crack unit. It's the tip of the spear. We've had an absolutely terrific story pushing forward north towards Baghdad. 72 hours of that was under constant fire coming at us from both sides of the road.
We just heard an income. What the hell? No, I don't know what it is.
Recall Winston Churchill's old quote, "There's nothing so exhilarating as being shot at and missed." What you try to do is stay calm and continue your broadcasting. That the worst thing you can do, either as a soldier or as a war correspondent, is panic. We're hearing incoming. We're not sure what it is. We see some stuff in the sky. We may have to break this off. I think we're going to break off this live shot for the time being. We're not sure what we see up there. Goodbye. We've got to dive for vehicles, we think. See ya. Bye.
We have been under heavy fire for the past couple miles, mostly a small arms fire, but the sandstorm has enabled the Iraqis to come very close to the road. And if I sound a little nervous, it's because we're in a soft-skinned vehicle and everybody else is in armor.
We'd like to now show you what we call Old Betsy, a reused, a second-hand U.S. Army Humvee that we've been traveling with. Any bullet will pass through it, even a .22 caliber bullet. You can see our body armor draped on the door. This is what we've literally been living in. This is the kitchen when we're down, and we are very fortunate because we've got a teapot. That's my cubby hole. It's extraordinarily cramped because Paul Jordan sandbagged the floor in case we hit a mine. That's all the space I have to eat and sleep in.
You don't sleep. You really don't sleep out here. Of course, you're on an adrenaline high, but racing across the desert, you know that you're traveling toward the jaws of what could be a major military battle. You have to realize they've been riding along, bouncing along in these tanks for probably 6 or more hours now, and if you ride inside that tank, it is like riding in the bowels of a dragon. They roar, they screech.
The hardest part of the trip is personal discomfort. We cannot tell you the levels of personal discomfort we've experienced. The extraordinary sandstorms, the bitter cold nights. The most uncomfortable thing is having to sleep sitting up in a Humvee with sandbags under your feet, your knees at your chin. That's excruciatingly uncomfortable. Not something that you would wish on anybody but a contortionist. Let me give you an example of what the dust is like. Look at this tarp. We have been through days of dust like that.
The U.S. Army 7th Cavalry has just taken 3 Iraqi prisoners of war. Actually, they're very close, that is to say, no more than 40 yards away. But the dust and sand are blowing so badly, you're getting these vague images. It's like being in a blizzard, except unfortunately, the sand doesn't melt as the snow does.
What we eat is what the Army calls MREs, meals ready to eat, and I must say they're pretty darn good. And of course, everybody fights for the best ones. The treats are things like the M&Ms and some of the breakfast toasties. The Army's eating much, much better than the grandfathers of these soldiers did and the great-grandfathers of these soldiers in the Second World War. Let me hold the camera and show you my crew. On camera left is Charlie Miller. He's been our superb and intrepid cameraman. On my right is Jeff Barwise, the brilliant satellite engineer. That's the crew which really brings you these pictures.
The pictures you're seeing are absolutely phenomenal. These are live pictures of the 7th Cavalry racing across the desert. You've never seen battlefield pictures like these before. What you're watching here is truly historic television and journalism.
Walter Rogers with the 3/7. Just ahead, we'll have the latest on today's suicide bombing in Israel. A report from CNN's Kelly Wallace when we return.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. 2 Iraqi generals captured. Will they turn against Saddam Hussein? Christian Amanpour in Basra, where troops are trying to win over the Iraqi people with kindness. And one-on-one with Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff on Wolf Blitzer reports at 5 p.m. Eastern. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
See you down there.
Excuse me, is there a Bank of America ATM around here?
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them. Just around the corner at Field and Griffin. There's another one at the theater. Down there by the post office. Down 2 blocks. 9th and Main. Right by the deli. Rivers, there's one on Crescent. Another one right across the courtyard. You know what? Right across the block.
More ATMs where you need them.
There's one more, right?
From Bank of America. Higher standards.
The very best of Fleetwood Mac. Now, the best songs from one of the world's greatest bands on one incredible collection. The very best of Fleetwood Mac 2 CD collection features songs from 3 decades of their brilliant career. The very best of Fleetwood Mac is the ultimate collection.
The mayor of New York has the best job in the world.
Everybody just shut the hell up!
We are about to unleash the dogs of war. I'm now considered the biggest racist since George Wallace. If you like me, fine. And if you don't, I don't really give a damn. I'm gonna do this. We've been hit. We've been hit hard. Our city is still here. New York is going to be here forever.
James Woods is Rudy. Premieres tonight at 8, only on USA Network.
For more on the war in Iraq, log on to CNN.com. Get reports from the front lines.
Huge explosions.
And all the facts and features you need to track the war. Plus, sign up for breaking news alerts and be the first to know. Log on and stay informed at CNN.com.
We will be back later on the war in Iraq, but first we want to go somewhere else in the region to tell you that dozens of people were injured today in the first suicide bombing in Israel in 3 weeks. CNN's Kelly Wallace reports on today's attack in Netanya.
It had been very quiet inside Israel since the start of the U.S.-led war against Iraq. Many Israelis were fearing that quiet would come to an end, and it did on this day. Police say a suicide bomber blew himself up outside this cafe called the London Cafe earlier Sunday afternoon. We can show you some pictures from earlier Sunday. People here tell us the cafe was filled with people enjoying the spring weather. Many here, though, say they are relieved only one person dead, the suicide bomber. Dozens, though, injured, including some Israeli soldiers, because according to an eyewitness, he said many soldiers were here also enjoying the spring weather.
Then it was big bomb, and many soldiers here. 2 soldiers was down here, many blood, many people skip from here. Big paranoia.
There have been many terrorist attacks here in Netanya, including the deadliest suicide bombing ever in Israel almost exactly a year ago. March 27th at the Park Hotel during Passover, 29 people killed in that attack. As for this attack, the Palestinian militant group Islamic Jihad is claiming responsibility. According to a leaflet from the group obtained by CNN, the group says the attack was to show the union of Palestinians with the people of Iraq. The group is also claiming that Islamic Jihad militants are already inside Iraq to carry out attacks against U.S. and British forces. Israel has been on a heightened state of alert since the start of the U.S.-led war against Iraq. And now many Israelis fear they could see more attacks like the one they saw here today as the military campaign against Saddam Hussein continues. I'm Kelly Wallace, CNN, reporting from Netanya, Israel.
A baseball legend rallies the troops. Up next, pitching great Roger Clemens talks about his experiences meeting U.S. service members in Afghanistan and the Persian Gulf.
Puts you alongside the troops.
I'll tell you about the two main things that the strike fighters are dealing with.
There goes the plane taking off now. More reporters in the region to keep you informed. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
CNN Tonight. As the troops advance on Baghdad, Iraq resorts to suicide bombings. The latest from the front lines, only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
This month on Showtime, Behind the Red Door, a powerful Showtime original picture. Go behind the secrets, the lies, and the fear to discover the truth behind the Red Door. The places other networks won't go. Things they will never show. Limits they will never test. Daring to do great TV. Showtime, no limits.
Go with Comcast high-speed internet. It's fast, and it's the perfect way to enjoy everything the internet has to offer. From shopping to sharing videos, downloading music to online gaming. You name it. Comcast high-speed internet. Call now for this special offer. There's never been a better time to lose the wait.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
With the war in Iraq well into its second week, at home we try to carry on a normal life. For many Americans, pastime will provide a welcome relief from all the talk of war. But one major leaguer wants to keep the focus on the war to help keep the morale of the troops up. For him, the off-season was more than just training. Our Josie Karp sat down with New York Yankees pitcher Roger Clemens.
You had an opportunity to do something very unique this off-season, to go over to the Middle East. What was that experience like?
We saw 15,000, 20,000 troops, Afghanistan, Qatar, Kuwait, and then out into the sea. And I was tired when I got home, but I tried to keep my energy up and let those guys know we appreciate it. And if that means shaking hands or signing that many autographs, that's what we did. And just to have the opportunity to go over there in person to thank them, from all the guys in Major League Baseball, all Americans, to remind them why they were over there, especially now when people are doubting, our strength as a nation. I mean, it was incredible, their energy, their excitement about what they may have to do to protect us so I can go out here and throw a baseball.
In your profession, you're around a lot of 20-year-olds a lot of the time. How are the 20-year-olds that you met over there different from these 20-year-olds?
No contest. They're so much more mature. They run laps around the people here at home. I've seen the most mature 20, 21, 22-year-old men and women that I've ever ran into, and that were excited about their job and what they do, and makes what I do seem so minor. I saw some of them out there on the in the mid part of that ship on that deck, throwing these F-16s, these planes off this ship, and man, it was like clockwork. They got out there and they jumped. They probably pushed 6 or 7 planes off there in 3 minutes for us, and it was something I'll remember forever.
Is there any image or meeting any person that has really stuck with you since you've returned home?
I met a couple soldiers that really felt that if something happens, they're not going to come home, and if I would write their family, and it really busted me up a little bit. It shook me down. I told some of our reporters, I mean, it threw me back. I wasn't ready for that.
This year's baseball season officially kicks off tonight as last year's World Series champs, the Anaheim Angels, take on the Texas Rangers. That is it for now for this hour. I'm Candy Crowley in Washington. Thanks for joining me. Wolf Blitzer Report starts right now.
Fighting with firepower and food. Today, a tale of two cities.
We need the locals to be happy with the fact that we're here. That's our goal.
CNN's Christian Amanpour takes you to Qasr, where the troops work on winning over the people. And we'll take you to Basra, where winning by force leads to a colossal capture.
And one of them is an Iraqi general.
All this on day 11 of Operation Iraqi Freedom.
CNN Live this hour. Wolf Blitzer reports from Kuwait City. With correspondents from around the world, Wolf Blitzer reports starts now.
Baghdad bombed once again. Within the past hour, an Allied airstrike rocks the city. Here's a live look at Baghdad, which is bracing for yet more attacks. Here in Kuwait, there is calm in this city this hour. But at a coalition camp, a man in a truck catches U.S. soldiers off guard. Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting tonight live from Kuwait City. And we're continuing to monitor a developing story. A U.S. Marine helicopter crashes in southern Iraq. 3 Marines are dead, another is injured. U.S. Central Command is telling us the cause appears to be accidental. We'll get more on this story in just a few moments from CNN's senior Pentagon correspondent Jamie McIntyre. But first, to Sophia Choi in the CNN newsroom with the late-breaking developments.
Thanks, Wolf. Here are the headlines at this hour. Allied planes pounded Baghdad again today. At one point, 2 fires were burning east and south of downtown. The Al Arabiya television network said one of the fires was put out. The Al Jazeera network said one of the fires was an oil ditch blaze. Top U.S. military officials say they still do not know if Saddam Hussein is dead or alive. U.S. Joint Chiefs Chairman Richard Myers says it's curious that the Iraqi leader hasn't been seen on live television. However, Iraqi officials say that he is alive and in charge. British Marines fighting near Basra say they captured 5 high-ranking Iraqi paramilitary leaders and an Iraqi general today. The British also destroyed a television tower and a wall-sized concrete image of Saddam Hussein. In Afghanistan, a rocket hit the headquarters of the multinational peacekeeping force in the capital, Kabul, today. It apparently did not explode. There were no injuries. No one has claimed responsibility for this attack. Those are the headlines making news at this hour. Another update for you at the half hour now. Back to Wolf in Kuwait City.
And we begin in Baghdad, where it's been another night of massive explosions. CNN senior international correspondent Nick Robertson witnessed many of the airstrikes until he was expelled from the Iraqi capital. He joins us now live from Ruwaysha. That's in Jordan, right near
the ultimate sacrifice.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight Sunday.
Good evening, I'm Terry Moran. Day 12 of this war dawns in Iraq in a few hours, and the picture of the battle that has emerged so far is one of strong gains for U.S.-led forces and some serious challenges ahead. The gains can be seen on the map. U.S. forces are now pushing toward Baghdad on 3 fronts, according to General Tommy Franks, and they are within 60 miles of the city, facing entrenched Republican Guard divisions, which are being pounded from the air. One of the biggest immediate challenges, Basra, a city of 1.4 million people in the south of Iraq. There, British forces are carefully but persistently pushing forward in what could be a preview of coalition tactics in the coming battle for Baghdad. The British say they captured an Iraqi general, considered the highest-ranking Iraqi prisoner taken so far. And in Baghdad, the air war intensified, with one strike the U.S. says was directly aimed at the palace believed to be used by Saddam Hussein's son and presumed heir, Qusay. In the northern city of Mosul, airstrikes also increased, escalating U.S. efforts on the developing northern front. And at an airfield in south-central Iraq, some U.S. A-10 combat support aircraft are returning with unused bombs and rockets. And some pilots express frustration that U.S. concern for civilian casualties is forcing them to hold their fire, limiting their impact on the battlefield. And on this day, more U.S. losses. The Pentagon confirms that a UH-1 Huey helicopter crashed in a forward area of Iraq. 3 Marines are dead, 1 injured. We're told enemy fire was not involved. Qasr, the key port city in the south, is now in British hands, and Iraqis are being recruited to run it to help move in humanitarian aid. Meanwhile, British Royal Marines continue to clash with Iraqi paramilitaries outside of Basra, and some of the firefights there are fierce. ABC's John Donvan reports from southern Iraq.
From the air, Basra is shrouded in smoke. On the ground, it is seeing some of the most intense urban fighting of this war so far. Today, civilians were again caught out in the open after British troops entered to take the city. It was pure panic. Reports are that it is Saddam Hussein's forces deliberately firing on civilians. A camera attached to a tank turret, a British gun. But those flashes are coming from the Iraqi side. Outgunned, they have yet to surrender this fight, which only gets hotter when darkness comes. Daylight, and the British score a small symbolic victory, but Basra as a whole is not yet theirs. The problem is not knowing for sure who is the enemy. At checkpoints, while women and children can pass, men are delayed until the soldiers checking them are convinced they are not fighters trying to pass themselves off as civilians. Further south, in the one piece of Iraq the coalition controls almost completely, the port of Qasr, coalition forces were putting Iraqi men through a different kind of check today. They want to hire them to get the port back to work again. Most of these men worked here before the war. If humanitarian aid is going to flow through this port, and it has to if a crisis is to be avoided, they need these men to run the port. As for the Iraqi workers themselves, they need the jobs.
No bread.
And out of nowhere today, an unexpectedly warm moment. An American soldier born in Iraq, recognized in the group of men signing up for work, an old friend from Basra. Their paths had parted a long time ago. Well, despite that momentary, tonight, again, another very, very tense night in southern Iraq. And it's that tension that is keeping humanitarian aid from getting through to the Iraqi people. It's coming through in small amounts, but not in large amounts. And that's because the situation needs to calm down, and nobody knows when that's going to be. Terry?
Thank you, John. ABC's John Donvan in Qasr. Well, chaos and control coexist in Baghdad tonight, and a new picture of life in the Iraqi capital is emerging. Gunmen on every street corner. Iraq's Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz says the suicide bomber who killed 4 Americans yesterday is not a terrorist but a hero. And he says, expect more of them. Richard Engel is in Baghdad.
The bombings continue tonight against Baghdad. Flames could be seen from miles away. Earlier, I spoke with Iraq's Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz. He defended the use of suicide attackers, adding that Iraq has been bringing in would-be martyrs from the Muslim world to do them.
You know they're going to say that you're recruiting terrorists.
The question of terrorists, when you fight an invader, by whatever means available to you, you are not a terrorist. You are a hero.
But you're bringing these people from outside. You're
from outside or from inside, these people are heroes. They are freedom fighters against invaders, against colonialists, against imperialists.
Aziz said the first bombing yesterday was only the beginning.
There will be others, Iraqis, Arabs, maybe Muslims, yes. We welcome them.
Aziz said Iraq would consider a drawn-out war that exhausts the United States to be what he called a great victory.
The victory
would be removing you and your president and his 2 sons. Well, not you specifically.
The victory for Iraq is that they deter the invasion. When we succeed in crushing the invasion, that is the victory.
So how else can we end this war? Does Iraq see a solution?
We can end this war when the invaders withdraw totally, unconditionally from the Iraqi territory.
Nothing less?
Nothing less.
Until then, Saddam's Ba'ath Party fighters are now on every corner in Baghdad, waiting for a final battle in the city. Richard Engel, ABC News, Baghdad.
And tonight at this hour, as you can see in these live pictures, Baghdad is once again under attack. Abu Dhabi television is saying that that is the Ministry of Information that is hit and under fire there. Many international journalists had been working out of that building. They have since departed it. It is clearly yet another sign that the air war is continuing to try to take out the symbols and the institutions of the power of the Iraqi regime. Now, in Washington, there is contentious debate on a number of fronts, including the status of the campaign over there, and whether the Secretary of Defense has denied requests for more resources and more manpower before the start of the war. ABC's John McWethy is at the Pentagon for us. He has that, and including some serious signs of progress. John?
Terry, good evening. One big day in the air war today. Sources say more than 800 strike missions, dropping more than 1,200 bombs, one of the biggest days in the air war thus far. The focus is on those Republican Guard divisions that stand between U.S. forces and Baghdad.
Military sources say Army scouts on the ground are now probing Republican Guard divisions less than 50 miles from Baghdad. After days of fierce U.S. air attacks, officials believe these elite Iraqi units are now at less than half their fighting strength. Intelligence sources tell ABC News that so much of Iraqi secure communications has been destroyed that these units are now forced to talk openly on field radios about the damage they are suffering. But major U.S. action across a 100-mile front just south of Baghdad may still be days away. The Marines, for one, have struggled to pacify Nasiriyah, delaying their move north. Many troops are now just waiting.
It's pretty frustrating because it came down that we're going to be moving pretty quick, and all of a sudden now we're stopped. So we're pretty much guessing what's going on, thinking, you know, is everything fine, everything going okay?
General Tommy Franks today defended his war plan, saying he had the troops he needed, that progress so far had been, in his words, remarkable.
Lots remains to be done. The days ahead will see ups and downs, the ups and downs of war.
He was asked if fighting could drag on until summer or longer.
One never knows how long a war will take. We don't know.
Defense Secretary Rumsfeld came under fire today in articles accusing him of brushing aside senior officers who felt the force should have been bigger from the beginning.
What you're seeing is fiction. You're seeing second-guessers out there.
Pentagon sources say Rumsfeld did micromanage the flow of forces, irritating many senior officers who worried the troops were not getting there fast enough.
Another 100,000 troops are now in the pipeline, joining the nearly 300,000 troops in the region already. Officials are saying that is a substantial force by anyone's measure, but the critics are wondering, will the additional troops be there in time to make a difference? Unclear. Terry?
And that debate will go on. Thanks, John. ABC's John McWethy at the Pentagon. Well, that fight for Nasiriyah that John mentioned has been more difficult and deadly than might have been expected. Iraqi paramilitaries are making it very difficult indeed for U.S. troops to distinguish between soldiers and civilians, and they're making it a very dangerous battlefield for all. ABC's John Berman is with the Marines.
Marine attack helicopters have been pounding Iraqi militia positions across the Euphrates River for the last 24 hours, hitting them with machine gun fire and Hellfire missiles. These sites have been located in part with intelligence the Marines have gathered from prisoners of war and locals here. They think the militiamen are hiding out in the buildings there, and they've been hitting them relentlessly. Even with the attacks, there was a chance for a break today for some Marines. It was Sunday. That meant church services at the front. There was also a mail call today. Mail arrived with packages for the Marines. It included some food, cigarettes, and also some books if the Marines get a chance to read it all. There is also news to follow up on from yesterday. Yesterday, the Marines found vast stores of ammunition at a compound they raided. The ammunition included tank rounds, mortars, machine gun ammunition. It is simply too much to destroy in one place. The Marines are worried if they did so, they could destroy literally a large portion of the city. So they're going to take that ammunition piece by piece out into the desert and destroy it there, and hopefully keep everyone safe. John Berman, ABC News, with the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines in Nasiriyah.
ABC's Bob Woodruff has been traveling and living with the 5th Regiment, 1st Battalion of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force since before the war began. This past week, the unit took its first casualty.
Eternal Father, grant we pray.
The Marines of Delta Company, 1st Light Armored Reconnaissance, paid respects to their first casualty this weekend. While on patrol, Jesus Suarez del Solar stepped on an unexploded artillery shell and died in the helicopter on the way to the hospital.
He was a motivator. He was somebody who was always willing to do anything it took to get the job done. He loved his fellow Marines and sailors, and they loved him.
He was a husband and a father of a 1-year-old son, and one of the most well-liked Marines in the company.
One thing I would urge all of you to do is to send condolences to his wife and to his son, so that when his son grows up, he has something to refer to look back on, to see what kind of man, what kind of Marine that he was.
The kind of Marine he was could be seen on the very first day of the war. Just hours before the ground attack, Iraqi soldiers were spotted laying mines just across the border. So Jesus and his friend, Captain Chris Stoya, climbed a tower fully exposed to Iraqi guns and set up a sniper position at the very front of the U.S. forces.
Are you nervous being up here so high in the open?
No, not at all. But we are right here, right now, on Iraqi soil. We got to let his honor live on. We got to hold our heads up high, and we got to continue to march, continue to fight.
Bob Woodruff, ABC News, with the Marines in Iraq.
The casualty count at this hour, 49 Americans killed. 7 have been taken prisoners of war, and at least 18 are missing in action. And at this hour, that once again is Baghdad. What Abu Dhabi television is reporting is the remains of the Ministry of Information smoldering there. It has been a huge fire. Firefighters have been trying to put it out. That has been a target of U.S. and coalition air forces because of its symbolic value and also perhaps because of its military value. Many reporters had been working there. They have since left. We'll be back.
If you're heading out there, I'll give you a tip. It's wild and it's far, and you're in for a trip. For just when you think it couldn't get rougher, the path goes crooked and the going gets tougher. But once you've traveled this far off the track, you won't settle for less. And there's no going back. The powerful Chevy Tahoe, like a rock.
Introducing a new overnight laxative, Freelax. These have stimulants that can jolt your system and cause cramps.
Freelax is different.
It's stimulant-free and cramp-free. It's new, different, it's Freelax.
It works overnight and no cramps. Freelax.
Just a few more.
I should have used Preparation H.
Preparation H medicated wipes with aloe, the easy way to cleanse, cool, and soothe. Easier because they're 4 times bigger than Tux pads. Preparation H medicated wipes. Big relief.
Inside every can of Minwax is the secret to enhancing wood's natural beauty. Minwax rich wood stains and long-lasting protective finishes make it easy to turn any house into a beautiful home. Minwax makes and keeps wood beautiful.
Imagine combining the stain-fighting power of Efferdent and freshening power of Listerine. You'd get Efferdent Plus. It's extra fresh, and nothing gets your dentures cleaner. Efferdent Clean, Listerine Fresh. That's Efferdent Plus.
Do you suffer from dry, itchy skin? Now there's Sarna Anti-Itch Lotion. Winter is peak dry skin season, and dry skin can cause an itch that just won't stop. We call that winter itch. Sarna Lotion is specifically formulated to stop winter itch. Sarna contains special emollients to moisturize dry skin and 2 medications to provide prompt itch relief. Stop needless suffering this winter. Get Sarna, the #1 dermatologist-recommended itch relief medicine.
Sarna is available at CVS, Eckerd Drugs, and Rite Aid.
To the home front, the Detroit, Michigan area is home to the largest Iraqi-American community in the United States. 160,000 live there, and many are worried about relatives in their home country. Theirs is a precarious position. ABC's Barbara Pinto explains.
In the markets, cafes, and neighborhoods of this Detroit suburb, the distant war is too close to home.
My sisters live in Baghdad, my brother in Nasiriyah.
I'm from Al-Samawa.
Mickey Hassan has been trying to reach his sister in Baghdad for days.
I try every day. Last night too, I tried. Nothing.
The silence is taking its toll.
When the bombing happened to Al-Shala in Baghdad, there were about 15 civilians killed. It's very close to my wife's family, and for sure we don't know because there's no communications.
Which makes hunger for news of the war that much greater. Multiple satellite dishes sprout from every rooftop, delivering a steady diet of Al Jazeera and other Arab language stations.
Every day I listen to TV probably 10 hours.
Many here escaped Saddam Hussein years ago. While they are concerned about the war, they find the regime poses an even greater threat to their families.
If there's no war, they're gonna die. If there's war, they're gonna die. You know, they are in the middle. You die anyway, because the situation in Iraq is terrible.
Members of this community are not only worried about the safety of their relatives overseas in Iraq, but they are also insecure about their lives here in post-September 11th America.
Federal authorities here in Michigan are rounding up hundreds of illegal Iraqi immigrants. The FBI has plans to question hundreds more who are here legally.
This sends a clear message to the Arab Americans that they're very vulnerable.
For many who consider themselves Iraqi and American, that makes these days even more unsettling. Barbara Pinto, ABC News, Dearborn, Michigan.
And when we come back, African Americans, many of whom are balancing support for the troops with distaste for the war.
In the future, everyone's glasses will automatically adjust to changing light and block out harmful UV rays that can damage the eyes. But for those with transitions lenses, the future is already here. Ask your eye care professional, because the danger is real now, and so is the protection. Transitions.
Why make X-Lax your milk of magnesia? It has the mint flavor Philips users prefer. It's the only one that comes in chocolate and raspberry cream and guarantees relief by 8 a.m. or your money back. Gentle, cramp-free X-Lax milk of magnesia. The right choice. Agree or it's free.
The Strauss Potting Shed, where good hands go to get dirty. Check this out. When these marigolds were potted, they were the same size. Did this one get more sun? More water? No. The difference? This. Miracle Grow Potting Mix. Premium organic materials plus just the right amount of Miracle Grow plant food mixed in. Miracle Grow Potting Mix is so much richer than ordinary potting soil. Plants grow twice as big. Have you used Miracle Grow lately?
I'm at my mother's for dinner. She says, wasn't that chili unbelievable? I say, unbelievable. Where's the Alka-Seltzer?
Only Alka-Seltzer's effervescent power relieves indigestion and pain fast.
Get better relief. Get Alka-Seltzer.
They said it couldn't be done, that you couldn't grow fresh-tasting fruit and cereal together in a box. Here in the fields of Battle Creek, we said we could. So from the early buds of May, to when they're young on the vine, to when they're ripe with real strawberries and blueberries, sliced almonds and wheat flakes, we did it. We're working on a watermelon you can fit in a shoebox. That may take some time. New Kellogg's Fruit Harvest, ripe for the picking.
This year, 1 out of every 4 Americans will have a tax bill hanging over their head. Now you can have more time to pay it. You can delay paying until July 15th, free with our Easy Pay loan program.
Introducing a new overnight laxative, Freelax. These have stimulants that can jolt your system and cause cramps.
Freelax is different.
It's stimulant-free and cramp-free. It's new, different, it's Freelax.
It works overnight and no cramps. Freelax.
We're going to take a closer look now at African Americans and the war. Black Americans make up 20% of those serving in the military, a higher percentage than they do in the general population. But polls show that most of them do not support the war in Iraq. Here's ABC's Bob Jamieson.
It is a Sunday like no other in the 2 decades Howard Johnson has been pastor of Mobile's True Vine Missionary Baptist Church. The prayers and the tears this Sunday are for Pastor Johnson's son. Army PFC Howard Johnson II, 21, was killed a week ago during an ambush in Nasiriyah in a war his father didn't support.
I wish the best for those troopers. I support them 100%. But I'm not in agreement with the war.
An ABC News Washington Post poll finds that Reverend Johnson speaks for most African Americans. Their support for the war is just 35% and hasn't changed since January. But support from Americans overall jumped once the war began to 72%.
The American people are being asked to take a leap of faith about the timing and the necessity of this particular action. Given the distrust of this particular president, blacks are a lot less inclined to take that leap of faith than some other groups are.
It has added to the anguish over the loss of sons.
George Bush, take a good look at this, man, because you took my only son away from me.
Some see another reason.
It's a matter of them being more concerned about the issues of poverty, more concerned about getting drug dealers out of their communities than they are Saddam Hussein out of Iraq.
Whatever the reason, blacks are far less certain than other Americans about the wisdom of a war of choice against Iraq.
We lost our son to this war, which some of it I don't understand. And I don't feel it was necessary.
Howard Johnson comes home for the last time on Wednesday. The funeral is Saturday in his father's church. Bob Jamison, ABC News, New York.
When we come back, the images of war.
How old do you have to be to run away from home? 8? 68? Somewhere in between? What would you take with you? And where would you go if you could go anywhere? We have a lot of places to explore out there. The kind of places that require a map and a friend. There are over 4 million miles of roads in Alamo country, and with values like this, they're easy to explore. Alamo, the official rental car of the American vacation.
Oh, hold on, Sparky. My back is aching.
My shoulder is sore.
When you need relief, try Bear Back and Body. It's Bear Aspirin plus a special pain relief enhancer to work effectively at the site of tough pain. Bear Back and Body. Get moving again, pain-free.
Don't we need broccoli? I think I need a haircut.
Kids who can't wait to go on everyday errands?
How are we on gas?
Here's why. Bank One introduces Disney's Visa credit card. The new way to turn your everyday spending into magical Disney rewards. Disney's new Visa card.
You don't know what I had to do to get here.
Only from Bank One.
Grandpa, how come you're always chugging Metamucil?
So it won't get thick and gritty.
Mommy doesn't chug.
I found an easier way to take fiber. Beta-fiber. It never gets thick like Metamucil can. It's taste-free, too.
Smart mommy.
Beta-fiber. The choice is clear.
New Lemon Twist V8 juice has a light and refreshing squeeze of lemon. It's another delicious way to get your full serving of vegetables. In fact, sometimes it's the only way. Lemon Twist V8, a new way to drink smarter.
Wherever you go, whatever you go through, dry, scratchy, irritated eyes don't have to come with the territory. You've got Visine Tears. Whenever eyes get dry, scratchy, irritated, Visine Tears can soothe, moisturize, and protect like your own natural tears. And best of all, Visine Tears is safe to use as often as you need. Visine Tears relieves dry eyes like your own natural tears.
You have 30 seconds before you die. We have to do this.
Don't burn out on me. We'll catch this guy.
Best action, best suspense, best spy. You've got to watch ABC tonight. New Alias, new Dragnet tonight on ABC.
Recapping tonight's latest developments in the war with Iraq, a huge day in the air battle. More than 1,200 precision-guided bombs were dropped in 800 strike missions. And earlier tonight, as you see there was a major fire burning in Baghdad. Abu Dhabi television reported that was the Ministry of Information. And finally tonight, once again, the photos. Striking images illustrating how war affects the soldiers and the civilians. Here's ABC's Ned Potter.
A little girl gets a taste of war. A little boy gets a taste of war. It only began a week and a half ago. Too early to write history, we are told. But this is how people will remember history. Navy medics treat a wounded Marine. Navy medics treat a wounded Iraqi. A U.S. pilot just returned to the USS Kitty Hawk describes his bombing run to crewmates. The red shirts are the crewmates who loaded the bombs on his plane. A tribal chief comes to Baghdad for advice on how to fight the Americans. A young demonstrator in Spain. Another young demonstrator in Michigan. And back on the front, a soldier consults the Bible. It is too early to write history. Ned Potter, ABC News, New York.
That's our report. I'm Terry Moran in New York. ABC News will continue to bring you the latest on the war as events warrant. For all of us here, good night.
War with Iraq for 24 hours of news coverage in only 30 minutes. Turn to Peter Jennings and World News Tonight for the day's most vital breaking developments. Monday, 9/8 Central. This lawyer doesn't plan to be unfaithful to his wife, but things don't always go as planned.
Bobby, this is foreplay.
An all-new Practice, ABC Monday.
Dr. Jack Fong treats patients with primary immunodeficiency, or PI.
These children had a lot of infections. All the infection itself are more serious. And once the diagnosis is made, proper treatment will make a big difference in the life expectancy as well as lifestyle of these children. A child comes in sick, go home healthy. There's nothing more rewarding than that.
Sponsored by Bayer Biological Products and News Channel 8.
In this period of ever-increasing gasoline prices, Honda would like to proudly remind you that the Civic is one of the most fuel-efficient cars in its class. The Civic from Honda. Now you can get the 2003 Civic LX sedan for $159 a month for 48 months.
In Meriden, News Channel 8 is coverage you can count on.
Good evening, I'm Michael Eisner. During ordinary times, I would talk to you about the program you're about to see. But these are not ordinary times. So let me simply express on behalf of all of us at the Walt Disney Company that our thoughts go out to our fellow Americans who are sacrificing so much at this very moment on the battlefield.
We don't understand it.
Jeff Frank's plan is an excellent one. It was different. And I think a lot of people, all of the second guessers, seem to me to be people who haven't seen the plan for the most part, and who were expecting the normal approach.
In the current New Yorker magazine, investigative reporter Seymour Hersh says senior U.S. officers are complaining that Rumsfeld insisted on micromanaging the war's operational details and repeatedly overruled senior Pentagon planners who wanted a larger ground force in place before the war began. Rumsfeld and his top commanders vigorously deny that.
No, I did not request additional troops before the beginning of what you refer to as the ground war.
I don't agree with those assertions. I think people that are closest to this understand how it was developed and would understand that that's just not the way it was done.
The Washington Post also quoted more than a dozen current and former U.S. military officers as saying Rumsfeld and his aides took significant risks by adopting a plan that relied on a lighter, more maneuverable force to topple Saddam Hussein. That was also disputed by the top U.S. commander, who insists his war plan provided for the flexibility of both a light and heavy option.
The very best planning, I believe, military planning that can be done is military planning that assures ultimate success, but permits the possibility of early success.
The Pentagon insists all the talk of a pause in the ground war is also a misreading of the battlefield. Even while some U.S. troops rest and resupply, others, including Apache helicopter squadrons, are pressing the fight against frontline Republican Guard divisions south of Baghdad.
The toughest part of this is ahead of us. I mean, we're meeting their Republican Guard divisions, which are their best trained and best equipped divisions.
The Pentagon does admit the war is tougher than many anticipated, and some targets are proving tough to take out. For instance, so far the U.S. has been frustrated in its efforts to silence Iraqi television, which the Pentagon says is being used for command and control of military forces, and to convince the Iraqi people Saddam Hussein remains firmly in charge. The U.S. stepped up its aerial bombardment of Iraq Sunday, launching almost 800 strike missions against more than 200 targets. Sources say 60% of the missions were against 3 Republican Guard divisions dug in around Baghdad that may soon be attacked by U.S. ground forces. Jamie McIntyre, CNN, the Pentagon.
Well, you often hear about the Fedayeen as the forces that were most loyal to Saddam Hussein, determined to keep him in power no matter what. But the U.S. says that some Iraqis now in custody say their decision to fight had nothing to do with loyalty. They say it was all about survival. Here's Ryan Chilcote embedded with 101st Airborne.
Hooded and tagged, Iraqi prisoners are transferred from one group of American soldiers to another. At least 27 of them surrendering to a long-range artillery unit near the city of Najaf in central Iraq, telling soldiers from the 101st Airborne that they'd been forced to fight for Saddam Fedayeen, a paramilitary group loyal to President Saddam Hussein.
Fedayeen are trying to compel forcefully local civilians to fight for the Iraqis. Kind of what we suspected. These guys flew for their life other than fight U.S. forces.
A U.S. soldier uses a cheat sheet with Arabic phrases like, "be quiet." It is a strange mix of comfort and authority.
Part of just a security both for themselves and for us. So it's important to know that although it may look bad, they're being treated very, very well, actually. Each have their own bottles of water.
A small but important gesture. The Army's thinking is that the better the prisoners are treated, the better the chances that other Iraqis, having heard how these prisoners were treated, will also want to surrender. But for now, security is paramount and time is short. The Iraqis have since been transferred again, this time to the rear, where they will be questioned. Ryan Chilcote, CNN, with the 101st Airborne near Najaf, Iraq.
Ryan reports the reason the prisoners had bags over their heads was just a temporary security measure while they were being transferred from one unit to another. You were looking at a statement made by Dr. David Ferguson at Bethesda. Let's listen in.
Along with the markets, so we'll keep our eye on that right here. You keep your eye on us. Wolf Blitzer checks in right now. I'm Leon Harris in the CNN Center.
I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting today live from Kuwait City. It's Monday evening already here in the Persian Gulf, a day of historic airstrikes in and around Baghdad, and in the words of the U.S. Central Command, and I'm quoting now, difficulty and danger for the Iraqi Republican Guard. In the capital today, B-1, B-2, and B-52 bombers converged on the same area at the same time. That was a first in U.S. military history. Al Jazeera later aired footage of substantial damage to the Iraqi Information Ministry in Baghdad and a transmission site for Iraqi television. For the second time of the war so far, Iraqi TV was knocked off the air for several hours. When it came back up, it aired a video clip of Saddam Hussein, his 2 sons, and an assortment of military commanders. Among the reported targets of coalition airstrikes today was a Baghdad palace used by the Iraqi leader's younger son, Qusay. Clean water is flowing today in the southern Iraqi port of Qasr, while just up the road in Basra, British forces remain in a delicate standoff with so-called Iraqi irregulars. CNN's Christiane Amanpour has been there now for several days. She's joining us now live with an update. Christiane?
Well, Wolf, the British keep moving towards their aim, and that is to neutralize the resistance inside of Basra. They have now consolidated a position on the southeast of Basra, which they had taken after a pretty much all-day battle yesterday, Sunday, with Iraqi infantry and tanks. So they continue the military push, and they continue to try to win over the trust and confidence of the people with all the tools at their disposal. A mobile radio station in southern Iraq. British Army psychological warfare operations aim principally now at Basra.
My fellow soldiers, the Saddam Hussein regime is in its final days.
Frustrated by the lack of the expected uprising in the city, the British Army says they are now stepping up transmissions, hoping to turn the people and the tide of this war. There's Jennifer Lopez and other Western music for the youngsters, and traditional Arab music. And in between, there are these messages.
We have entered your country not as enemies of the Iraqi people.
We've got to control their information flow, what they're receiving. Firstly, primarily to stop what they're getting out of Baghdad.
There is also the ongoing leaflet drop over Basra. This is the most important message the British are trying to sell right now. This is the entrance to the city of Basra, and the British admit they don't know the effect their psyops are having inside the city. They admit they're shooting a little blind right now, and they acknowledge that Saddam Hussein has a highly accomplished propaganda machine. And it still works well. The regime continues to inspire such terror that these people leaving the city didn't want to talk on camera. But many say they do get the leaflets and the radio messages, but they say what they need is food, water, and respite from the bombing. Some told us Saddam's party loyalists still control the city. With the firefights echoing in their ears, some told us they and everyone they know wants to see Saddam gone, but until then, they'll remain silent. Al Jazeera Arab television sends out pictures of the wounded in Basra's hospital, and people told us that civilians are being hurt in the artillery and tank duels between the British and Iraqi forces inside. The British want to deliver humanitarian aid to Basra to improve their chances of winning people's confidence. But so far, they're having to settle for the towns that they've already secured on the outskirts. Now, one of the other towns that they've started to bring water to is Qasr, which was essentially the first town in the south, that port town, which was secured. But there's still a little bit of confusion over exactly how that water is being delivered to the people. This is fresh drinking water. Some confusion over whether the people are meant to pay or not. And there's confusion between the American Military Civil Affairs Unit, who's hiring the tanker drivers and the tankers to take the water, and the British, who are controlling that area of operation and who bought the pipeline to flow in that part of southern Iraq. And there's a lot of confusion right now for the people as to whether they're meant to pay or not. Of course, they don't want to pay. Wolf?
Christian, is it fair to say that the British troops, the British Royal Marines, the others, are basically in charge of this whole southern part of Iraq around Qasr, Basra, this area, while the U.S. troops move further north, taking charge of the eventual assault on Baghdad?
Yes, in fact, that's been the plan all along. First of all, the British and the Americans were jointly responsible for taking Qasr. In fact, at that time, the Americans were under the command of the Royal Marine commander of that brigade who took Qasr. So that was a joint operation. But then, of course, in the several days that followed, the Americans started to peel off and take off to the west and north to go and join the American push towards Basra. But at the moment, in Qasr, there are also Americans there, mainly civil affairs units from the army, to deal with the kind of humanitarian situation that's required, for instance, the water.
Christian Amanpour in southern Iraq. Thanks, Christian, very much for that report. Meanwhile, coalition forces are using various strategies to try and fight Iraqi troop resistance. One is psychological. U.S. Special Forces let CNN correspondent Mike Betcher join them on a night mission around Basra as they put that strategy to work. Mike's joining us now by phone. Mike, tell us what's going on your front.
Well, as I look out, the lights of Basra are twinkling. They're still on. It's a very, very dark night and also eerily quiet. Usually this time of night we hear artillery volleys. Now, before dusk, there were several volleys of rocket-assisted artillery fired by the British to the north of Basra. We are told those are fired at Iraqi positions in that area, and it went on for quite some time. The noise was deafening. But in this area where we are now...
The sun sets over Basra, and the temperature cools. The war heats up. Or does it? U.S. Special Operations Forces consider themselves a force multiplier, and tonight they will literally be. Their strategy: add one Special Operations Humvee with a loudspeaker mounted on top to one British tank and 4 armored vehicles. And suddenly, this tiny force sounds like an invading division. It is called Psychological Operations, or PSYOPs, part of the U.S. Special Forces repertoire. Their speaker blares the music of disinformation and confusion, broadcast at ear-splitting decibels. The audio tape of recorded tank sounds plays for more than an hour, a show meant for the ears of Iraqi forces in Basra, a short distance away. Adding to the realism, flares are fired to illuminate Iraqi positions. British tanks fire occasional rounds at Iraqi targets. The man orchestrating the racket, a 50-year-old Special Operations veteran who calls this war his last rodeo, turns the speaker in several directions to add to the illusion of a massive frontal attack. Occasionally, Iraqi combatants fire back with mortars, machine guns, and artillery. The coalition hopes this grand deception will force the Iraqis to move troops where they don't need to be moved, make them look where they don't need to look. Around Basra, the battlefield has become a true twilight zone, where fact and fiction are indistinguishable in the inky blackness of a moonless night.
That video was shot by cameraman David Rust. We were invited on that mission by U.S. Special Operations. There are several missions, some of them secret, that continue during the night. That's where most of the activity occurs. But during the daytime, the battle still continues for the hearts and minds. Civil affairs units of Special Operations Forces still go out, still try to feed targeted villages that they can get to, and also planning to bring in more food, more humanitarian assistance. Wolf?
Mike, when most people hear about Special Operations Forces, they think of guys who go out there in the still of night commandos, do these kinds of daring missions. They don't necessarily think of psychological operations, PSYOPs as it's called, the psychological warfare. But this does indeed represent a significant portion of the mission of Special Operations Forces, as you've just demonstrated. Do you have a sense of how do they divide these various responsibilities?
Well, the Special Operations Forces have several different commands in them. One is PSYOPs, one is Civil Affairs, the other is Special Forces, and all of these various parts of Special Operations work together. If you talk to the actual Special Forces, the Green Berets, what the PSYOPs people are doing helps them in performing their missions at night. Also, what the Civil Affairs teams of Special Operations are doing, going into these villages and trying to win the hearts and minds of the people, help the Special Forces, Green Berets, go into an area where they are swimming in a sea of favorable opinion. So it all works together, and it is quite amazing to watch. And we plan on telling you several more aspects of this. Never before has anyone been allowed to witness Special Operations in war to this extent, and we plan on showing you much, much more.
And is it your sense as well, Mike, that they have enough linguists, Arabic speakers with them that can help them do the job?
They have Arabic speakers with them. They could use more, but right now they have enough that they are able to conduct their operations. It is one aspect of this entire operation and operations before in Afghanistan where there have been weaknesses. There have been great attempts to recruit people, to send people to schools to learn Arabic, which is a very difficult language to learn, I'll tell you firsthand. And there still aren't enough, but right now at the location I am on the outskirts of Basra, they do have enough to perform their mission.
And finally, before I let you go, Mike, what about Iraqi opposition forces? Are they joining with these special operation forces in helping them?
That is one aspect that we haven't yet witnessed. I'm not saying it has not occurred, but I would assume that would be one of the most secret aspects of special operations. And we have not seen that. I know that contact has been made. For example, 2 days ago, we went along with the Civil Affairs Unit of Special Operations and SF Green Berets to a village to deliver food. I know that beforehand contact was made with the cleric of the mosque of that village. So there is a lot of contact. That's one of the main functions going on right now. And this is truly, around Basra, this is truly an unconventional war in this area, and it is a war that Special Operations is tailor-made for.
CNN's Mike Betcher, embedded with U.S. Special Operations Forces now well in Iraq somewhere. Be careful over there. Mike, thanks very much for that solid report. Let's check in now with another one of our embedded reporters. Gary Tuckman is at an air base near the Iraqi border. Gary, it's this time of night, just after dark, just shortly after 8 p.m. here in the Persian Gulf. It's at a time when we often see, almost every night, a lot of airstrikes. I assume pilots, crews are getting ready where you are.
Well, for the 11th night in a row, the pace here is very intense. We know that the ground war has been very fierce, but the air war has been absolutely no contest. Between 16,000 and 18,000 sorties have now flown over Iraq. Iraq, according to Air Force officials here, according to the pilots we've talked to, has put nothing in the sky except some artillery, which is all missed. Most of the pilots who are here, the men and the women, fly at least one mission each and every day. A short time ago, we talked with a pilot who's flown 5 missions in the last 48 hours alone.
Yesterday was pretty awesome for the A-10s. There was about 6 A-10s up north of Basra working almost all day during the daylight, and we found a bunch of armor out in the open and killed quite a lot of tanks, APCs, vehicles, trucks that were all in revetment.
The weather conditions continue to be perfect. We look in the sky right now, we see hundreds of stars, and we see no moon. And that no moon makes it easier for the pilots. Wolf, back to you.
And what about the notion that the heat is it's getting a little warmer here now, especially during the daytime hours? Is that a factor whatsoever for these pilots?
Well, as you can see right now, there's a plane just pulling out. So I want to give you a look at that, Wolf. But you're right, it is getting a little warmer, but it's still not oppressively hot. As a matter of fact, we are right near the border of Iraq right now, and I can tell you that at night it has stayed relatively cool. So the weather is not a big problem yet. However, if this continues weeks and weeks, by the end of April, it starts getting oppressively hot. Wolf, back to you.
Gary Tuckman, we're all going to become weather forecasters when this war is over. Thanks for that report. CNN crews south of Baghdad tell us coalition ground forces are trying to draw Iraqi Republican Guard units away from civilian populations while the ground units try to draw the Allied forces in. It's all happening barely 50-odd miles from the Iraqi capital. Embedded with the 3rd Squadron, 7th U.S. Cavalry is CNN's Walter Rogers.
Across the horizon behind me, there's a thick ribbon of black smoke. That attests to some of the heavy fighting just to the northeast of us, where the U.S. Army's 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division is trying to take an objective which is now being strongly resisted by the Iraqis. Closer to us along the horizon over there, The U.S. Army 7th Cavalry is fanned out on the outskirts of an Iraqi city about 50 miles south of Baghdad. The 7th Cavalry has had some artillery fired at it from the Iraqis, which they've taken sanctuary inside the city. They have, according to Army sources, set up artillery pieces in the sanctuary of a city and have been firing outward. They also say that the Iraqis have set up surface-to-air missiles. The U.S. Army has heavy air cover above, but because the Iraqis have sought refuge in a city, the Navy's F-14 Tomcats and the F-15 Eagles of the Air Force are not firing on the Iraqi positions inside the city. Again, we have this situation where the Iraqis are daring the United States Army to attack the city just off to our east, northeast of us. The Iraqis are saying, come on in, we'll teach you what fighting's about. That's because it would be extraordinarily bloody street fighting if the Army took the bait. The Army, on the other hand, is offering the bait to the Iraqis, saying, we're out here in the desert, come on out and fight. The Iraqis have learned from a bitter experience around An-Najaf about a week ago that whenever they come out of their entrenched positions in the cities, the Air Force pounds them. So it's a bit of a stalemate at this point, but there is anything but a pause in the action, judging by the artillery pounding we're hearing just to the east-northeast of us from the Army 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division. Walter Rogers, CNN, with the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry, about 50 miles southwest of Baghdad.
Let's get some more now on the strategy of one side trying to bait the other. CNN military analyst, retired Major General Don Shepard, is in the CNN newsroom in Atlanta with our own Renee San Miguel. Renee?
Wolf, it is indeed a very high-stakes game of I Dare You going on there near Hilal between the 7th Cavalry and the Republican Guard units there. General Shepard joins us to talk more about these strategies. And what we're really talking about here is close air support, because if the coalition can get the Guard to come out of Hilal, you've got some very dangerous vehicles waiting for them.
Yeah, we're talking about tactics here, Renee. Basically, each side wants to fight to its own advantage. The Republican Guard knows if it comes out in the desert in the open, it will be decimated by coalition air power. And also the coalition knows that if they go inside the cities, they're playing to the advantage of the Republican Guard. So the whole idea is to use interdiction beyond the area where the coalition air power is employed close to the United States and coalition forces. If you get close to U.S. and coalition forces, you need a forward air controller, and that's called close air support. But the idea is to weaken the Republican Guard divisions as much as possible with air power and play on the strength of the coalition, which is open warfare as opposed to going into the cities, Renee.
And on the other side of the conflict here, the Medina division. Tell me a little bit about them. They've been hit pretty hard here in the last few days.
Yeah, they have been hit very hard, and the estimates are out that they are 50% effective. You have to put your tongue in cheek on these type of things. The only time you know is when you go into combat against them. Reportedly, by estimates, if a division is down by 35%, in other words, you've reduced their effectiveness by 35%, they are combat ineffective. On the other hand, they can reinforce and bring new equipment and new people in, and therefore you want to be very careful about believing these estimates based upon bomb damage assessment. You send out screening forces on the ground, and then when you decide it's time to go into combat, you go in with your artillery, with your rockets, with your helicopters, with close air support, and overwhelming force, hopefully, at the point of contact, Renee.
And one of those helicopters is the Apache Longbow. Talk a little bit about that and how efficient a fighting machine this is.
It is a great fighting machine. Now, we had an interesting thing early on in this conflict in which the Apache helicopter is designed to be used not just by itself, but also supported by artillery and rockets and infantry. So it's a combined armed teams that go in. Now, the Apaches basically went in an entrenched division, one of the brigades of the Medina division, and they really got themselves shot up. Some of the tactics are being rethought at this time, but this helicopter is very good. It's a fire and forget, can lock onto 16 targets, can fire at 3 targets at a time, and it's a very, very powerful machine, and it's good as long as you don't need the heavy firepower of bombs from your Air Force, Navy, and Marine fighters.
And we want to show a map of where exactly Hilal is in relation to Baghdad, because the idea is not only to be drawn into those close quarters of a city, but also to spare the civilians that the Medina division might be hiding behind.
Indeed. Hilal also contains many sites that are near and dear to the Shia religion down there. There are mosques in the area, and this is in the area of some real, you're getting into the area now in this Tigris-Euphrates Valley of many of the historical sites that are near and dear to many religions here. So the coalition wants to be very, very careful not to destroy things, but effects-based targeting to hit what is meaningful militarily as opposed to general destruction, Renee.
All right, General Shepard, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much. And we want to also remind our viewers that if you indeed have a question that you want to ask the General, please email us from now on at livefrom@cnn.com, and we will start answering some of your email in our next hour. We want to hear from you. Wolf, back over to you.
Thanks very much, Renee. Thanks to General Shepard as well. On this important note, the Pentagon has a briefing coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern, about an hour and a half from now, 11 a.m. Pacific. CNN, of course, will bring it to you live. Coming up, we'll talk with a doctor with the World Health Organization. He was working in Baghdad until just recently. He'll join us now live. Plus, an Apache helicopter pilot describes what it's like on the front lines in his own words. His video diary, that's also coming up. And later, need an escape from war worries? The connection between Hollywood and war. Stay with us.
Other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork. Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
Listen. You can't even hear it. What? The XLI. You have a Trane XLI cooling system? Of course it's quiet. It's those galvanized steel louvers. Oh, how rugged. Tell me about it. Climate tough compressor, patented spine fin coil. It might outlast Evelyn's third marriage. What? Oh, next we buy you a baby carriage.
Must be some air conditioner. The Trane XLI. It's hard to stop a train.
You need to manage your business anytime, anywhere. Gateway's new business notebooks featuring Intel Centrino mobile technology help you stay productive with wireless connectivity. Plus the freedom of having up to 8 hours of battery life. Now get 0% business financing for 24 months when you purchase Gateway 450E Series business notebooks. Gateway, business, government, education. Gateway 450 notebooks feature Intel Centrino mobile technology.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
For the past 2 weeks, you've witnessed extraordinary scenes direct from the battlefields. Today, an equally chilling account from one who survived a fierce battle. You may remember it last week between Apache helicopter gunships and Iraqi ground forces. One chopper went down, its pilots taken prisoner. A fellow pilot, Joe Good, recalls what it was like that night.
24 March 2003. Combat is as terrifying as I thought it would be. Even more, actually. My first experience came late last night and into this morning. I've seen the damage to some and heard of the damage to the rest of the aircraft in a battalion. Ours was the only one to come through the battle unscathed. Cindy and I can't believe it. After all the fire we went through, we could have walked on top of it. It was so thick. Talk about a crazy night. Everything seemed to be going as planned for the first 5 minutes or so. Then we fired our first shot, and the city erupted in gunfire all around us. Before we knew it, we were scattered and making evasive maneuvers. It was as if we'd stirred up a hornet's nest. We lost sight of each other and the ability to fight as a team. I thought my heart was going to pound free of my chest. The radios, all 4 of them, crackled with reports of guys taking fire, taking hits, making evasive maneuvers, trying to regroup and rally. We took fire again, and as crazy as it sounds, the flak from that 57mm S-60 AAA was spectacular. The awe lasted only momentarily as we broke down to cover again, all the while juking left and right to avoid fire. I brought the helicopter out of the pattern we were circling in and turned southwest. What was before us both terrified and amazed me. It was the very same area where Doug and Ron had been shot down and where many of the others had taken hits. With Cindy pointing out fire, I pulled in all the power I had to pull and drove the cyclic forward. Longbow 025 was blasting the leaves off of palm trees and the sand off of rooftops. Total time of 2.5 hours. All Reaper aircraft and crew were back safe. I pulled the power levers back to idle, and my right leg finally stopped shaking.
American Apache helicopter pilot Joe Good, in his own words, a terrifying experience indeed. And we're looking at these live pictures of Baghdad, relatively quiet right now, but most likely, if the past is any experience, prelude to the future, won't be very quiet in the hours to come. It's just gotten dark here in this part of the world. That's usually when U.S. warplanes and Tomahawk cruise missiles begin to hit various targets in and around the Iraqi capital. We have cameras looking at these scenes, these sites. We'll of course go there if there is any additional bombardment, most likely based on what U.S. military and British military officials are saying. There almost certainly will be. And just ahead, we're going to talk to the man in charge of the World Health Organization's efforts in Iraq. He was evacuated out of Baghdad just recently. We'll speak to him, get an assessment of what's going on. But first, more of our pictures of the day.
What can a pitching machine teach us about financial advisors? Working with one can leave you better prepared. At Wachovia Securities, we learn from the world around us and provide financial advice for whatever comes your way. Together, we can achieve uncommon results. Wachovia Securities.
This year, nearly 1 million families will have their most valuable possessions stolen right from here. It's their own identity. Bank statements, credit card and ATM receipts, pay stubs. In today's world, a little advice. Shred anything you wouldn't want in the hands of a stranger. Hey, Tom.
Protect yourself at home with the shredder more businesses rely on for superior performance and durability. Fellows, the world's toughest shredders.
Time to leave. Gotta get rid of this pain fast.
The moment of choice, Tylenol or Advil. Which will work better on muscle aches? Truth is, with Advil liquid gels, you can feel better, faster. Only Advil liquid gels give you advanced, liquid-filled capsules that work faster, stronger, better than Tylenol on tough pain. Advil liquid gels rush relief where you need it. Gentle on your stomach, too. For better relief, advance to Advil.
Hello, I'm Leon Harris of the CNN Newsroom with the headlines at this hour. Coalition bombs struck key targets in and around Baghdad overnight and early today. And the U.S. Central Command says that Iraq's information ministry was among the buildings hit. That strike briefly disrupted Iraqi television for the day, or maybe just for a matter of hours. Now, Iraqi state television showed today what it says is a new videotape of Saddam Hussein and his two sons, Uday and Qusay. Now, it's unclear.
Respiratory syndrome. Millions of people are nervous with good reason. We'll take a closer look.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Good evening, everyone. And so we begin another week. President Bush said on 3 separate occasions today that the war had only been going for 11 days. Seems short to some people in terms of U.S. accomplishments on the ground in many ways, and must seem very long to people who were in the battlefield itself. Let's get an overall look, first of all, using just the very simple color of blue for the Allies, the U.S. and the Britain. This shows in terms of Iraq overall just what the U.S. and the Allies currently hold. Saddam Hussein continues to have a hold on that central part of Iraq, which has already been and always been his heartland. Now let's look at the battlefield in a little more clearer way today. The U.S. forces are by and large still about 50 miles from Baghdad, and the U.S. Army and the Republican National Guard had their first serious contact in the last many hours at a place called Al-Hindiya, just not very far
from Karbala over to the east. And others, the U.S. Marines, have been over into the east, having contact on a fairly repeated basis with many of the paramilitary organizations that have continued to harass people as they have moved forward, particularly up in the eastern corridor. In the south, of course, the British have still laid siege now to Basra, and there is some footage of that today, of the British doing that, and of course the U.S. bombing Baghdad as well. It continues to go on, the bombing of Baghdad, a lot of targets, several revisited many times, and the British still trying to get an upper hand in Basra. That fighting has been going on in pretty much 24/7 all the time. 49 Americans have died so far, 26 in combat. And there was an ugly incident at a checkpoint today when U.S. soldiers fired on a vehicle that had a lot of women and children on board. ABC's John McCarthy is always at the Pentagon for us and starts our reporting in depth. John?
Peter, since this air war began 11 days ago, officials now say the U.S. has dropped 8,000 precision-guided weapons, so-called smart bombs, and 40% of those in just the last 3 days. The effort is to soften up those feared Republican Guard units that U.S. troops encountered for the first time today. It was the day many U.S. soldiers had been waiting for. First, real contact with part of a Republican Guard division just 50 miles from Baghdad. At the end of an intense firefight, there were many Iraqi prisoners and dead, several American soldiers wounded, and a key bridge in the town of Al-Hindaniya in U.S. hands.
They quickly seized the bridge and then started expanding out from the bridge, taking it city block by city block.
U.S. officials say they picked the fight to test how the Iraqis would react. 3 different soldiers interviewed by ABC News described how the Iraqis pushed women and children out onto the bridge as human shields.
One woman tried to break contact and escape, and as she ran, she was shot in the back and thrown into the river.
Further south, U.S. and British troops continue to be harassed day and night by Iraqi irregulars in civilian clothes who then hide in cities. That has forced coalition troops to do what they wanted desperately to avoid, going house to house in city after city.
Everybody pretty much looks the same. You just don't know. During the daylight, they're friendly with you. At night, they're taking sniper shots at us.
The increasing tension at U.S. checkpoints led to a horrible incident earlier today near the city of Najaf. A vehicle refused to stop. The military claims there were warning shots before soldiers opened fire. 13 women and children were in the vehicle, 7 were killed. The need to clean out cities, separating fighters from civilians, is requiring thousands of additional troops.
What I'm really doing is using helicopters to do as much interdiction as I possibly can do, and then I have foot patrols on the ground to cover the gaps the helicopters aren't covering.
And after a day of hellacious fighting near the southern Iraqi city of Basra, a few miles away, when the sun came up, there were thousands lined up, desperate for food the coalition was able to haul in by truck. U.S. officials believe that bringing in food, lots of it, is the key to winning over the Iraqi people. But officials worry that if more civilians get caught in the crossfire, winning the hearts and minds could be a very tough effort, Peter.
Thanks, John. John McCarthy at the Pentagon. Some of the toughest fighting, as we mentioned at the beginning, has been between British Marines and Iraqi resistance in and around Basra in the south. It is the second largest city. The BBC's Clive Myrie was at a fight for a place called Abu al-Kasib, a suburb of Basra.
It's just before midnight, and Challenger 2 tanks take up position for a push towards Iraq's second city of Basra. A few minutes later, flares illuminate the night sky, pinpointing for British mortars Iraqi positions. Then the barrage begins. The military call them pre-fires, the softening up of the enemy before the men on foot, British Marines, go in. The mission is to secure a key bridge for coalition forces leading to Basra. A rocket-propelled grenade just misses us.
The fight's been underway now for about 15 minutes. It's unclear exactly how many Iraqi troops are up ahead of us. The intelligence all day hasn't been clear.
And with the bridge secure after an intense firefight, more British mortars target Iraqi positions. This is what the mortars and Challenger tanks were leaving in their wake. A wasteland of Iraqi armor. And through the haze of smoke from burning metal walks Iraqi prisoners of war, including officers. We're now entering the town of Abu al-Kasib, a suburb of Basra. Onlookers watch us. It's hard to know if they think of the Marines as liberators or illegal occupiers. These children have known no other leader but Saddam Hussein. His forces on the road to Basra have been dealt a severe blow. Clive Myrie, BBC News in Abu al-Kasib, southern Iraq.
U.S. forces are confiscating weapons and military equipment almost everywhere they go. North of Nasiriyah today, the Marines discovered an enormous cache of weapons and ammunition which the Iraqis had left. ABC's Bob Woodruff saw it too.
According to the Marines that found it, there is enough ammunition in this compound for 10,000 Iraqi fighters. 46 buildings packed with boxes of munitions, tank shells, high explosive mortars of various sizes, ominous-looking mines and artillery fuses. And some of the boxes appear to have come from Jordan, a U.S. ally, but there are no markings indicating just when they were purchased.
This whole area has been the scene of some major fighting in the past several days, with Iraqi paramilitary units attacking U.S. troops as they pass through. U.S. Marines believe that the Iraqis may have been protecting this.
Come with me. Marines also went house to house today searching for Iraqi paramilitary fighters. The people in these houses were gathered together, handcuffed, and driven away in armored vehicles. Some were held for further questioning in the morning, while others were deemed not a security threat and released.
We're definitely trying to find that right mix between making sure we're not creating more enemies as we go through these areas than we have to.
Before this war, Marines thought they would sweep through this area with very little fight. They never imagined having to do this so far from Baghdad. Bob Woodruff, ABC News, with the Marines in Iraq.
The bombing of Baghdad continued today. The Air Force says it was the first time that B-1, B-2, and B-52 bombers have ever attacked one area at the same time. Richard Engel for ABC News in Baghdad.
Peter, there's been intense bombings again tonight in Baghdad. There's no real pattern to the air raids anymore. Both night and day the missiles have been falling. One bomb hit a palace used by Saddam Hussein's son, Qusay. Another struck the headquarters of Iraq's Olympic Committee, headed by Saddam's eldest son, Uday. The two sons were shown meeting with their father and other Iraqi officials today on state television, which was knocked off the air again for several hours and is now broadcasting a weak signal at best. The Abdullah family lives near the television station and Ministry of Information, which was bombed again last night. Their home was badly damaged. Naja says Iraqis will not welcome coalition troops if they enter Baghdad. They are like bandits breaking into our homes, she says. Civilian casualties, like the 4 children killed in this poor Baghdad neighborhood bombed today, have been hardening hearts both here and throughout the Muslim world. Iraq's Foreign Minister Naji Sabri said today 5,000 Arabs and Muslims have now come to Iraq to carry out more suicide bombings. That's in addition to an unspecified number of would-be martyrs Sabri said Iraq has trained for suicide missions. Peter?
Richard Engel in Baghdad. U.S. Central Command is investigating a British report of friendly fire north of Basra. The troops say an American A-10 fighter plane attacked them repeatedly. 1 British soldier is missing and 4 others were hurt. One of them told the British Broadcasting Corporation that the American pilot had showed no regard for human life. Fight a war in the heart of the Arab world, and you can expect to spend a lot of time talking about Arab reaction, as we do. ABC's Barbara Walters had an exclusive interview today with the Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia.
Your Highness, from your vantage point, how is this war going?
As every war, it is most certainly going worse than a peaceful solution. We had hoped for a peaceful solution. We still work for a peaceful solution. And from the opening of the war, we can see that our conclusion was correct, that this war can only lead to strife, to bloodshed, and to increased hatred and increased anxieties in the region.
How long do you think this war will go on?
God only knows, and that's the problem with wars. People can predict their beginning, but never can predict their end. It depends on many factors that are beyond the control of anybody, even military planners.
There will be some more of this interview during an ABC News special on the war at 8 o'clock Eastern and Pacific time. On Wall Street today, investors were worried that an extended war will lead businesses and consumers to spend less, bad for the economy. The Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 153 points to close at 79.92. On the NASDAQ, stocks were down just about 28 points. The war pushes on and life goes on. Today was opening day for most of the Major League Baseball teams. In Cincinnati, former President Bush threw out the ceremonial first pitch at the Reds' new stadium. The team had invited the current president to do the honors. He was otherwise engaged. When we continue this evening, the Arab leader who says there could soon be 100 Osama bin Ladens. We'll take a closer look at what he's talking about. In other news tonight, the illness that doctors cannot understand. It is spreading around the world, and it is making people more than anxious. And at the end of the broadcast tonight, as we now do every evening, the portraits of war.
That was me. What a stiff. Back then, my achy joints made it hard for me to get around. So I tried OsteoBiflex. OsteoBiflex has helped so many renew their joints and their lives. It's different from pain relievers. It safely lubricates joints and rebuilds cartilage. So over time, you're more flexible and comfortable. OsteoBiflex from Rexall. Put some life back in your joints.
Me with his whole family.
So you on a farm?
Yeah, imagine with my allergies.
Go where you wanna go, do what you want.
This is Trisha.
Now there's a new and different way to treat seasonal allergies. Singulair, the only seasonal allergy medicine that specifically blocks leukotrienes, an underlying cause of allergy symptoms. It's a once-a-day tablet that helps relieve a broad range of symptoms for a full 24 hours.
Yeah.
Side effects are generally mild and vary by age and may include headache, ear infection, sore throat, and upper respiratory infection. Ask your doctor about Singulair.
Morning.
Good morning.
Ready to go for a tractor ride?
You know, I think I did just fine.
Singulair, a different way to treat seasonal allergies.
Looks like heartburn. Showtime!
Wait, look! They don't just have heartburn.
They also have pressure and bloating. That's gas.
Oh, no!
Sorry, guys. They need more than just heartburn relief. They need me. Hey, Maalox Max. When you have it all, treat it all. You bet. Fast heartburn relief plus strong gas relief. That's Maalox Max.
Thanks, Max.
Just doing my job. Maalox Max. When you have it all, treat it all.
We are going to take a closer look tonight at the anger at the United States in the Muslim world. Many people in the Middle East are acutely aware of the slaughter and the violence that happened during the Middle Ages when the Roman Pope sent Christian crusaders against Islam. Today, there are suggestions in the Muslim world that the West, in this case they mean the Bush administration, is again pursuing a war against their religion. Here's ABC's Dan Harris.
Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak today predicted that a drawn-out war in Iraq could create, quote, 100 bin Ladens. Already, Arab TV networks are showing Muslims from Jordan, Syria, and Algeria streaming into Iraq, saying they're ready for martyrdom. Many Muslims believe the war on Iraq is a war on Islam.
There's a high risk that Iraq could become a symbol of Muslim resistance to American military presence, similar to that of Afghanistan for the Soviets.
The calls for jihad are coming from religious leaders, some of them moderate, from internet chat rooms, and from massive demonstrations in Arab capitals.
This view that the Americans have launched a war specifically against Muslims is by no means restricted to the type of people who will take to the streets and participate in angry protests.
Alia Toukan is a Jordanian journalist and media consultant who has lived in both the U.S. and Canada. She and other Muslims say their suspicions of American motives are personified in President George W. Bush, a born-again Christian who, after September 11th, used the word crusade.
This crusade, this war on terrorism, is going to take a while.
In the Muslim mind, the word crusade conjures images of wars of Christian conquest.
It alarmed people then, but you could have ignored it months later if there wasn't anything to back that up. But what's happening now on the ground is actually making people think, oh, that wasn't a Freudian slip. He actually might have meant it.
Moderate Arabs worry that if the war gets longer and bloodier, the crusade argument will gain resonance. The Arabs America needs the most will, they say, be drowned out by the Arabs who hate America the most. Dan Harris, ABC News, Amman.
When we come back this evening, not the war. In this case, the disease that doctors cannot understand. It is spreading, among other ways, by international air travel.
$1 million smile, a string of stainless steel pearls, seats that make you feel like you're sinking into a warm leather bath, and enough room for the family purebred. It's my most decadent design yet. You lucky dog, you. My name's Harley Earl, and I've come back to build you a great car.
Buick, the spirit of American style.
New Lemon Twist V8 juice has a refreshing squeeze of lemon. It's another way to get your full serving of vegetables. Sometimes it's the only way. New Lemon Twist V8.
This is an amazing age.
This is an amazing age.
We learn something new every day.
You're living in the age of Fosamax when it's actually possible to help reverse bone loss and strengthen bone. Fosamax Once Weekly is a hormone-free tablet for postmenopausal women at risk for or with osteoporosis. Fosamax is clinically proven to help reverse bone loss. Increases in bone mass were seen as early as 3 months. You should not use Fosamax if you have certain disorders of the esophagus, are unable to stand or sit upright for 30 minutes, have severe kidney disease, or low blood calcium. Before use, talk to your doctor if you have stomach or digestive problems. Stop taking Fosamax and tell your doctor if you develop new or worsening heartburn, difficult or painful swallowing, or chest pain, because these may be signs of serious upper digestive problems.
One pill a week can help reverse bone loss.
Ask your doctor if Fosamax Once Weekly is right for you. This is the age of Fosamax.
This is an amazing age.
Helping reverse bone loss.
With RE/MAX, you expect service that's a little out of the ordinary. So when you need help buying or selling a home, call RE/MAX and watch us spring into action. RE/MAX, outstanding agents, outstanding results.
In the future, everyone's glasses will automatically adjust to changing light and block out harmful UV rays that can damage the eyes. But for those with transitions lenses, the future is already here. Ask your eye care professional, because the danger is real now, and so is the protection. Transitions.
War with Iraq for 24 hours of news coverage in only 30 minutes. Turn to Peter Jennings and World News Tonight for the day's most vital breaking developments.
Severe acute respiratory syndrome. The U.S. government says this illness now has made more than 1,500 people sick in 13 countries. Almost 60 people worldwide have died, and there are 72 suspected in this country. 4 people have died in Canada. The World Health Organization calls it the most significant outbreak that has been spread through air travel in histories. Doctor cannot completely understand it. ABC's Mark Litke reports tonight from Bangkok.
You only have to see the thousands of people in Hong Kong now wearing medical masks to understand the fear bordering on panic in Asia. What can I do, he says. It's everywhere now. It's a medical, social, and economic disaster in the making. A sobering editorial in today's Wall Street Journal calls on countries to suspend all travel links with China, the original source of the virus, and that would include Hong Kong, the city with the most victims by far. The disease might have been controlled when it first emerged last November in southern China, but the Chinese government kept a lid on the news. All it took was one doctor treating Chinese victims to bring it to Hong Kong and set off a deadly chain reaction, infecting the staff of this hospital, the guests of this hotel, the residents of this high-rise. At the same time, air travelers were spreading it on to Singapore, Hanoi, Bangkok, and beyond.
The danger here is that one person incubating this virus could, over 2 or 3 days, infect hundreds. And then you stick them on an aircraft, fly them back to their countries of origin, and, you know, you could amplify the whole thing.
Already in Canada, 2 hospitals have closed their doors to new patients. Hundreds have been quarantined. In the U.S., the Centers for Disease Control has recommended that patients with the disease should not go to work, to school, or frequent public places for 10 days. And while officials first thought it took exposure to coughs or sneezing, they now fear the virus could survive for hours on something as common as elevator buttons. Ironically, the doctor who first warned of the lethal nature of this disease while treating a patient in Vietnam became infected himself and died here in Bangkok this past weekend. Doctors have no doubt there are many more carriers out there and many more cases to come. Mark Litke, ABC News, Bangkok.
When we come back this evening, our final report on the broadcast, the Portraits of War.
That's me. And this is Kate. She's just like me. First bike ride, first prom. Then my little girl grew up. Around then, I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. Still, things were looking up. Until I turned 50. I felt 90.
For some, there's Remicade. Remicade relieves pain and helps stop further damage to your joints. Your doctor may add Remicade if you're on methotrexate already and not responding well. Remicade is not for everyone. Certain people with heart failure should not take Remicade. Serious, sometimes fatal infections such as TB have been reported. Your doctor should evaluate your risk of infection. Tell your doctor right away if you develop any sign of an infection while on Remicade. There is a risk of serious infusion reactions, which may include hives, difficulty breathing, and low blood pressure. Call today and talk to your rheumatologist.
Last year, Kate was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. And she's so young. At least she won't suffer like I did.
How old do you have to be to run away from home? 8? 68? Somewhere in between? What would you take with you? And where would you go if you could go anywhere? We have a lot of places to explore out there. The kind of places that require a map and a friend. There are over 4 million miles of roads in Alamo country, and with values like this, they're easy to explore. Alamo, the official rental car of the American vacation.
When you have acid reflux disease, heartburn boils up again and again.
But bad as the heartburn can be, the real threat is what lies beneath.
Over time, that burning acid could wear away the lining of your esophagus, and even if your heartburn symptoms aren't severe, the damage can be.
I didn't know. I didn't know.
Your doctor knows about a purple pill called Nexium. Nexium goes to the source of the problem, actually reducing the amount of acid your body creates.
For many people, one prescription Nexium a day provides complete 24-hour
day and night heartburn relief.
And importantly, Nexium is proven to heal acid reflux erosions in the esophagus. Other serious stomach conditions may still exist. The most common side effects of Nexium are headache, diarrhea, and abdominal pain. Talk to your doctor and call this number for more information and a free trial offer for Nexium.
Relieve the heartburn, heal the damage. It's possible with the purple pill called Nexium.
Tonight at 9/8 Central, this lawyer doesn't plan to be unfaithful to his wife, but things don't always go as planned.
Bobby, this is foreplay.
An all-new practice. Then these people received a message. Now they're being killed.
Why?
Is this investigator the next victim, or is he the killer? Miracles after the practice, all new ABC tonight. Tomorrow, Life letters to and from the front lines, intensely personal, bringing hope to soldiers and their families. Simple words that mean so much. An emotional Good Morning America tomorrow.
Finally from us this evening, the photographs. The first one from Canada actually needs a little explanation. When the war was beginning, the Canadian Prime Minister, Jean Chrétien, spoke out against the war. This man in Canada supports the war. He's wearing a Jean Chrétien mask. Support my dad. I do. Frederick, Maryland. A memorial service in Winslow, Maine. Try to get away from the fighting in Basra. Waiting for an American soldier to search the truck that she is in. 3 pictures today of raw power taking off from an aircraft carrier, beginning the long flight to somewhere in Iraq, and a mobile missile on its way. On their way to Iraq, volunteers from Lebanon. The stock market does not like uncertainty, as we reported. And finally, one for his album. He's from Minnesota, and he is now in Nasiriyah. That is our report on World News Tonight. We will be back later this evening with an ABC News special on the war, and there will, as always, be more on Nightline. I'm Peter Jennings. Until then.
War with Iraq, when it matters most. Stay with ABC News, morning till night. ABC News, always there. And tonight, Peter Jennings with a vital ABC News special breaking down the details. Everything you need to know, tonight at 8, 7 Central.
It's the series critics call stunning and compelling. These people received a message. Now they're being killed. Why? Is this investigator the next victim? This could become very dangerous for you. Or is he the killer? Miracles after the practice, all new ABC.
Good Morning Connecticut starts at 5 a.m. Tuesday. You may be waiting on a big tax refund, but experts say you may need to check out why you're getting so much back.
And it looks like the 1st of April will feel more like the 1st of March. We'll take a look at 5 a.m.
With a name like Smucker's, it has to be good.
And for moms in a hurry, Smucker's makes Uncrustables PB&J sandwiches. Smucker's starts with delicious peanut butter and jelly, takes off the crusts, and seals in all the goodness of homemade. Uncrustables go from freezer to lunchbox for a soft taste like fresh-made Smucker's PB&J at school. Smucker's Uncrustables. They're in the freezer aisle. With a name like Smucker's, it has to be good.
Stud poker. Mega money. Bingo. Cash word. Win for life. Scavenger hunt.
Connecticut's favorite scratch games. With so many to choose from, you're sure to find the one that's perfect for you.
I got nothing.
This is Jeopardy! Let's meet today's contestant, the United States Marine from San Diego, California, Jay Stang. A prosecuting attorney, originally from Dalton, Georgia, Brian Johnston. And our returning champion, a librarian from Clemson, South Carolina, Carolyn Gouldsby, whose one-day cash winnings total $13,599.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jane Skinner with the latest on Operation Iraqi Freedom. Baghdad taking another pounding today. At least 6 huge explosions rocked the capital in some of the most massive air raids since the beginning of the war. Targets include key government buildings and Republican Guard positions on the outskirts of the city. In the meantime, fierce firefights around the town of Najaf. Coalition soldiers beating Iraqi Fedayeen and elite Republican Guards for control of a key bridge over the Euphrates. And one of our own was caught in the crossfire. Fox News correspondent Greg Kelly, embedded with the 3rd Infantry, was knocked off his feet and bloodied a bit when a mortar round hit nearby. He's doing okay, though. Well, it is called Operation James after Britain's famous secret agent 007, the Royal British Marines, entering a southern Basra neighborhood after 15 hours of fighting. It was their biggest offensive so far, involving a backup force of 2 tank squadrons and commando-trained Royal Engineers. We're told tonight that coalition troops have uncovered evidence that may link a group of Iraqi militants to suspected al-Qaeda operatives here in the U.S. An allied assault team found this list of terror suspects during an attack on a compound that is controlled by Ansar al-Islam militants. And we're told the documents support White House charges that al-Qaeda and the Iraqi-based Ansar group are indeed connected. More headlines in 30 minutes. The O'Reilly Factor is next.
Hi, I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thank you for watching us tonight. Our military analysts are standing by, but first, a talking points memo. Major controversy among journalists. Peter Arnett has been fired by NBC and the National Geographic Network for telling Iraqi TV that the U.S. war plan failed. That, of course, aids and abets Saddam's government by giving it false hope. If those people over there think they're winning, they'll fight longer and more Americans will be killed. So Mr. Arnett did a very bad thing. He's paid a big price. He is through in journalism. Here at Fox, some Pentagon officials are mad at Geraldo for drawing a map in the sand of the Iraqi desert. That was probably not a good idea. But our competitors have overblown this story big time. I talked with Geraldo on the Radio Factory. Point of view is that all the information he gave out was already reported elsewhere. And since he is a lightning rod, any controversy is a distraction. He knows that. Fox News executives are looking at the situation right now. We will let you know what happens. And then there's Andy Rooney, who said this last night on 60 Minutes.
When I see President Bush with soldiers, I wish he had been one at war himself. He'd know more about where he's sending those soldiers. Just an opinion. It bothers me that America is hated. I don't like to be hated personally, which happens, and I don't like my country to be hated, which has happened. I have one opinion I don't like having. We have stores of biological, chemical, and nuclear weapons in this country. If we were losing this war, would we, as a last resort, use them? I'm afraid we might. Hussein has chemical and biological weapons. If he is about to lose this war, will he use them? I'm afraid he might.
Well, with all due respect to Mr. Rooney, who's often incisive, he's spinning here. Sure, America has weapons of mass destruction. They keep us free. But we've never used them in battle with the exception of ending the war with Japan. Iraq, on the other hand, has gassed its own citizens and the people of Iraq. It also signed a peace treaty ending the first Gulf War, promising to destroy its chemical and biological weapons. Did Andy Rooney miss this? How can he compare the chemical weapons situation in Iraq with the USA? We didn't sign any treaty promising to destroy our weapons. Putting Iraq on the same moral plane as America is simply spin. And unfortunately, this kind of stuff happens all the time. This war is being fought because the USA believes Saddam has banned weapons and will make them available to terrorists or use them himself. False comparisons by journalists have been going on throughout the war, and they are intellectually dishonest. Did you ever wonder about that, Andy Rooney? And that's a memo. Now for the top story tonight. The latest from the battlefield. Joining us from Washington is Lieutenant General Thomas McInerney. And here in the studio, Lieutenant Colonel Bill Cowan. All right, General, we'll begin with you. What was the most important thing that happened today and why?
Bill, I think the contact that the 3rd Infantry Division had up by the Karbala Gap with the Republican Guard Division, Medina Division, during an armed reconnaissance, what it means is that this contact means the battle for Baghdad is going to be joined probably this week sometime. It'll be joined when we're ready, but this is really the center of gravity. Everything else that has happened is really harassing and interdiction attacks against us. This is the battle. This then leads to the encirclement of Baghdad.
All right, now when you say they engaged the Medina Division, we didn't lose any men killed in action. I mean, was it a skirmish? Was it a shootout? What was it?
It was a skirmish. The first time we have had contact with main force units. Before, they've been all these irregular units. And this is important, Bill. We have not had any contact with main force units of any at all that I know of. And certainly these are the 1st Republican Guard units.
All right.
And now, it was just a skirmish.
Right. And we did well there. What was the outcome of it?
Well, the outcome was we didn't lose any, but we now are finding their leading edge elements of what that division is. There are now 4 divisions up there. Medina, Baghdad Division, they've had Hammurabi, and they've added El Naida there also to reinforce, because the air has really been decimating these units. Most of them, Medina, which is the crucial one for the 3rd Infantry Division, is down to around 60% now, and the others at 65, 70. And so when you get a division down to 60% or 50%, which is our goal, we think if a division's at 30% attrition on its forces, 30% of what it started with, that it is not a good fighting unit.
All right,
but
from your information, General, from your information, where do these guys hide? I mean, why can't our air power just kill them all?
Well, they're doing a very significant job, Bill, I assure you. And we have assets such as the Joint Strategic Targeting Attack Radar System, Joint STARS. We've got Global Hawks, which is an unmanned aircraft.
No, I know, but where specifically do they hide? Do they hide underground? Where do they hide?
They're hiding in villages. They've got tanks and revetments that you've seen. They're hiding in under trees, behind trees, over under areas like that have overhang. But that area is still not as densely populated, although the initial contact you saw in one town, there was a town there. But most of them, for an armored division, have got to be dispersed out where they can maneuver.
Yeah, so we can just destroy them from the air because there's nowhere to hide in it. It's not like Vietnam. We had all the foliage and all of that. All right, let's go to Colonel Cowan. What was the most important thing to happen today?
I think, Bill, the reports that there were people from the Nebuchadnezzar Division, Republican Guard Division, which is normally stationed north of Baghdad, reports that some of them were found to the southeast of Baghdad. And if that's correct, that tells me that Saddam is now pulling back, or whoever's in charge now, pulling back some of their forces from the north. They're going to expose that flank. They're putting them down to reinforce, perhaps make up for losses, perhaps try to build a bigger defensive line as our forces push forward.
But aren't these guys just sitting ducks outside of Baghdad? I mean, once they roll on out of that town, I mean, they can hide in the villages, as the general pointed out. But once they get into the desert, I mean,
They're sitting ducks, Bill. You're absolutely right. And that's exactly what we want them to be, and they're exactly where we want them to be.
So they're basically, Iraqis are playing into our hands right now.
Absolutely, and they're doing precisely what we'd like them to do. We'd like them to stay out there. The last thing we want to do is have them retreat back into the city. So if we can continue to draw them out, continue to get them to engage out in the forward lines, just like General McInerney was saying, we're going to continue to pound them with air power.
All right, so that's the best case scenario is what's happening right now. Now, General, we have a report that a car ran a roadblock and a U.S. military opened fire on that car, as anybody would after the suicide bombing. You can't have cars rolling around when they stop and you don't stop. You have to assume that they're hostile. And, of course, unfortunately, women and children were killed. Press in the U.S. making a big deal out of this, and I'm sure Al Jazeera will go wild with it. What are your thoughts?
Bill, that's very unfortunate. 2 days ago, we lost 4 people trying to help a cab. We know that. And so now there are rules of engagement. If anyone runs a roadblock, then they are authorized to fire. Why that woman did that and the conditions aren't exactly clear, but the fact is you're in that area where you've got to make a split-second decision. We've already had that experience.
And women
it's unfortunate.
Yeah, women can blow up people too, and they have. Colonel, you were in Vietnam when you went into a lot of places where women and even children were used
Women
against
and children, Bill, yeah. And I think those troops today did exactly what they had to do. They feel bad about it. They'll carry it with them for a long time, but they had no choice but to do exactly what they did. That's the only way.
Tell me psychologically, though. I mean, I've never been in this situation. I've seen people killed in combat, but I've never had to shoot at women and children. I mean, when you have to do that, I mean, do you hesitate?
You don't hesitate, Bill. The first thing is, if you've got to take care of your troops or you've got to accomplish your mission, you do what you have to do. You don't want to do it. You certainly never want to shoot children. I've seen women killed on the battlefield who were carrying guns, who were dedicated enemy that we were opposed. You do what you have to do to accomplish the mission, to protect your own troops, and hopefully you don't have tragedies like we had today.
All right, so you can do it, right?
You can do it, Bill.
All right, I don't know if I could. You could. You're also, we're in Beirut, and you know a lot about terrorism. The level of terrorism that we've seen so far in Iraq, do you equate that with what the Palestinians have dropped upon the Israelis? Is it the same thing?
We're not there yet, and let's hope we never get there. With these reports of 4,000 people coming out of Syria or maybe out of the Palestinian area to go over and support.
We'd see that movement.
Yeah, well, I agree with you totally. I'm wondering if they got there on buses or airplanes.
Yeah, I mean, where do they come on? By subway? That's ridiculous.
But we may see some more terrorist attacks like this, and we're going to have to put up with them until such time as we affect that regime.
But the way you assess the Iraqi people, are they the same as the Palestinians?
Oh, I don't believe so. so. No, not at all. They're not as dedicated and as fervent right now. They don't have years of hatred built up. And in fact, if we can start showing a positive results like Basra, like Najaf, like some of these other cities we're taking over, when those visual images are put out in front of the Iraqis, this perception that they need to go after us may change.
All right. Now, General, one of the things that the military was wrong about, and I think the military took the intelligence they were given, was that, you know, Iraqis would be happy to see us. And so far, a few of them have been happy to see us, but most haven't been.
Well, Bill, first of all, let's remember what happened in the main cities in Basra. You're correct. That's because the Fedayeen Saddam have been forcing these people not to come out. And these people, frankly, after 91, are skeptical if we're going to stay. They lost an awful lot of people down in that part of the world. And let's also remember that the conditions that we're going in there, they've been in an economic blockade, and so there is an animosity some Americans. So we've got to be realistic. But there are a lot of people that are happy, Bill.
All right. Now, and I just want to tell everybody, in '91, there was an uprising against Saddam in Basra, and the United States did not come in and help those people, and thousands, tens of thousands, were slaughtered by Saddam's troops. Gentlemen, thanks very much. We appreciate it. Nice to see you both. Next on the Rundown, we'll run down some stuff Saddam Hussein did that you will not believe, and the Basra massacre was one of it. And then, should that professor who wants American soldiers killed be fired from Columbia University? Right back.
You never know when you'll need allergy medicine.
You could be outside, inside, in your car, anywhere. Now you can take non-drowsy allergy medicine right when you need it. Announcing quick dissolving Alavert. New Alavert starts dissolving the instant it touches your tongue, without water. Get prescription strength, non-drowsy 24-hour relief. Even Claritin can't beat. New quick dissolving Alavert. Allergy medicine you can take right when you need it,
Wherever you are.
My client's dream was to have the financial freedom to give up his big city medical practice for a small group of patients who needed him more in a place where doctors are all too scarce. So I embraced that dream with unwavering attention and made it my own. Because helping people realize dreams is what I do at Morgan Stanley. One client at a time.
You know, we're never in the same place at the same time.
No, not really.
So we need a plan that allows us to talk, you know, as much as we want, all the time, whenever we want. And then no extra charge.
With Singular's Family Talk plan, call each other for free with unlimited mobile-to-mobile calling. Get 5,000 night and weekend minutes to share, up to 3 additional lines, and up to 4 free phones.
We call it the Conley Brothers.
What's up?
What's up? What's up plan?
Come in and find out how Singular fits you best.
The Impact segment today, one of the things about the anti-war protesters I don't understand is that if they had their way, Saddam would remain in power. Joining us now from London is Charles Forrest, the CEO of Indict, a human rights group that has been compiling evidence of Iraqi war crimes since 1997. I'm going to go over the headline, and you tell me what happened. Murder of 200,000 Kurds. What happened, Mr. Forrest?
Right, that's what was called the Anfal operation. This was a genocidal campaign carried out in 1987 to 1989 in the northern part of Iraq, and it resulted in the destruction of thousands of villages, the murder of up to 200,000 people, the use of chemical gas at Halabja, which is well known, but also at as many as 40 other towns and villages.
Now, some people have denied that gas was used. Is that just propaganda?
That's absolutely false. I mean, the evidence is overwhelming. It's been collected by scientists. Doctors have studied the effects. There's absolutely no doubt whatsoever that the Iraqis used chemical gas at Halabja and in other places in Kurdistan inside Iraq against the Kurdish people.
And the world didn't say much about it at the time, did it?
Well, at the time there was the usual outcry from human rights advocates and you know, from some governments. And in fact, our government did speak out against it, but there was nothing that really could be done at the time.
Okay, now, we just talked about it, the suppression of the uprising in 1991 in the southern part of Iraq. What happened there?
Well, we don't have the same records that we do in the north because the mass graves have been covered up. We don't have access to the accounts of what really happened. But it appears that almost as many people, perhaps even more, died in the suppression of the Intifada, the uprising, as many as 250,000 people. And they weren't just killed in collateral damage in the conflict. At the end of the uprising, after it had been suppressed, thousands of people were lined up and shot and buried in mass graves all over southern Iraq.
Yep, helicopter gunships mowed them down, I understand.
That's right, and people were rounded up and just shot by the side of the road and buried by the side of the road, and we may never know how many people were killed.
And the United Nations, of course, just stood by and allowed that to happen.
Well, unfortunately, the United States stood by and did nothing, and you know, I think that the Shiite people in the South learned a very painful lesson there in 1991.
Okay, but to be fair to the USA, we were part of a coalition, and the UN made it quite clear they did not want Saddam removed.
Well, we had our own rules of engagement back then, and we had accepted the mandate of the United Nations, which was simply to get Saddam out of Kuwait.
Right, I just want to make that clear. It was a mistake by the United States.
Yeah.
It was a mistake, no question. All right, in Kuwait, in the initial part of the Iraqi invasion, what did the Iraqi forces do to the Kuwaitis?
Well, Kuwait was totally ravaged. Thousands of Kuwaitis were killed. Thousands of women were raped. The entire country was looted. And then, of course, at the end, the massive destruction that the Iraqis left behind, there are still 600 Kuwaitis who are missing, and some of these people have been seen recently in Iraqi jails. Now, they may have been killed recently by Saddam in an attempt to cover up the crime, but apparently Saddam has been keeping these people alive. There's one story of a boy who was 6 years old who was taken away, and you know, by now he'd be 18, and he's been in an Iraqi prison ever since then.
And what about the rape quotient? The worst thing you can do to a Muslim woman, of course, is rape, because she's then considered an outcast. What about the rape situation?
Well, all we have there is anecdotal evidence because, you know, this is something that people are obviously ashamed of, and it's been covered up. But, you know, there have been hundreds of babies born that have been left in Kuwaiti orphanage. You know, this is a story which really is incredibly shameful and will never be fully understood, I'm afraid.
The last one is the torture and the Fedayeen methods of suppressing dissent and opposition within Iraq. Can you describe any of that?
Well, you know, the methods of torture that this regime has developed are just unbelievably sadistic. And they're presided over personally by Saddam, his sons, and other top officials of the Iraqi government. I mean, we have heard stories that are absolutely grotesque. Qusay, Saddam's younger son, stands there and watches as prisoners, one after another, are dumped into a giant wood chipper. Some are going in head first, others feet first. And, you know, other stories that just boggle the mind. And we keep hearing these reports from Iraqis who've come out of the country, and they just never cease to amaze us at the inventiveness and the sadism of this regime.
All right, Mr. Forrest, thank you very much. We appreciate it, and
thank you.
Everybody should know. Up next, a Columbia University professor says he wants to see more Mogadishus. Why does he still have his job? A report after these announcements.
Financial security doesn't happen overnight. It's a matter of working hard to grow wealth and taking care over time to protect it. At Prudential Financial, we're experts in growing and protecting wealth. It's why 15 million people worldwide rely on us for financial solutions, for sound advice and planning, for help in meeting a lifetime of goals. Prudential Financial, growing and protecting your wealth.
If you're ready to buy furniture, then I'm ready to deal.
Carroll Furniture in West Haven will not be undersold. Living room bundles starting at just $777. Choose from country style, contemporary, and traditional. You get the sofa, love seat, 3 tables, and 2 lamps, all for just $777.
If you're ready to buy furniture, I'm ready to deal.
Carroll Cut Rate Furniture, 222 Orange Avenue, Route 1 in West Haven. Open 7 days.
Good job.
Look, it's a giraffe.
I don't see it.
the less art kids get. The more it shows. Are yours getting enough? Art. Ask for more. AmericansForTheArts.org.
In the personal story segment tonight, an anthropology professor at Columbia University said this at a peace rally: if we really believe that this war is criminal, then we have to believe in the victory of the Iraqi people and the defeat of the U.S. war machine. The only true heroes are those who find ways to help defeat the U.S. military. Professor Nicholas DeGenova is still on the job, and the president of Columbia University, Lee Bollinger, is hiding under his desk. Joining us now from Charlottesville, Virginia, is Robert O'Neill, the former chairman of the Committee of Academic Freedom and Tenure of the American Association of University Professors. How egregious is this, Professor?
If what is reported is what he actually said, it strikes me as tragically misguided. It's a position with which I would certainly strongly disagree. I think all responsible academics, as well as responsible citizens, are deeply upset by having these things said. But we don't fire professors for making outrageous statements.
All right, now let me stop you there. What if this man had said, black Americans are dumber than white Americans and therefore should be denied equal access to the job market, all right? Some really pernicious, hateful remark like that.
Well, we actually do have people who, not recently, but in the 1980s, distinguished professors did make statements almost that strong.
You're talking about the bell curve?
Yeah, that's one. We have a professor of engineering at Northwestern who several times has said publicly he doesn't think the Holocaust ever happened.
All right, so
those statements are deeply offensive, but
sure.
Again, we don't fire people for saying things like that.
So there really are no boundaries as far as freedom of speech are concerned in the academic community. You can pretty much say what you want and not lose your job.
There is a standard. If one is shown to have essentially forfeited the trust and the confidence that we place in college professors, a demonstrated lack of fitness to continue to be a teacher and scholar, that's the standard. It's a very high standard. It should be a high standard, but it can be proved, and every year there may be as many as 50 dismissals of tenured professors. Most of them are not for speaking out publicly. They're for doing various things that remain fairly private. But it's not impossible.
All right, this guy doesn't have tenure.
Met.
This guy doesn't have tenure. He practices at the pleasure of the university president. Shouldn't a university president be on this program and every other program for the name of Columbia University, which I believe is one of the most liberal schools in the country? Shouldn't he be out there saying, look, I can't fire the guy because of the First Amendment, it's academic freedom, but I just despise what he said, and he doesn't speak for the university.
Actually, Lee Bollinger has done that. He made a statement to Newsday over the weekend.
Whoa, Professor, with all due respect, making a statement to Newsday doesn't cut it. He should be on every broadcast outlet that will have him. Should he not?
I think I know him well. He's a good friend. I think he would welcome any opportunity to indicate how clearly and strongly
then why did he turn
disagrees.
Us down?
Why did he what?
Turn us down. With all due respect, we love having you here as a guest, but I'd much rather have him in that chair right now.
Yeah, and I'm sure he had his own reasons.
Yeah, he's afraid.
It's easier for somebody who is no longer in office. I was a university president for 11 years.
He's afraid. He's a weasel because he's not sticking up for his university.
I think he's made his position clear.
Look, whether you like it or not, this will stick to Columbia University. People around the country are angry. All right, they don't believe that this should be going on at a major university, and when the president refuses to come out and address the issue, it makes the university, the president, and everybody associated with a very esteemed institution look bad, does it not?
It's awfully hard to explain why the process, and it is a process, why the process is so complex. But first of all, Lee Bollinger wasn't there. He didn't hear this in person.
We got the transcript right here. Lee Bollinger can read, I assume. Come on, here's a transcript. There's no doubt what the man said. And even
an incident today making it terribly clear the challenge the coalition forces, the Americans and the British, are facing in separating the innocent from the enemy. Some of the broad strokes. Now we start filling in the picture. Bombs fell once again on the Iraqi capital, but as spectacular as the explosions look, American military planners say it's what we can't see that is most effective. Over the weekend, they say thousands and thousands of bombs fell on Iraqi units across the country.
We are seeing significant degradation of those forces. I won't put an exact number on it, but I'll say very significant weakening of the forces.
While the main American forces, the Army's 3rd Infantry Division and a large element of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Unit, remained generally in place south of Baghdad. Individual squadrons were engaged in what were described as pitch battles near the town of Al-Hila and Hindiya. Speaking in Philadelphia, the president was upbeat on the war's progress.
Many dangers lie ahead, but day by day, we are moving closer to Baghdad. Day by day, we are moving closer to victory.
In Najaf, where there's been some fierce fighting, American troops opened fire on a van which did not stop at a checkpoint. 7 Iraqi women and children died. This in the aftermath of a suicide bombing over the weekend when 4 American soldiers died at a similar checkpoint. To the south, in Nasiriyah, Marines went on patrol house to house, a foreshadowing perhaps of what things might be like in Baghdad one day, with language that to some is eerily familiar from past wars.
What we're trying to do is, also win the hearts and the minds of the people. We're not here to totally, what the Marines are known for, with force, brute force, and take everything out. We also want to show the other side that we're here to also help restore and help set a base for Iraq and for especially Al-Nasiriyah.
Inside Nasiriyah, Al Jazeera television broadcast these pictures of civilian casualties of the war, and for one of the first times, Iraqi television showed some of its troops, accompanied by uplifting music. All this while Iraqi officials publicly called on American soldiers to surrender. Coalition surrender was the furthest thing from the minds of this American Special Forces unit outside Basra. CNN's Mike Betcher was allowed to show how the noise of tanks and American planes was a trick, a strategy called psychological operations, PSYOPs.
Their strategy: add 1 Special Operations Humvee with a loudspeaker mounted on top to 1 British tank and 4 armored vehicles. And suddenly, this tiny force sounds like an invading division.
In the daylight, British columns maintained an uneasy control over Basra. More pictures of Saddam Hussein were pulverized, and more trucks filled with badly needed water arrived. But it was air power and the destruction it delivered that American commanders were counting on to shape the battlefield, as they say, to eliminate as much of Iraq's ground capability before the Army and the Marines move in. That's the big picture of the day. We'll start putting the little pieces together so they form that picture. In this hour, we'll talk to author Stephen Brill. We'll talk to investigative reporter Cy Hirsch, who has written a piece on the details what he has found to be significant disagreements between the civilian leadership at the Pentagon and some war planners over the size of the force and the nature of the resistance. And of course, General Wesley Clark joins us as well tonight, so we have a lot to take care of. It is this incident at this checkpoint, though, where 7 civilians died, 7 Iraqi civilians died, that is causing so many questions to be raised, so we begin there, and we go to the Pentagon and our senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre. Jamie, originally I saw a report that said warning shots were fired, and then I read a Washington Post report from a reporter who seemed to be right there, suggesting they were not. Do we know the answer to that?
No, we don't. All we have at this point, because we don't have any eyewitnesses at the scene, is the official U.S. military version of events. And they claim it's one of those tragic accidents of war that makes it so much harder to win the hearts and minds of civilians. According to the U.S. version of events, soldiers from the 3rd Infantry Division fired on a civilian vehicle carrying 10 women and children, killing 7 of them. They say this happened at a checkpoint near Al-Najaf, which is very close to where that other incident happened. The release from the U.S. Central Command said that the soldiers manning the checkpoint motioned for the vehicle to stop, but were ignored by the driver. The soldiers fired warning shots, which were also ignored by the driver, and then fired shots into the engine before finally firing shots into the vehicle. Again, U.S. soldiers and Marines in that area are on very strict alert for possible car bombs, something that was alluded to tonight by the nation's #2 military officer, the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Peter Pace.
Certainly the soldiers on the ground will be very keenly aware of the people coming toward them. If they're wearing civilian clothes, they will not assume that those are really civilians. If they're driving a vehicle, they will not assume that that vehicle is a friendly vehicle. They're going to be very careful, as they should be, to protect themselves and their comrades on the battlefield.
And again, this comes after the incident on Saturday in which a taxi carrying a car bomb exploded at a nearby checkpoint to where this one was, killing 4 Americans. Again, an investigation is underway, and the Pentagon says that they will be looking at all the aspects of this, but they do say that initial reports indicate the soldiers responded in accordance to the rules of engagement for self-defense. Aaron?
And again, just in this area where they're now, and this happens in the fog of war, as they say, the Washington Post is reporting in a very, I must say, a very vivid account, as if the reporter were standing right next to the captain of this unit, and he yells out to his troops through the radio to fire warning shot and fire warning shot, and in this account, no warning shot was fired. Though that too is a little hazy, it does show the tension, I guess, that we now find after the car bombing of the other day.
Well, and that's true. And of course, the other thing is they didn't find any evidence of any kind of a bomb or a threat in this vehicle. So it's without having the benefit of any eyewitness report, one of the questions that you have to wonder about is why would a vehicle of women and children approach a checkpoint like that and ignore warning shots, especially something that would be as clear as a shot to the engine, which is what one of the press releases said. So this is something I think that'll just have to be sorted out by investigators.
Jamie, thank you. Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. Thank you very much. As we said, it was another day of relentless airstrikes on Baghdad, and particularly around Baghdad, hitting Republican Guard positions outside the city. This is central to the strategy of this next week, is to weaken those Republican Guard units that surround Baghdad 50 miles or so outside Baghdad before moving into the city. The day also brought some new images of Saddam Hussein into play. Nick Robertson joins us from Jordan. He's close to the border with Iraq. Nick, it's good to see you again. Good morning from there.
Good morning and good evening to you too as well. I spoke to some reporters in Baghdad just around about midnight, and although they'd had a couple of very loud explosions close to the hotel, they say they've been able to see what they suspect are some presidential palace areas being targeted. Most of the night seems to have been somewhat quieter, at least in the center of Baghdad, than the previous night. Perhaps the most interesting aspect to the day was President Saddam Hussein appearing on television with his 2 sons. The first time we've seen all 3 of them on television together since the war began. No indication when this particular picture was taken, but very interesting. Sitting on his left-hand side, his elder son, Uday Saddam Hussein. He is in charge of the Fedayeen forces. Next to Uday, Qusay Saddam Hussein, the youngest son of the president. He is in charge of the Republican Guard and that whole central swath of Iraq, from the Iranian border right over to the Jordanian border here. A clear message for the Iraqi people, regardless of when this particular piece of video was shot, a clear message to the Iraqi people that the commanders of the Fedayeen, the commanders of the Republican Guard, the president himself, still there, still firmly in control of the country. That's very much the message we've heard from the information minister as well, Mohammed al-Sahaf, focusing today in his daily briefing on those volunteer fighters, trying to emphasize that Iraq is relying on its volunteers at the moment, not the conscript army. He talked about the Fedayeen fighters, he talked about the Ba'ath Party volunteer fighters, he talked about the tribesmen. He also said that as far as the forces in Iraq were concerned, they were not going to give the coalition forces a break. They were not going to let them sleep. Indeed, he said that they had some of the coalition surrounded in some areas.
Our people, headed by Fidai Saddam, and our fighters and the Ba'ath Party fighters and the tribesmen, they started to find and discover these shelters or refuge or points.
Have conducted their own search of this and have discovered these shelters.
Now about 3 to 4 of these points now are surrounded. So some parts of this neck is being cut off. And one of those points was destroyed yesterday.
Perhaps one of the other points about President Saddam Hussein appearing on television, Aaron, is that despite the Iraqi TV station being knocked off the air by coalition forces a couple of times, it is now back up and running again despite the coalition best efforts. Aaron?
Is there in your part of the world, in the Arab world, this debate that seems almost daily in our part of the world about whether Saddam is in fact alive, or is it generally accepted over there that he is alive and in charge?
It seems to be much more an accepted fact. The focus of a lot of the coverage around the Arab region is more on the civilians in Iraq and the suffering that they're having in the south, in the humanitarian crisis in Baghdad, the loss of life. That's where the focus tends to lie. The attention is not really being turned on President Saddam Hussein, whether or not he's alive. At least the assumption seems to be that if he's there on television, then he is still a force to be reckoned with. Aaron?
Nick, thank you. Nick Robertson, near the border between Jordan and Iraq. Thank you. Each day at about this moment, we try and step back and let the sights and sounds of the day do the talking. Najaf was also the scene of some of the most intense ground fighting in Iraq today. So here's some of what it looked like and sounded like.
Go!
In the early days of this war, now a week and a half old, this is a city, Najaf, that's become an important place for the coalition to gain control. It helps keep the supply lines free for the forces who've been trying to get control there. It has not always been an easy task. That includes members of the 101st Airborne who rushed in to capture an airfield there early this morning. CNN's Ryan Shoko filed this report a short time later.
A busy day for the 101st Airborne. Elements of the 101st Airborne's 1st Brigade, also known as the Bastogne Brigade, have gotten into the division's first fight, moving forces into the outskirts of the city of Najaf, a city in central Iraq very dear to Shia Muslims. Now, the 1st Brigade's 3rd Battalion took the airfield where I am right now earlier in the day. They took it without a fight, and they took it without casualties. It is very important. The strip here, 2 miles long, can now facilitate U.S. helicopters, and it can also facilitate U.S. military transport planes. Military commanders already talking about how they would like to use this airstrip to move humanitarian aid into the city of Najaf. Now, Najaf has been a problem for U.S. forces. There was a car bombing here just a few days ago that killed 4 U.S. servicemen. In general, this is a place that the U.S. military regards as a safe haven for Fedayeen fighters. Fedayeen fighters being the paramilitary group that is very loyal to President Saddam Hussein. They say they've come to this area to now safeguard it for U.S. forces. Ryan Chilcote, CNN in Najaf, Iraq.
And again, it's not far from there that there was the incident today where the civilians were shot at the checkpoint. Moving south now to Nasiriyah, where the Marines are hunting for the man known as Chemical Ali, the southern Iraqi commander accused of gassing the Kurds now 15 years ago. And Marines went on patrol in the city itself, the scene of sometimes fierce fighting almost since the war began. They seem to be acting both as warriors and goodwill ambassadors. CNN's Alessio Vinci went along.
A week ago, this area of Nasiriyah was a firing zone, the so-called ambush alley, where several Marines lost their lives in a fierce battle. Today, it is under the control of U.S. troops who have begun foot patrols.
Basically, what we're trying to do is, also win the hearts and the minds of the people. We're not here to totally, what the Marines are known for, with force, brute force, and take everything out. We also want to show the other side that we're here to also help restore and help set a base for Iraq and for especially Al-Nasiriyah.
The first patrol began early in the morning, with Marines walking in tight formation, weapons trained on anything that moved. A civilian who approached the patrol handed over a letter he wanted sent to Washington to President George W. Bush.
It says, "I'd like to have an appointment to meet you, sir. And this is a very important matter that it's going to make all the people here happy."
Others had less ambitious requests. They asked for water, food. The Marines say water and electricity will soon be restored, and food from nearby warehouses will be distributed.
This section of the city at this time of the day is largely deserted, and the few people who do come out in the streets appear to be largely sympathetic to U.S. Marines here.
Many civilians say they need the presence of U.S. troops. Some are in particular need of medical attention. 3-month-old Zahara was treated for mild diarrhea and an eye infection. A man identified as an Iraqi combatant told Marines he was wounded 2 days ago when his group of 15 came under helicopter gunship attack. He says he is the only survivor.
Obviously, we're trying to look at the overall picture, trying to be as humane as possible, because that's our goal. We want these people to know that we're here to help them. But it makes it difficult when the Iraqi military does the deceit they do in the civilian attire and civilian equipment.
People confirm that pockets of paramilitary combatants remain in town and threaten civilians.
He's here, but not see him, because he's dressed like to me. I can't see him. He's dressed like to me, and he come tonight. He can't kill me and my family.
So in this one little corner of Iraq, people seem to feel safe enough to speak freely, but not too freely. Alessio Vinci, CNN, with the U.S. Marines in Nasiriyah, Iraq.
It's a city we've heard about for a week, and we finally start to get a good look at it. So much was made of shock and awe, the idea of the massive bombardment that would shake the Iraqi government to the core. It's easy to forget that you don't always need bombs to create shock and awe. The latest now on the psychological war that is being fought, from CNN's Mike Betcher, who is embedded with the Special Forces.
When the sun sets over Basra and the temperature cools, the war heats up. Or does it? U.S. Special Operations Forces consider themselves a force multiplier, and tonight they will literally be. Their strategy: add one Special Operations Humvee with a loudspeaker mounted on top to one British tank and 4 armored vehicles, and suddenly this tiny force sounds like an invading division. It is called Psychological Operations, or PSYOPs, part of the U.S. Special Forces repertoire. Their speaker blares the music of disinformation and confusion, broadcast at ear-splitting decibels. The audio tape of recorded tank sounds plays for more than an hour, a show meant for the ears of Iraqi forces in Basra, a short distance away. Adding to the realism, flares are fired to illuminate Iraqi positions. British tanks fire occasional rounds at Iraqi targets. The man orchestrating the racket, a 50-year-old special operations veteran who calls this war his last rodeo, turns the speaker in several directions to add to the illusion of a massive frontal attack. Occasionally, Iraqi combatants fire back with mortars, machine guns, and artillery. The coalition hopes this grand deception will force the Iraqis to move troops where they don't need to be moved, make them look where they don't need to look. Around Basra, the battlefield has become a true twilight zone, where fact and fiction are indistinguishable in the inky blackness of a moonless night. Mike Betcher, CNN, with U.S. Special Operations Forces on the outskirts of Basra.
Okay, a few of the day's puzzle pieces on the table now. We'll go to Washington, D.C., where General Wesley Clark, retired, former NATO Supreme Commander, joins us. General, it's good to have you with us, as always.
Good to be with you, Aaron.
A couple of things that have come up. Let's work through three of them. The friendly fire, or rather the civilian casualty incident, is going to get enormous play around the world, including in the United States. The cost of war?
Well, it is, but it's set up by the terrorist attack yesterday at Najaf. And this is what happens when troops try to get standoff. What you have in a terrorist attack is not so much the losses, but it's the change in the method of operation which raise the risk to civilians in order to increase the protection level of the force. This is all perfectly justifiable in view of the laws of land combat, but tragic consequences can occur nevertheless. And you know, what you have is two conflicting principles. On the one hand, non-combatants shouldn't be targeted and should be spared the cost of war, and on the other hand, the soldiers have the right to protect themselves. And so when terrorism strikes, soldiers get the distance, they change the rules of engagement, they take fewer risks considering that that force might be hostile, and the inevitable consequence is going to be occasional, hopefully not often, incidents like we saw today.
The Washington Post reporting on this is that it appears that no warning shots were fired, and a sort of logical extension of that is a kind of jittery troops on the ground. Is that a reasonable conclusion to reach if no warning shots were fired?
Well, I wouldn't reach that conclusion.
Okay.
I think that's entirely a function of the environment, and it's impossible to judge based on the account in the Post as to whether this was justified or not. But prima facie, it is justified, because when troops are in a position and they feel they're at risk and a vehicle speeding toward them could have anything in the world on board, they have the right to defend themselves. So it may be that in the cold aftermath, people will go back and look and say, okay, now look, you really had 10 seconds, you could have fired warning shots, or maybe they did fire warning shots. We're not quite certain yet on this. But, you know, at that point, okay, you can calibrate it. The troops are safe. Unfortunately, the women and children aren't. But this is the inevitable consequence, I think, and this is, of course, what the Iraqi government wants us to do, because this drives a wedge between the military force and the civilian populace, and it creates huge propaganda gains around the world for the Iraqi government.
All right, one more question before we go to break. Do you have a sense, sir, that today was just another day in the grind, if you will, to Baghdad, or that there was something significant that happened in the day?
Well, I think the significance of it is the grind.
Okay.
I mean, it is the fact that by all reports, the area is wearing down the Republican Guards. They don't really have an answer for it. Our troops are getting a better grip on the built-up areas, Nasiriyah, Najaf, Basra. There's no answer for that. And we're continuing to move reinforcements in. In other words, that's the way this is going to play out up to some tipping point at which we decide, okay, the Republican Guard's down so low, it's time to go to Baghdad.
So we're in the grind.
I think we are. Yeah.
General will be with us for the next couple of hours. We'll check in the White House in just a moment. We've got a long way to go. We're glad you're with us. Take a short break and our coverage continues.
Business travel got you squeezed in? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get more workspace in a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize.
This year, nearly 1 million families will have their most valuable possessions stolen right from here. It's their own identity. Bank statements, credit card and ATM receipts, pay stubs. In today's world, a little advice. Shred anything you wouldn't want in the hands of a stranger. Hey, Tom.
Protect yourself at home with the shredder more businesses rely on for superior performance and durability. Fellows, the world's toughest shredders.
She was working at another place that she wasn't really happy with. And I was telling her that it's time for her to come and work with my company.
It took a lot for her to convince me, but she was right.
Competitive pay, great benefits, that give you the opportunity to advance. Being a college graduate with 2 degrees, she could go anywhere. And I told her Walmart was the place to go.
I love my job. I'm an assistant manager, and I've been with Walmart for 4 years.
I'm a department manager at Walmart, and I've worked there for 7 years.
Business travel cramping your style? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get triple miles and triple points, only with Prime Rewards.
Because things are changing so fast, trust CNN. With more frontline reporters, experts who have been there, and the most experienced journalists. Because you need all the facts. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Read a lot in recent days that the president, known as more of a delegator, has gotten deeply involved with the war, asking lots of questions, watching news coverage quite closely. If that's the case, he surely heard the pointed questions about how the war is going and whether the battle plan itself was a sound one, whether it was fully and smartly debated. Today, the president attacked the questions head on. The story from our senior White House correspondent, John King. John, it's nice to see you.
Hello to you, Aaron. No question this president is tracking the war very closely. No question he is well aware that some retired generals say the United States didn't send enough troops. Others question whether the administration grossly underestimated the resistance it would face from Iraq. Others perhaps think the administration overestimated how welcome the coalition forces would be. Mr. Bush in a speech today did not directly mention any of the critics, but he clearly had them in mind. He said every day more and more of Iraq is under coalition control, and in his view, the troops are performing brilliantly.
3 times in less than a minute, he noted it was just day 11 of the ground assault in Iraq, the president's way of rebutting all the second-guessing.
Many dangers lie ahead, but day by day, we are moving closer to Baghdad. Day by day, we are moving closer to victory.
Most scenes from the battlefield are tense. Not nearly as many warm welcomes for coalition troops as some top Bush advisors had predicted before the war. But Mr. Bush says repression, not resentment, is the reason.
Iraqis who show friendship toward coalition troops are murdered in cold blood by the regime's enforcers. It is understandable that fear and distrust run deep.
This visit to the port of Philadelphia was to salute the Coast Guard for its modest role in Operation Iraqi Freedom and its much larger role in the war on terrorism here at home. Mr. Bush made the case it is all one fight.
The dying regime in Iraq may try to bring terror to our shores. Other parts of the global terror network may view this as a moment to strike, thinking that we're distracted. They're wrong.
Senior aides describe the president as confident the war is on course and as someone with little patience for what he considers to be premature criticism of the strategy.
Brushing aside those critics today, the president described the war effort so far as decisive. And he said if the Iraqi people have any doubt that the days of Saddam Hussein and his regime are numbered, that those doubts would soon be erased. Aaron?
A story that I'm sure you saw today in the Post, that some of this criticism of the war planning is coming from old guard Republicans who argue that the president never really got the full range of debate before him, that it was presented to him too narrowly. Do you hear any of that grumbling around the White House?
Well, you hear inside the White House grumbling that these former administration officials, some of whom are from the former Bush administration, finger pointing at the strategy. They don't take that too kindly here inside the Bush White House. Some language we won't repeat on family television used behind the scenes here at the White House today on that account. Within the administration, officials concede there's some tension and occasional tug of wars, but they say that everyone is on board with the plan itself and with the adjustments that are being made to the plan. This is a White House that prides itself on message discipline. No surprise, of course, for the president himself to say he agrees with the plan. It is his plan, but they don't take too kindly here in the White House to all the second guessing at this critical juncture in the war. They say a week from now, if you believe them here at the White House, they say in a week from now, many of those outside the White House taking what they consider to be pot shots will feel differently.
John, thank you. Our senior White House correspondent, John King. It's slightly ironic that we talk about certain things we can't say on family television, and in the middle of it, we're showing a war. We'll take a break. Our coverage continues with an update and more. We'll be right back.
In a sea of sameness, how do you pick a financial advisor who's right for you? Do you want one who works for the biggest company or the smallest? Do you want one with the most impressive office or the most elaborate website? Or do you simply want one who listens to you like you are the only investor in the world? Raymond James, you first.
Non-drowsy allergy medicine you can take right when you need it.
It's Alivert. New Alivert starts dissolving the instant it touches your tongue, without water. So Alivert is non-drowsy relief you can take inside,
Outside, in your car, wherever you are.
Get prescription-strength, non-drowsy, 24-hour relief. Even Claritin can't beat. New quick-dissolving Alivert.
Allergy medicine you can take right when you need it, wherever you are.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins in the CNN newsroom. Checking the latest developments at this hour, U.S. Central Command says an investigation is underway after a deadly incident at a military checkpoint in Najaf. 7 people were killed today when U.S. soldiers fired into a van that failed to stop at the checkpoint. The van turned out to be carrying 13 women and children. The southern Iraqi town of Najaf endured some of the fiercest war battles today as U.S. and British soldiers punched through stiff resistance. U.S. officials say about 100 members of a terror squad were captured and 50 Iraqi soldiers were taken prisoner. Early today, U.S. Marines staged raids about 30 miles north of Nasiriyah. They're looking for General Ali Hassan al-Majid. Al-Majid is also known as Chemical Ali. He's believed to be responsible for ordering the use of chemical weapons on Iraqi Kurds in 1988. The Red Cross plans to make more visits to captured Iraqi troops. The relief agency met with about 100 of the roughly 3,000 Iraqi POWs today at a prison camp in southern Iraq. Iraq has yet to allow the Red Cross access to American POWs. The British embassy in Tehran, Iran, may have been the scene of a car bombing earlier today. British officials say a car filled with gas cans crashed through the embassy's gates and exploded. There was no one in the embassy at the time. The driver was killed. The mysterious illness known as severe acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS, appears to be spreading in Canada now. Today, 5 children were admitted to Toronto's Hospital for Sick Children with probable or suspect cases of the disease. SARS has killed some 60 people worldwide, most of them in Asia. Those are the headlines making news at this hour. Now back to Newsnight with Aaron Brown.
Heidi, thank you. I have a feeling in any other time the SARS story would be seen as a huge huge story.
I would agree.
It's amazing how much the war dominates not just our attention, but the world's attention right now. Thank you. And we'll see you in half an hour. On now to the southern port city of Qasr, where the task at hand continues to be clear, maintaining security on the one hand, getting aid and supplies in as fast as possible. There's no shortage of Iraqis willing to do the job, but that also poses problems and, of course, risks for the coalition forces. Reporting for us, CNN's Richard Blystone.
Every day the streets get busier, water and food more plentiful, foreigners more familiar. Some welcome the new faces, others definitely don't. No. There is a presence here that'll take more than paint to erase. British troops this day have been called out to deal with another threat from diehards of the Ba'ath Party regime, spoiling the first day of the first mission from the U.S. aid agency, which came to start the first of many assessments that'll be needed before the aid pipeline is turned on full bore. 140 Iraqis have come back to work at the port, and more come every day. A variety of jobs and a variety of con jobs.
Apparently, they're all the chief engineer, or they're all the second mate of the tug master. They all want to be promoted, and they see this as an opportunity for them to do that.
They're checked out, signed up, and go right on the payroll. Some used to earn as little as 25 U.S. cents a day. The new pay scale will be better, but not so much as to warp what remains of Qasr's economy. But to have an Iraqi-run port, you need Iraqi bosses. And the problem is, most Iraqi bosses, willingly or not, are members of the Ba'ath Party. Small wonder, then, that these workers have come warily this far, but still don't want their faces shown. Ali tells us how he fled the shelling in Qasr, then the bombing in Basra, then a third town, and then figured he might as well die at home. Good times or bad, he says, the poor will always be poor. Off camera, we're told over and over two things. They won't feel free until they know President Saddam Hussein is dead, and then they want the coalition to pack up and go. Richard Blystone, CNN, Qasr, Iraq.
Back to the General for a second. Generally, when you're sitting beside me, I always look over, I see you scribbling on your notepad. I don't have that advantage, so I have some idea what's on your mind then. I don't now. We were a half hour plus into the night. Any stray thoughts you want to get on the table?
Well, I was just watching that report on the ports and thinking about the Ba'ath Party. You know, there were a lot of discussions around Washington and in the press about how we were going to maintain authority once we took over Iraq, and people were talking about, well, you know, you might replace the first 50 top guys, but you'd have to use the rest of the power structure because nobody else could do this. And it takes me back, hearing Richard Blystone's report, it takes you back to the discussions about how we were going to work in Nazi Germany after World War II. And it was a huge debate. It was a huge issue. At least one general got fired over the issue, George Patton, who was taken out of his command position because he wanted to put the Nazis in charge to help run the cities. And this is an issue we're going to have to work through, because the simple fact is that the Ba'ath Party is now seen in its true colors. It is a really vicious group of people, and lots of people belong to this party, some not by their own choice. So this is going to be one of the huge challenges that we face post-war here, and actually sooner than that.
We're about, after the break, to talk about this battle that's going on at the Pentagon or around the Pentagon and in the press about whether the force is big enough and who made the decisions. You've literally written a book, Waging Modern Warfare. I wonder if that's what this battle is essentially about, what the shape of modern warfare really needs to be.
It is to some extent about that, and it's about the Powell Doctrine and whether you really need overwhelming ground force in the conventional sense, in the old-time Army sense, before you can run an operation. I think that is part of it, but it's also a battle of personalities. It's a battle of the Air Force versus the Army. It's got many dimensions.
If we've learned anything in the last 2 weeks, it's that this thing has many dimensions. General, we'll get back to you. Okay. Cy Hirsch, one of the great investigative reporters of our time, with us coming up after the break. We also have Stephen Brill joining us in this half hour, so we have much to do. We need to take a break first, and we shall, and our coverage continues after that.
You're gonna love this new quick rent at National Car Rental. When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car. Whatever make and model you want.
Whatever color you want.
You can walk right past the counter.
And you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcar.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy.
Bypass the counter.
You don't have to stand in line. Choose your own car. Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me. Rent, huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick rent at nationalcar.com.
CNN Tomorrow. We're live from the front lines. Plus, meet the one-time head of Hussein's nuclear program. American Morning with Paul Azan. Tomorrow, 7 Eastern.
When faced with the possibility of breast cancer, you shouldn't have to agonize for weeks or even days to learn the truth. At Griffin Hospital's Rapid Diagnostic Breast Center, not only do you get your results quickly, but our special breast care coordinator is by your side every step of the way. Griffin Hospital, changing the face of healthcare in so many ways.
War and Peace's West Hartford Center has been serving hobby enthusiasts for over 25 years. Many customers love to build dioramas, the most challenging and rewarding modeling experience. People visit War and Pieces because of its game department. Trains make up a big part of what War and Pieces is all about. There's a great interest in die-cast cars, airplanes, and toy soldiers. You'll find an exhaustive supply of books, everything from aviation to military history. War and Pieces, South Main Street, West Hartford Center.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
We're joined in Washington now by one of the most distinguished investigative reporters in the country, Seymour Hersh, Cy Hirsch of The New Yorker. His latest piece focuses on the role that Defense Secretary Rumsfeld played in the Iraq battle plan and complaints that he made some key miscalculations. Mr. Hersh, it's always nice to see you. Both or all yesterday, we heard from Secretary Rumsfeld and Tommy Franks, General Franks. We heard from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. They all say that there was no dispute, no dispute, no dispute. So where was the dispute?
You know, it reminds me of the, I hate to go back to it, to the Vietnam War. The light is always at the end of the tunnel, remember? The discrepancy is, it's a pretty amazing discrepancy between what the brass is telling us about how well the war is going and how many troops they have and how everything's fine, and what we see from not only the embedded correspondents, but from people like General Clark and others who know the situation. Simply put, what I did was I simply went to the guys who do the planning, the guys actually who work on the joint staff or the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington. This is the core of men from all the services who wrote the war plan. It was the Op 1003 was the number, and they presented it 6 times, at least 6 formal times, to Rumsfeld, and each time he asked for what they call inside the building a redo. Too many forces, and they cut it back and cut it back and cut it back, and finally they went with a lot less than a lot of people thought they needed.
In the article, which has an enormous amount of detail about this planning process, you paint a picture of Secretary Rumsfeld as a man who you disagree with at some peril.
Well, one senior general told his junior officers, they're generals, he told them, when you go see this guy, he said, you better go in there and be prepared to take off your stars and lay them on the table. Because if you're not willing to do that, he's going to walk all over you. He's a very tough customer. And he really, he's always willing to hand wrestle with anybody.
And also, as I read the piece, it might be true, isn't it, Mr. Hersh, that Tommy Franks, General Franks, can stand up there and say, I agreed with the plan, because the people you talked to were not. It wasn't Tommy Franks who was disagreeing with the plan. It was people beneath him. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, except the plan that they present to Rumsfeld is a plan that's signed off. When they go in and present a plan of action to Rumsfeld, it's been signed off. This is the military's plan. And, it's something I have to say, which is the guys I'm talking to are not 4-star generals. They're what we call 06s, colonels and light colonels and majors. And for them, they're just a step away from being in the field. They want to be in the field. For them, the reason they're so angry, and I use that word they're angry at what happened here in this war because there's not enough forces there, and they feel that these are their children out there. They're in loco parentis, in a sense. Any good officer really cares about his troops, and we have a lot of wonderful, most of them, all of them in our service are fine officers, and they care about the kids. And these guys are really mad because we don't have enough forces. The guys out there right now can't get relieved. You know those old movies you saw in World War II where they'd send them back to take a shower, get some food, get a good night's sleep, have a hot meal and some ice cream? They're not getting it. They're just out there sitting in their Humvees or their tanks, sleeping a couple hours a day now, day 11, day 12. It's a pretty rough ordeal.
Mr. Hirsch, the Secretary, I think, makes 2 points on this. He says, number one, it is very early to be second-guessing. It's very early to be writing the history of this. And on the specifics, he says, and I think this is in fact correct, that more forces are coming all the time, that this is a rolling force that's coming in. Do you just want to comment on either aspect of that?
Sure, if you believe that, I've got a bridge I want to sell you. The plan that they have did not include, look, they keep on saying this is a great plan, that we have the plan we put in effect as the plan we wanted. So explain to me, if that's the plan we wanted, what was the 4th Division doing rolling off the coast of Turkey? If they either needed the 4th Division or they didn't, and the big fight, as you know, was with Franks actually stood up in a very dramatic way to everybody right before the war began and said, I can't do it without the 4th ID. I need another division. If it can't be in Turkey, it's got to be here in country coming up from the south. They didn't get it. The fact is, they're saying publicly that the plan we have is the plan we wanted all along, which makes no sense if you think about the fact that the 4th was rolling off the water for 2-3 weeks waiting for the Turks to vote. We needed the 4th. We couldn't do it without the 4th. We're short people. I'm not saying we're going to lose the war. That isn't the point. The point is that we have guys in the field who have no chance of getting relief, no chance of getting the rest they need. They can't be rotated out. We don't have the forces we need right now, and there's no other way of looking at it.
Cy Hirsch, the piece is in this week's New Yorker. It is always good to talk to you. Thank you, sir.
Good to you.
Thank you. Seymour Hirsch in this week's New Yorker. General Clark, I can't pass this moment by without bringing you in. And in some respects, I think you would agree that the 4th would make this very sophisticated infantry group would make this very different. What do you make of all of this?
Well, you asked me about a week ago or so, Aaron, if we had done everything we could do to do this operation and do it with maximum effect and minimum risk. And I told you directly no, that we needed more forces at the time. But I think you have to put this in the context of Cy Hirsch's article. I mean, in the first place, the civilian control of the Pentagon is lawful and it's vital. And so even though the civilian leaders should respect military professionalism, there's nothing to keep the civilian leaders from questioning it, from arguing it out, from challenging the assumptions, and ultimately from changing the plans. And if the military feels that the plan won't be workable with those changes, the military has the option to put their stars on the table and walk away and say, get another general to do it or get another colonel. So, but I think that's the balance. That's what makes a democracy democratic, is that elected leaders and appointed civilian leaders are responsible for the military. And the plan has not failed. We are a long way inside. We've done a lot of very good things. The soldiers have performed magnificently, and you can't call this plan a failure. The only thing you can say about it is that some people didn't believe that the Iraqis would fight, and other people apparently didn't foresee that they would fight in urban areas with irregular forces.
But isn't there at its core here either a dispute or a reality, and that is that the military side, the generals, particularly in the Army, sir, will always want more troops, will always want more, and the civilian side will be a little more, we'll say that it is thinking a little more creatively in how to do this.
Well, they may, but there's nothing wrong with trying to minimize the risk. Another division would have minimized the risk. It would have given you the insurance policy you would have needed if something had gone disastrously wrong at the outset. I don't think it would make you get into Baghdad right now versus whatever we're going to do, because you still got to work against the Republican guards with air power. I mean, the real question I had was, why did we leave the equipment for the 4th Division off the coast of Turkey And why didn't we move those ships around and bring the next division, let it sit off the coast of Turkey? We would have had one additional division. There may be reasons for that. I mean, it's very hard to second guess the chain of command from the outside. I know, because I was a commander in Kosovo. I had a lot of people second guessing me. A lot of people were saying, gee, you should have had ground plan, you didn't have a ground plan. Some people said, hey, you should have quit because they wouldn't give you ground troops. But the honest truth is that you're put in a position, you work the issue, and what you have to have is a fighting chance not to lose, and then you'll take it to a win. There will always be disputes within the chain of command, and especially in war, because these are matters of life and death, and people have strong opinions and strong feelings, and it's not science, it's art. It's experience and a sort of judgment and assumptions. And so we've got a good debate here, but the answer is going to judge the plan by whether it works at the end or not.
Right. It does seem a little bit early to write the history of this, and but it doesn't seem too early, apparently, to kick it around a lot. I suspect we're going to kick it around a lot, you and I and the country, for a while, I know. And we'll get back to it still tonight. Stephen Brill joins us to talk a little bit about war coverage and other matters. We need to take a break first. Our coverage continues after that.
For more on the war in Iraq, log on to CNN.com. Get reports from the front lines.
Huge explosions.
And all the facts and features you need to track the war. Plus, sign up for breaking news alerts and be the first to know. Log on and stay informed at CNN.com.
Mix.
Bitrate.
Sampling rate.
Compression.
Peer-to-peer.
Stream.
Rip.
Quantization.
Buffer.
MP3.
Scans.
Encryption.
Copyright.
Fair use.
Playlist. Mix.
Burn.
Music's getting complicated, but Gateway makes it easy. Buy one of our best-selling home PCs, and for $1 more, get a digital music studio pack with 50 music burns from Rhapsody. Check out our 500X desktop for downloading. Rip, burn, respect. Gateway.
I offer you the car of tomorrow. It has the ride of a luxury sedan, the seating capacity of a minivan.
What's a minivan?
And capabilities of an SUV.
SUV?
Oh, did I mention the compartments for your laptop and your cell phone? They just weren't ready for it. Are you? My name is Harley Earl, and I've come back to build you a great car.
Buick, the spirit of American style.
A lot of ground to cover tonight surrounding the media and the war, including stories involving two well-known reporters on the table today, Peter Arnett and Geraldo Rivera. We're joined in New York by Steve Brill. He's a journalist and entrepreneur behind Court TV, among other things. He has a new book out called After, How America Confronted the September 12th Era. And I suppose, Mr. Brill, that were it not for the war, we'd be talking a good deal about that, but that intervenes tonight. What's your, one of the complaints out there is that the media, the American media in particular, and I suppose television in particular, has sanitized the war. Do you think that's true?
I don't think it's been sanitized. In some ways it's been sensationalized through nobody's fault, because we have cameras and reporters who are on the front lines, and in other ways it's been distorted by that. But I think frankly, the same thing is going on at home, where there's kind of a distortion that I try to cover in the book as we try to fight on the home front, because we cover the threat and we're quick to find potential terrorist gaps, but we don't cover sort of the hard behind-the-scenes work that's going on.
We'll pick that up in a second. Let me go back to the war coverage. I think the argument that I hear a lot is that we have done a heck of a good job of showing troops rolling in. We've followed tanks and Bradleys and all the rest. But what we American journalists and television journalists in particular have shied away from is showing the reality that war really is, which is nasty and deadly and ugly.
Well, I think everything's relative. If you compare this coverage to, World War II or the Korean War or even the Vietnam War, I think we've shown a lot more on television, a lot more that is the reality. So I don't think I agree with you. I think the coverage would be more balanced if you and I could wave a magic wand and say, let's embed reporters with the troops on the other side, where where apparently there's much more damage being done, but we can't do that.
In truth, sir, I'm not accepting the argument. I'm asking the question here. It's a delicate balance, how much of the violence to show. Do you find the country, would the support for this be markedly different had it not been for 9/11?
Oh, sure. I think what 9/11 taught us, woke us up to, and this is, what this year that I try to narrate is about, is that we are no longer immune from what's going on in the world, that we're not safe at home. In fact, if we fight a war overseas, we suddenly have police officers who are stopping us, where I live on 96th Street, to check our cars. This is different from any war we've fought. It's different from anything you and I have experienced in our lifetimes, where we are afraid at home, and that fear, I think, has added to a willingness to take risks overseas.
A lot of people say to me, friends who live in other parts of the country, that it is New Yorkers and to a degree Washingtonians who have changed, but that by and large in Omaha and Cleveland or wherever, they are not quite so terrorism obsessed as East Coasters are.
I think that's true. I think you could go to places where I went on the northern border and see that the security forces, the Border Patrol, Customs are very much obsessed, as you put it, but you had to be here to go through this experience. I do think that it's inevitable that in what I call the September 12th era, that there are going to be attacks all over the country or in different places in the country, and the first time that someone decides to blow himself up in a shopping mall in the Midwest, the country's going to go through something really awful once again, even if there isn't the same kind of damage and the same kind of a death count that we had on September 11th. And frankly, I hate to tell you, but I think that is, it's just bound to happen.
Well, yeah, I hate to even think about it. Mr. Brill, it's nice to meet you. Good luck. Good luck with the book.
Good to see you.
I hope you come back soon. Thank you, Stephen Brill. We'll take a break. We have a long way to go yet. Be right back.
Pay bills online free with free checking from Bank of America. Higher standards.
The persistence of 135 years of experience. The performance that has enabled us to work with more than half the Fortune 500. The strength of one of the largest financial services companies in America. Strength of Pacific Life.
In a world of opportunity, how do you find a financial advisor who's right for you? Do you want one who works for the oldest company or the youngest? Do you want one with the fastest growing company or the most deeply rooted in tradition? Or do you simply want one who listens to you like you are the only investor in the world? Raymond James, you first.
Baghdad on a Tuesday morning. It's almost 8 o'clock there. Baghdad went to daylight savings time, what they call summertime. Why the green, the night scope camera, we can't tell you, but all of our cameras are a little fuzzy there tonight. Sounds of fresh explosions, certainly a night of bombing, but it's the bombing you could not see 50 miles outside the city on the Republican Guard that the Pentagon says is starting to change the field of play out there, shaping the battle to come, the battle for Baghdad. We'll take a break, update the headlines of the day. Our coverage continues. You're watching CNN.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news. CNN Tomorrow, a founding member of the Delta Force Commandos, plus the latest from the front lines in Iraq on Larry King Live. CNN Tomorrow, 9 Eastern.
Go with Comcast high-speed internet. It's fast, and it's the perfect way to enjoy everything the internet has to offer. From shopping, to sharing videos, downloading music, to online gaming. You name it. Comcast high-speed internet. Call now for this special offer. There's never been a better time to lose the weight.
What you building there, honey? A rocket ship?
Actually, it's a scale model of the Petronas Towers in Kuala Lumpur, designed by Caesar Pelli. It's the world's tallest building.
Right, I knew that.
What are your kids picking up from TV? Comcast Digital Cable has a bunch of new networks just for kids, educational networks, and just plain fun networks. They're all together on the channel lineup.